Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not tight. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building things was more stuff than caffeine spider was exhausted. Caffeine spider.
Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday night.
Howdy.
Hola.
Welcome.
Hello.
We'll try to get that video rolling. Start video. Hi. What's up?
What's up, buddy?
We got a big ass crew of people up on Wheeling Spiders. Welcome tonight.
You come on the show?
And I guess we can start right out with, we have a special guest this week, Mr. Mario Garza from Symbolic Studies. I've been catching his stuff on Instagram, but I know it's up on the YouTube. I think it's up on the TikTok. Is there any place else you're putting it, Mario?
I put stuff on Twitter, anywhere
Nice.
I can, really. Yeah.
And if you've caught it, it's really high production value, lots of dense information about astrology, tarot, etc., all kinds of, corresponding symbolism. And usually it's like, what, you got it like less than 3 minutes because that's a TikTok limit or something?
Yeah, I'm trying to appeal to social media. So
No, it works. It works. It's beautiful, man. I mean, you got to start somewhere, and it's great. I think they're great. So
awesome. Thanks, man. But yeah, I've been doing that. I started kind of doing a test run, not the last fall, but the fall previous.
Mhm.
And then I've been basically putting out consistent content, or trying to, since the beginning of Aries. And what I'm doing right now is I'm hitting up each sign, kind of doing a deep dive from my own perspective regarding each sign. And then I hope to expand at some point, though, and talk about other symbolism that's not necessarily related to astrology. And the whole project actually started because of some artwork that I was creating. And so I'm making a series essentially about astrology, and I'm illustrating each sign. So I don't know if you've checked out that stuff yet.
Very
I've
cool.
seen some of it because I mean, me and you were talking about it. I think before you even started, either right when you were starting or right after, because me and you were on a broadcast together with Dean Reiner of Up Is Down podcast, and I think you were already in the process of doing this, but we were also covering the solar polar stuff. Which later on, if you got, you know, if you can jive with that too, there's some amazing info there that will relate to a lot of what we do here, but.
Definitely. And actually, are you guys doing a giveaway tonight, like a prize or anything?
Well,
Yeah.
people potentially are playing psychic bingo in the audience. If anyone submitted bingo cards, then put XXX in the chat if you want to identify yourself as a psychic bingo player tonight. And even if no one's playing tonight, we can definitely categorize any prize you want to offer up into the prize bin and make it available for future broadcasts or whatever.
I've got a prize for tonight. It's a digital thermometer gun. So you can do an experiment at home and test the temperature.
You're going to give away a digital
Hormone.
thermometer gun?
Yes.
Wow.
Brand
Nice.
new.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Wow.
That way, when you go in the grocery store, you can shoot yourself instead of them shooting you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That'd be awesome. Walk in and be like, whoa, don't put
got
that in
this.
there. Got my own.
And I'd love to give away a print if that's cool.
Yeah, we're down,
That
man.
would be awesome.
Sweet.
Do you mind if I share it with you guys real quick?
Please show us.
I was
We're
checking them
ready.
out on your website. So good.
Oh, nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, let me grab one real fast.
Well, that's
Jim,
cool.
you were thinking about doing the test in the moonlight versus the non-moonlight, right?
Yeah, I've done it a couple of times before, and it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's legit. You could even feel it, honestly. So you don't even need a
Yeah.
thermometer. Just give,
No, it makes
give
sense.
it a go.
Exactly. Once you get used to the idea, you can tell just by standing in the moonlight, and I'd say that's a trip.
100%. Okay, so this is my Gemini piece that I
Nice.
created.
Oh,
Whoa, that is too
Wow.
rad. I might have to if we need a raffle, so I can raffle that because I am a Gemini, and that is
Damn,
too
look, he's
rad.
Very cool.
It's
You even got
gorgeous,
the
man.
purse.
That's
He's
gorgeous.
got the purse
Dude.
on the hip.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And actually, leading up to the show, I was looking at this piece, and what I'm trying to do basically is just encode as much as I can into each piece related to my studies and everything. So there's lots of little things that are kind of embedded in here. So that I guess at the end of the day, you know, maybe if somebody buys a piece, you can learn about the sign if you're interested, you know, but I would happily send this to whoever wins tonight for sure.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Sweet.
Wow.
Well, I might
So-
have to rig this. Anyway.
It just inspired me with the idea that we could start to have like a basic giveaway and the prize for bingo, so that there's a raffle each week of
There you
something
go.
small and simple. You know, that's a possibility.
Good call. Good
Hey, we
call.
didn't write these rules down for nothing.
Well, so
Right.
far, Alan's been the main
It's
one, in my
liquid.
opinion,
This
that's
is
been
all- this is all
allowing
just-
the rules to develop, but also giving them some parental guidance is the way I
Right,
would describe it.
exactly. Parental guidance. Thank you, Alan Marcus, for keeping us honest.
You're
So
the
what
dad I
you're
was always
describing
looking
is
for.
the participation prize. So everybody who submits a bingo board will be entered into a drawing.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
And let's extend that drawing through to Friday of this week. So
Yeah.
if you're not catching this live, you have until February 11th to shout us out at social media or Instagram or Twitter or Telegram or something to say, hey, here's my bingo board. And if you
Twitter
don't
would
have
be-
one ready for tonight, have one ready for next week. And then you'll be entered. And then we'll draw it
Alan-
live next week.
Or we just
Alan,
do
what
it
do you think? I think Twitter would be the ideal platform, so we all can.
Yes, we
But I mean,
say
if
we
you want-
say
yeah.
we say publicly. That's our preference. I don't know if people are posting
Yeah.
anything to Facebook, but let us know. We like Twitter, Instagram works too.
Telegram.
Any social media, it has to be public, so it's timestamped. And then let us know in in YouTube chat, and you could leave a YouTube comment on the bottom of this video that you've entered. Yeah, and then we'll gather those names and draw next week.
Yep.
And
We'll get 'em
I
out
almost
to you.
forgot to mention too, I include, I call these symbolic one sheets, where I literally I break
That's
down
cool, dude.
the symbolism of each poster so that
That's
you can
awesome.
actually learn like what I was trying to put in there. You know what I mean? So
Rad, Mario. That is
Yeah.
cool.
Mario, are
thanks,
you a
dude.
graphic designer or something? What's
yeah,
No.
Mario, what did you use for like literature to study this, or like to figure out the charts, the pieces?
dude, I'm a huge correspondence nerd, and I love reference books. So I've got a little library of just all of these symbolism books, you know. And so if we're talking about Gemini, you know, I'll look up like the meaning of pole, you know, in all of my books, and the meaning of sword and air and pillar and just kind of everything, you know. And so I like to do that quite a bit. And then I've got a lot of stuff too, having to do with tarot and things like that. So lots of occult books and what have you.
So
But
what
yeah.
got you on the symbolic thing? Like, is this something that has been like kind of one of your things since you were a kid, or did you find like symbology like just draw to you, or you draw to it?
Sure. It's kind of related to what Alan asked. And I am a designer, graphic designer. So I've been doing that for, probably like 20 years now. And so I've always been like dabbling in Photoshop. And so you're working with like basic shapes, and you're dealing with colors and images and clip art and things like that, you know. And so I've always been very, very visual. And so I started off doing like punk rock and hardcore and metal flyers for friends and things like that. And then at a certain point, I was like doing things for businesses, and it just kind of like snowballed. And eventually, you know, it became a career, I guess. And so I freelanced for like a lot of big companies and smaller companies too. But, you know, at a certain point, I just became really interested in a lot of the symbols that I was working with, like the hexagon. You know, it's just like, what does the hexagon mean? You know, or the pentagon or whatever. And so actually, it's funny, a buddy of mine was a programmer, and he wanted to start a tarot website. So one of the biggest tarot sites like in the world, from my understanding, is actually based in Portland, the people who created it and got it going and whatever. And so he wanted to create a rival, essentially. And he asked me if I wanted to design the site. And I said, sure. And he said, well, you're going to have to know something about tarot then if we do this, right? And I was like, okay, that's cool. And so he went to a bookstore. He bought like a dozen books on tarot, and he let me borrow a few books. And honestly, the first book I cracked open, it just blew my mind, because I kind of thought that I knew what it was about, but I had no idea what it was really about. You know what I mean? And so one thing led to another, started buying my own decks and everything else. And I would say kind of related to all this too is I went to film school for a few years. And so when it came time to critiquing each other's work and actually just critiquing film in general, I found out that I really, really enjoyed it. So I just loved it. And so everything just kind of snowballed from there. And then eventually symbolic studies became a thing, you know?
So
It really shows, man. All of that experience really has been refined down into your videos, because every time I watch it, my mind is blown how tight it all is, how much information you pack in 3 minutes. Like I'm so excited for when you're done to put them in a playlist and just be able to like put them on and watch them over and over again. Like,
Nice, dude.
like meditate to it with the eyes open, you know, like, okay, let all this bounce off the retina. And because it's
Is now a good time to watch one of those videos that you've been describing?
Yeah,
I think
feel free.
so.
Go for it.
kick it.
Because I watched the most recent one, but I don't remember what it was. Trying to remember.
Well
There he
timed,
is,
that's
and
for
the
sure.
So let's see. Are you going to pop it up, Alan?
No. Sean, could you?
Yeah, let's see. Now, did you drop one in the Telegram?
Vance, could you?
I love that. This is
Perfect. This is
how it
perfect.
always goes. This
We
is
are
how-
now
this is
officially
how-
inside
So
of
you're-
the
right.
of the episode.
This is how we work. which is
Like, hey, you guys want to do this?
kind of-
Yeah, let's
Hey,
do it.
let's do
hey,
it.
Oh crap!
You
so we
can
have to
ask
do
a
it
yes
now?
or no
Professional.
question.
Forget
One,
it
two,
out.
three, not
If
it.
you know, don't be surprised.
I was gonna say, it's
Not
not
it.
it.
Not it.
Oh, here we go.
Gotta let
Somebody
the
got it.
dog out.
Somebody got it.
Okay.
Nice.
Everybody shut up.
Symbol for water consisted of a pair of curvy or jagged lines, evoking the waves and movement of the ocean. The same symbolism is found in the glyph for Aquarius, the water bearer. One theory suggests that this simple mark evolved and found its way into the English alphabet not once, but twice. This glyph became the letters W, as in water, and M, as in mother. It's not a coincidence then that M is also the first letter of Mary as well, which some believe originally meant of the sea. In Latin, Star of the Sea is Stella Maris, which in the medieval period was a name for the North Star. The Star of the Sea nickname had to do with the fact that it was considered, among many things, the most important star in early sea navigation. The church associated the star with the Virgin Mary, who is considered the guiding star and also goes by Our Lady, Star of the Sea. The North Star, aka Polaris or the Pole Star, can be found in the star card, which corresponds with Aquarius. It's the large central star, often 7 or 8 pointed, and is usually surrounded by 7 smaller stars. These stars are a reference to the Big Dipper and Little Dipper, which each contain 7 stars, and were revered by many ancient cultures, mostly due to their proximity to the pole star. From an Earth-based perspective, the night sky revolves around Polaris, and the Dippers, Ursa Major and Minor, are considered close companions and are easy to identify. Some Aquarius mythology makes reference to a pouring of not one stream, but 2. The 2 streams are encoded in the star card as the 2 containers being poured, and are also referenced with the exposed breasts of the sky goddess, which some believe provide the stars of the Milky Way. The twin stream dynamic also reminds me of the 2 dippers themselves, which have taken on many symbols over the ages, but are most commonly known as a pair of vessels, not unlike the cups of Aquarius, the cupbearer. I'd argue that the North Star, symbolic of the world axis, and the 7 stars of the Ursa constellations are encoded in many esoteric and ancient symbols, but are frequently misinterpreted. The Dipper connection to the number 7 runs so deep, they're likely the origin of its glyph as well, which shares a similar resemblance. As an example, it's largely believed that the 4 arms of the swastika, which look like 7s, are a simple depiction of Ursa Major's seasonal rotation around the North Star. Adding to that, the Egyptian adze tool, which is also shaped like a 7, was sometimes used in an afterlife ritual called the Opening of the Mouth ceremony, and was a symbolic reference to Ursa Major, the North Star, and its associated gateway, which is sometimes referred to as the Stairway to Heaven. To a number of groups in the ancient world, it was believed we came from and ascended to the north upon death, which this ceremony and much of the lore surrounding Polaris aligns with. I'd love to go on, but that's going to do for now. Thanks for watching.
Yes.
Come on, how rad
It's
is
really
that?
good.
That's really great.
So
All that
tight,
good,
man.
too.
Really
Yeah,
tight.
and your production is so beautiful, man. The way you fade colors in and out and add subtle animations, and you know your narration voice is spot on, man. I'm so stoked to keep watching this develop.
I appreciate that, dude. It's getting the production stuff is getting way better too. So if you look at my earlier stuff, it doesn't look.
Yeah, that's
anything like
normal.
this.
That's always
Yeah,
that way.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I mean,
For sure.
that's- especially if you've been doing this professionally, you know your very original stuff that you were so excited to do. If you go look at it, you're like, "Can I burn it? Oh, I'm scared of it." But that's just what
That's
it is,
right.
you know.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that video set my imagination on fire, and I felt like it was absolutely perfect timing for where my mind was. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah,
totally.
Mario, if you're not aware of Gabe, and Gabe's YouTube is Slick Dissident on YouTube, and he's doing all kind of correspondence and Twilight, Green language of the bird stuff all the time, running things through anagrammars, using phonetic language, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, it's right up your alley if you haven't checked him out, you know.
Oh no, I have. Yeah, I just haven't
Okay.
caught up with everything. You're really prolific, dude, and
Yeah.
your stuff is very dense too. And you've blown my mind multiple times. And so
Sweet.
I love your angle, and I'd love to hear what if there's anything specific about the video that you wanted to discuss.
Yeah, what
I have a quick question about it too, but Gabe first. I won't forget mine.
Well, it inspired me right away. Like, as soon as I got done with the video, I had to go and like put my thoughts together on like and so I have a little graphic. Let me see if I can I'm going to do screen share. and I'll pull up my graphic that you inspired. Can you guys
Yeah,
see me?
buddy.
Yep.
Yeah.
My question's about the mouth too.
Yes. So the ayin is Hebrew for it's 7. It's the pei, but it's the number 7, and it's the eye in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
So this churning Polaris.
Alan Parsons, baby. Sorry, go
ahead. Yes.
Don't get me singing. Don't get me karaoke. All right.
So pei is mouth, but it's also it's also that so the tower card is number 16. It is also in Aquarius with the star card.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has the 7 built into the 1 plus the 6.
Don't discard the fact that it's air.
Yes, air. Great. Yeah.
Told you I brought Ryan with, man. Here we go. Right.
So yeah, this is just what I had to throw together to be like, to put this eye in the sky, the eye up here at the top of the tower. And then I even was thinking, that a lot of cultures believe that the spiraling of the stars creating this tunnel, down in South America, that's the Quetzalcoatl.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely.
Yeah. So I love this picture here with the snake on a tower. So yeah, all those things came together after watching your video. That was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
And just to touch on a little bit, like with the tower card, at least like how it can be also interpreted as like almost like a shedding of skin. You know what I mean? For the snake, like you can use that obviously as an analogy, or like breaking open incrustations, passing through. Obviously, I'm reading here, but breaking open incrustations, passing through the pain to a new birth, and every ending is a new beginning, obviously, and here we are. So I don't know. I just think I love the take on the tower. I really do.
Yeah. So it's interesting. This video came at a perfect time for me because I've been studying the North Star and related symbolism for a few years. And so, Chance, I think you've said that you're, agnostic when it comes to the shape of the world, right?
Yeah, Earth shape agnostic, except I know it's not what we're told. That
exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like a sphere unless it's like a really fucking big sphere.
It's a shitty egg.
And so
I like the cosmic egg best, and the world tree, kind of blending those cosmologies with some electric universe.
Well, exactly. And so the North Star is symbolic of the world tree, and it's the central point in the cosmic egg. It's the central point of the toroid. It is the tower. It is the spear. It's all of these different things.
It's a throne. North is an anagram for that.
100%. And so I guess at the end of the day, what I've come to realize is that I think what's happened, and there's a few books that I can mention that really helped me understand this, but what has happened is that people are so concerned with solar mythology and solar symbolism, and people think that the polarity of that is the moon and that it's lunar. And I'm not sure exactly the right framework or the right way to contextualize it, but the polar mythology and polar symbolism plays a part in all of this stuff too. And that one book that I read, actually, it's called Night of the Gods by this guy named John O'Neill. And actually, Sean, Christy let me borrow it. She had an original copy. She said, "Hey, I was at this bookstore. There was this book that I saw that I thought you would like. It costs
real?
Yeah, it costs like $170 or something like that. I bought it on a whim, and here, borrow it, read it." And I started looking at the table of contents, and it blew my mind just reading the titles, right?
Wow, yeah.
And this guy, John O'Neill, so I think this book is from 1893 or something like that. And he says that a lot of modern day solar symbolism, solar mythology is misrepresenting polar symbolism and polar mythology. And so what he says is that it's the difference between solar and polar worship. So as an example, there's an Egyptian god named Ptah, Ptah, and he's holding a staff, right? And they say that's where the Oscar statue came from, the inspiration for it.
Yep.
And he was saying that, modern day Egyptologists consider this to be a solar symbol. And he said that there's a whole new classification of gods that modern man doesn't realize or talk about, and it's polar gods. So as an example, Mercury is a polar god. That's what he is. That's what he represents. He's aligned with the pole. And so the caduceus, it's the staff of Hermes. So you've got this phallic polar symbol. You've got the snakes wrapping up it. And then you've also typically got a ball on top with the wings.
No,
right?
it's not a ball. It's a pine cone, which represents the pineal gland.
See, I would argue that it's actually the North Star, because it's representing this axis moon and this polar axis.
Yeah,
there you go. Well, there you go. Exactly. And so after reading John O'Neill's book, The Night of the Gods, he basically attributes like all of our symbolic language, that the origin of it is polar in nature, and that we come from and return to the north. And this is what a lot of ancient cultures believe.
Well, that's why we have two eyes. That's why we have two arms, two legs.
Polarity.
And we're split down the center. And the pineal gland is the one gland that's the center point. That's why they put it on. Right. That's why they put it on top of that.
Yeah.
It's the one thing that's not divided.
Totally. And our spine, it's a polar symbol.
Yeah.
And so, I just think that once you can see it, it's kind of everywhere. And it's actually a bit of a paradigm shift. And I think, too, one of the things that I've gotten out of it is that it's actually a return to self. And it's a return to the inner world. And it's a return to sovereignty. And it's a return to, you taking care of your shit and kind of acknowledging your own divinity and your own power. And I think that the more you give into the solar narrative, everything is externalized. So you're giving away your power. They give you external problems to sell you external solutions. To me, the polar symbolism that I've taken away from it has everything to do with returning back to self.
Returning to one.
Excellent. Returning to authenticity too, and responsibility.
Exactly. 100%.
Becoming the center of your own wheel again. So this brings me back to Neph again, which I've brought up before, but Neph is the eternal god, or basically the representative of, you could say, like the principle of existence of all. Like the principle would be the thing that everything else is an agent for, moves around or works for, in a sense. And there's the symbolism of the potter's wheel with turning the wheel with Neph. And often Neph was given the prefix Amen, which is the hidden one. So Amen Neph, and is represented with also in the Masonic stuff. Oftentimes it's an egg with the eye and a triangle above the egg, and then the two wings, which is the polarity again.
Yes,
so,
again. Yep.
Yeah, and you brought up Ptah, and that also, aside from being a god, could represent the life force or Holy Spirit, the creative force.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What's really cool about all this is that we're dumbass monkeys, and we could just make this shit up.
Maybe you are. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
not a monkey. I'm a man.
I was about to jump on the other side of the axis because.
So the word Ptah is in the hypothalamus, and it's the column in the back of it's the reptile brain. It's
it's right where Gordon. Right where the neodymium sticks, right to it, right that spot, huh, Gordon? I wonder how near it is to that. I don't mean to be like that and be just like, but yeah.
It's kind of like the serpent constellation that rotates around the pole star.
There you go.
The Hydra.
Well, perfect. So here's some links I'm gonna make. Since we're talking about Aquarius, I like to jump on to the other side because balance. So everything you're talking about is something that people have to learn in Leo. that authenticity, that place of authority, because a lion is a leader. So, from Leo all the way over to Aquarius, you're learning how to become that person, how to become authentic. If you want to make a pit stop at Ophiuchus with that snake, it's what ties in all those lessons that you're learning about how to be of service. Because if you look at Aquarius and the water bearer, it's the act of giving. It's the act of pouring out your authentic self. That's service. That's not just, you're being a good host. You're being a good hostess. You're giving what you have inside of you.
I said Hydra, and I want to correct myself. I meant Draco circling the pole star, just to be clear.
And Rachel, I just want to echo sentiments coming from the chat room from 33, the branch 01. Rachel is based and beautiful, and I would have to agree with that wholeheartedly. So,
thanks.
There you go. All right. That's
and
it.
Lacey says she paused Harry Potter to watch this, and yeah, think about that. Hare Krishna, Hare Potter, the Gold Potter.
Good choice. Welcome to class.
That's a big thing for Lacey to if you know Lacey, that's a big thing for her to put Harry Potter on pause or distract her from anything like that. So I appreciate that.
I thought she was
pegging.
Pegging?
What?
Like,
are we going to mute you already, Barsky? You're come on, man.
Dude, do not put me on, don't put me on prolapse.
You just got here. You just got back, man. And you start with that. Easy, bro. Easy.
I got a question for Mario.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, so I find this mouth symbolism that you brought up pretty interesting, because we're talking about Aquarius, which is John the Baptist, and John is also very phonetically similar to Oanes, who is this fish, and we have, that's coming right off of Capricorn, the goat fish, when we get into Aquarius. And I think January sounds a lot alike. Anyway, what it made me think of is that Jonah is close to John, and I think maybe there's some Pisces comes after that. The fish swallows Jonah, right? So Aquarius, the man, followed by the fish, swallowed by Jonah, the mouth, something there. Or Jonah is swallowed by the giant fish.
Well, yeah, that's interesting. What it reminds me of, at least, is that we're in the celestial ocean of astrology right now, of the zodiac, at least tropically. So Aquarius is the water bearer. And it's interesting to me that Capricorn, is an earth sign, but yet it's the sea goat. And then we're in Aquarius, which is the water bearer, but it's an air sign. And then we're moving into Pisces, which is literally the fish. And so the zodiac skews towards water, when you look at it elementally, for a very good reason. And, I tend to think that ether spirit is probably another emanation of water, so when I see the water bearer pouring the urn, on a mundane level, of course, it's water, but I also look at it as like it's etheric, it's electricity, it's the airwaves, it's frequency, it's all of these things.
Correct.
So right now, yeah, we're in a very watery time. And as a Cancer, I'm down with it.
Well, water isn't water. We just called it water. That's the thing. It's just frequency.
Yeah, man.
More monkey shit.
Yeah.
Interesting thing that was brought out in the last episode of Interverse with Topher. We were talking about Schauberger and water, and about how he brought out the idea that water is our memory. And that makes a lot of sense in the symbolism too.
That's what it feels like. Yeah.
And water does conduct electricity. I've thought of like electricity or your bioplasma, your auric field, as being where your memory's at. But the thing he made me realize, which I've known this already, that we're underwater right now. This is not air you're breathing, so to speak. There's water, there's moisture.
Right. Yeah. The birds are fish.
Maybe something about the water, us being in this atmosphere, is also what helps us contain our own personal memories and not just dissolve into the larger cosmic ocean of selfhood.
Yeah. The thing about water, though, like it needs an electrolyte to conduct electricity. So like the oceans, you have to have salt water in order.
Right. And
So,
Gabriel
like,
brought out mem is water in Hebrew, of course. That's a good point.
Alder Sage
Yeah.
points that out a lot too. That that the salt is what programs the water, or that there's a catalyzing effect there. If you take all the salts out, then it's like making the water a blank
Nice.
slate.
Damn, that's beautiful.
Chance, that's something that I read about on the last flow state with Gene Key 22 was the Akashic Ocean.
Dinkies.
Yeah.
Right. Remember.
Yeah, I dipped a little
cool.
early on that one.
That's okay. It was a long read. It was late.
Yeah, the gene keys are not brief. They're very thorough.
Not 22. 22 is huge.
So Mario, what is going on in Orion right now? That anything that you could see? Because I do these full moon walks a lot. Well, I walk in the desert at night a lot anyway, but I see a lot of activity.
Are you talking about what's going on inside of me?
No, the
constellation.
The constellation. There's a lot of activity, satellite activity. I don't know, whatever is in the sky is happening in that part of the sky in like almost a consistent thing the last few months.
Interesting. Yeah, I wish I knew. I'm really focused right now on the, I guess, archetypal sort of symbolic angle with astrology. And so I can't really read a natal chart or like, I don't know that side of astrology, which I think is totally valuable and valid. But it's not something I spend too much time in. But it's interesting you mentioned Orion, because I went outside just briefly before this all started and it was just right there and it was popping. And that's the constellation that I noticed. And usually when I'm outside at night, I tend to look for the North Star and I tend to look for the Ursa constellations, but Orion was the other one that caught my eye. So I'll have to look into that.
So Orion, why is that your name?
It's all perfect. It totally fits. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like it fits beautifully. It's like, we're dog starred out right now. So let's do it.
So I went to Burning Man Festival 5 years in a row. And the first year I went, I met this beautiful angel. The first moment I showed up, there was this beautiful black angel with indigo wings who showed up, and he just came up to me. He's like, you must come up with a name for your playa name. You must have a name for this festival. And I looked up at the sky and I saw Orion's belt. And then I was like, I from now on, I'll be called Orion, I guess. That's my name. And then I just took it. So yeah, that's my story.
Nice.
So Orion is probably one of the few constellations I can see very clearly. With all the light pollution and everything, I almost always see it, always. Yeah. And the one that we were talking about earlier with Perseus, that one I see. But what's interesting is when you look at it, it almost looks like he's facing off at Taurus. So if you're wondering what's going on with Orion, I'd probably look at the things that are surrounding him because he's the hunter. So why is the hunter looking at, this fixed star in this sign of the bull?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Living sky.
So like the weirdest thing is he's got 3 dots on his belt, right? And that center dot is like 100 light years away. The one on the left is like 250 light years away. And that tiny one on the right, that one's like only like 50,000 light years away. So that means that this whole time, that middle star is actually behind you. And it took that much time for the light to return around for you where you could see it. And that whole belt doesn't actually fucking exist. It's like the time it takes for light to sweep around and it also changes, which is weird. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Got all cosmic trigger on us over here.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's good. It's good.
That's all right.
That also assumes
I can work with that. Check this out.
Kind of assumes the standard model is.
Yeah, no. How do you work with it?
I'll tell you how I work with that.
Yeah, please.
So right now, Uranus is in Taurus, which is changing up our values. So if we're changing up our values, I could go into the bull further because it's the first two runes. You have Uruz and Fehu. Uruz is the wild. It's gifts that come across spiritually. That's incredibly valuable, things that nature gives you. Fehu is your inheritance, it's things that you own. So if you have a hunter who's facing off against this wild RX, what we're looking at is what we're valuing in terms of how we survive. So, there was a period of time, if you're talking about stars that have faded in and out of time, and we're looking at something in the past and the present, we're examining what we used to do for survival, what we currently do for survival, and how we're going to continue to survive. Because that bull rises again every single year. That's Tarbos. So it's a bull that dies and is reborn. So that's how you can tie it into that.
I'm interested in the way Sagittarius and Orion are almost like facing each other, like warriors facing off.
That's pretty cool. I wonder if I can get that.
So I've got something to share on Orion here. Let me see.
Boy, here we go.
So, and Point. So I see Orion as Osiris and the myth of Osiris. Everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows about Advent, right? In the December 22nd alignment of Sirius to the belt line.
Yeah.
Do we all know that one?
I know that one.
Right. So the story is that, Osiris he gets chopped into 14 pieces. And they put the 13 pieces together, and the last missing piece is his dong. And that I see as a metaphor for Orion's adventure through the 13 moon cycles. He gets the 13 pieces put back together, and he is rectified. He is corrected. You hear all the erection symbology. Yep. When he aligns his three wise men with the thing that they seek, the star that they needed to hunt down and put back together again, like Humpty Dumpty.
The staff that we were talking about earlier, the pole for the pole star.
Right.
You need that tool. I mean, that's what I was implying with Ophiuchus a while ago, like as that being like the element of metal or wood is coming up with a tool. If you're going to have, a deeper experience or deeper revelations, how do you even work with that? Just speaking elementally, moving from water to fire, you need something in between to get those two elements to work together.
Stone.
So you were talking about
stone's a good one.
The reason we got here was symbol, right? Like you're talking about the symbol for that water. I remember like one of the earliest things I could think of when Mario, in your video of the two wavy lines, I remember seeing that in Cub Scouts. Like I was like 6 or 7. 7, is that when you start Cub Scout? I don't remember. Anyway, but I remember being taught Native American symbology, Indian symbology when we were kids, and like having that introduced to us pretty early on. And I remember, and now I'm thinking about it. I'm growing up Christian, seeing all that in all the Christian iconography everywhere, and like I think some of us are primed for remembering the language. Like we've already always known the language of symbols, but we don't pay attention to them. And a lot of times our dreams are symbol, right? So check this out. I'm going to bring this back around between Gabe and you, Mario. So I was playing with this idea of the pantherines and the winged leopards, the winged lions, that whole god mythos thing, creature myth thing. And I was kind of telling my wife about it, kind of playing with the ideas of, how we've tied those to the ancient, like Uzbekistan and Turkey and Armenia, right? So I'm just playing with these ideas, talking to my wife, and she's like, oh my God, I had this recurring dream. Let me tell you about it. I was on this giant winged leopard and I jumped off, and it was a big copper dome, and jumped off and flew because it was her remembering her dream of being able to fly. But she jumped off a bronze pantherine, a winged leopard.
Yeah. Wow. Isn't it weird that they name a country after a bird that can't fly? Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
But which came first, the turkey country or the bird?
So, Gordy, what was that word you were saying? You said winged leopard or lion, but pantherine, is that what you said?
Pantherines, yeah. It's how they're kind of classified in mythology.
I guess I never heard that.
Yeah, I didn't either until I was having kind of visions of them.
So did the dream go on? Did she tell you more? What happened after she landed on the dome?
Well, she jumped off of the dome. That's where she started the dream, was jumping off of the dome with the. And if anybody could Google search this, winged leopard symbology, Russia, I think.
That's
and it comes up with a
Pazuzu.
Oh,
what is Pazuzu?
Pazuzu is the.
I mean, I know who Pazuzu is as a character, but
yeah,
is that symbology refer to?
That was a winged leopard. Leopard. It was a winged leopard. Well, it was a winged cat, I guess. So not necessarily a leopard.
If you type in winged leopard Russia, it does bring up it says AQ bars on Wikipedia, and there's some kind of coat of arms with a winged well, it doesn't have any spots, but it's definitely panther looking cat, because that's what you said specifically to do with Russia, right, Gordy? Oh, Gordy's muted. So I'll drop this in the Weaving Spiders chat just to keep reference of it.
Anyway, my point was to pay attention to our dreams, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
For sure.
They're powerful.
Our dreams are symbology, and we should be, including them with any practice like astrology and tarot and any other kind of mystic art that we need to pay attention to, because we are spiritual beings and need to exercise that stuff. We're existing
tarot,
not just in this matter, is what I'm saying, I guess.
let's take a look at a tarot card from Symbolic Studies Instagram here.
Yeah, cool.
The milk of the stars from her paps. Is that from her father? What's a paps?
Breasts.
Oh, sorry, I asked.
No, that's
all good. Maybe you can scroll down a little bit. There you go.
Oh, maybe it's not breasts.
No, it totally is.
Oh,
it's definitely breasts.
So the creator of this deck, Lon Milo Duquette.
That's right, yeah.
And I'll read the caption here for you. This card comes from the Tarot of Ceremonial Magic by Lon Milo Duquette. which has a somewhat crude presentation but contains a wealth of information. In this quote, Aleister Crowley relates the breasts of the cosmic mother as the origin of the stars themselves. The stars of our galaxy have a long symbolic association with milk, hence the name the Milky Way. The two cups of Aquarius are not only the twin vessels depicted in most star cards, but are also symbolic of the breasts of the great goddess.
The paps.
Yeah.
Do you guys really think they called it the Milky Way because of breast milk?
Totally.
Or
Totally. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, totally.
Cow's milk.
It could be cow's milk if we're talking Norse
Yeah,
traditions,
seriously.
but I mean, yes, that is in quite a few like Gnostic traditions. Is breast of
What does
God,
Orion
like-
think?
I have an Orion question for
Go ahead,
Mario.
Chance.
Okay, so
Sure.
we have the word Orient, which is the East, and it sounds similar to Orion. And I mean, it's phonetically close, right? And we have Orion facing, let's see here. Yeah, the Taurus Mountains. Or I'm sorry, he's facing Taurus, right? And then off to the east from where a lot of the symbolism really originates, we have Turkey.
That looks delicious.
Turkey's got the Taurus Mountains out here to the east. So anyway, any thoughts on this symbolism of Orion, the east or the Orient, and facing the bull? I mean, there's so much about the club symbolism and Hercules mythology, but
That also looks like a turkey leg from the
Nice.
That looks like a fucking turkey leg from the Renaissance fair.
Well, the Dante used a club out of all the deities.
So wait, are you asking like me or are you asking Orion?
I'm asking Mario.
Oh,
he's our honored guest.
Right. Honestly, I wish I knew more about Orion. The thing that you guys have brought it up a couple times already, obviously.
Well, I'm here.
The thing I think about though is when Orion is rising and when Taurus is rising, Scorpio is falling. So there's mythology surrounding Orion and the Scorpion, right? Doesn't he get stung by a scorpion?
Yeah.
I think that's part of it.
I gave a scorpion a kiss.
And so when Orion is rising, Scorpio's falling. Same thing with the bull. Same thing with Scorpio. They're on this axis point, obviously. And so when one is coming up, the others are going down. And so I know that there's storylines having to do with that. But to answer your specific question, yeah, I'm not too sure. I'd love to know more about it though.
Yeah, I think you can also associate Orion with Nimrod as well. It's a mighty hunter archetype.
Mm-hmm.
Good,
and
right.
Nimrod is a god of ancient Sumer. And there's a good case to be made that a lot of the symbolism that we get from the so-called Phoenicians and ancient Sumeria, especially the Phoenician stuff, which is all coming from translations from later authors and philosophers with no surviving originals that may never have existed.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea, exploring the idea that ancient Sumer is really a representation of late summer, ancient summer, and following summer is when the fall of that is the scorpion.
Mm-hmm.
And at the point that the scorpion becomes prominent, I think you lose sight of Orion in the sky at night based on how the ecliptic turns.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's like he's being killed by the scorpion, basically.
Sure. Yeah, one of the things that I've come to appreciate over the last few years is just kind of acknowledging that I think the sky and what's going on with the constellations and the planets and everything, that it's really the ancients. I know it's very broad. And I think even the elites also very broad. I think that they look at the sky as more of like a picture book. It's actually simpler than what a lot of people think. So when you look at natal charts and you're doing all these lines from this point to that point and all these different angles and stuff, that's cool. I totally appreciate that. I think there's a lot to be said about it, but I think that a lot of ancient peoples, obviously, when they looked at the sky, they were looking at it in a very, very simplistic sort of way that even like a child could understand, you know?
Dude, they didn't have a fucking iPhone.
I wasn't aware of that.
And
Good
in
to
the
know,
chat,
though. Thank you.
33, the branch replies that Orion was half giant, much like Nimrod. So that's a good point too.
It's almost like a Rorschach test of cultures.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, for sure.
That is good.
So I'm curious, Gabe, actually, where did you get your sort of like information from, or what's your story a little bit? I don't know if I've heard that or if you've mentioned too much of it, but you know lots of nuanced stuff, man, and it's impressive. And I'm just kind of curious about your background.
Nice. Well, thanks for the compliment.
Yeah,
I'm a story collector, and I'm also a linguist. I'm really into language. When I was young, I started with German, and then I got into, and I picked up Spanish all through the journey. I just knew that would come with exposure, and it did. But then I got into sign language in high school. And I started learning sign language, working with the deaf kids at the junior high, and I got assigned to this one kid, and he started teaching me his signs, because the teacher would tell me, like, don't trust everything he's telling you. He's making up signs. Like, he made up a sign for yawn, and I believed him because it's such a good way. It's like two Y's opening up, and he told me that means yawn, and the teacher is like, no, it doesn't. But I just thought it was so beautiful that, like, the kid had come up with a better sign.
What does it mean? What does that mean?
His name was Michael.
No, what does the two Y's mean?
Yawn. It means yawn.
Yawn.
Yeah, right. It's just his own version, right? He just his own version.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it was just kind of beautiful to me that I was realizing there's like an intuition to language that is superior to what is instituted, what is accepted broadly. So yeah, I'm very much a linguist and a collector of stories, and I got into I've been a martial artist my whole life, and I got into capoeira about 20 years ago, and those stories are amazing. Like, first you have to learn the words and memorize them to the beat, the rhythm, so it gets drilled into you. But then you find out what the stories mean, and like the mythology behind the words you've been saying all along. And it's beautiful. I like to think of capoeira as mermaid kung fu.
Oh yeah,
that's perfect.
Mermaid
that's perfect. That's the best description I've ever heard of it.
And if you know what the stories are about, it makes even more sense. So
wow.
That'd be a great anime, Mermaid Kung Fu. That you do 500 episodes of Mermaid Kung Fu.
So yeah, I've spent a lot of my life just seeing things from unusual angles, inverted and upside down, and
right.
Yeah, so that's kind of where I bring all my esoteric knowledge base from, and reading a ton of books, all kinds of crazy far out books.
Sure. Yeah, the linguist thing, that definitely shows. Absolutely.
Oh, nice. Great.
Yeah, kind of related to the mermaid thing. So echidna is a thing for you, right? I don't suppose you saw my video regarding the chariot card and proposing a theory that the charioteer has snakes for legs.
Wow, Gordy, did you hear that, Gordy?
Yes, I did.
Sounds like Abraxas.
Exactly.
Wait, I got one around here somewhere.
So I made 2 videos, and I try and flesh out that idea. Oh, nice.
Yeah. And I've got a
Right
mermaid
on.
in here somewhere.
This was the chariot card.
Yeah, this is the chariot card. So if you notice a lot of chariot cards, it almost looks like they're cut off at the waist. So almost like they're behind a table, or almost like they're a vendor at a fair or something like that, but you can't see the legs. And I started doing research about this, and I was getting really curious about what's up with the legs, what's going on here. And then I came across the myth of Erichthonius. So he's one of the Greek kings that he was born with snakes for legs, and he's credited for creating the quadriga, or just the charioteer. The quadriga is the 4-horse chariot, the first 4-horse chariot, or he's credited for making just the first horsed chariot. And they say that he made it because he had snakes for legs, so it was an easier way for him to get around. And I just put all this stuff together, and I made 2 videos about it, and I was going to make a third video relating it to Abraxas.
Yes, please do.
But I never got around to it. But I really should finish that whole entire thread out, because I think there's definitely something to it. And I think Crowley knew too. And so when you look at the feet of the charioteer in Crowley's deck, his feet actually kind of taper a little bit in an interesting sort of way. It doesn't necessarily look like human feet. And I think Tracy actually talked about this at some point.
Hey,
Yes.
Mario, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, please go for it, dude.
What are we speaking about, though? Are we talking in the Thoth deck?
The Thought deck, the Chariot card, number 7,
Chariot,
which gets
okay.
back to number 7 and everything else too, which is
So
interesting.
I've got
And
it right here, just for reference, if need be. Let's see.
There you go.
I got it up.
Okay, cool.
I also have your 2 videos queued. They're probably only a little more than 3 minutes combined. Might be
You wanna
interesting to watch one than the other.
Oh, nice,
you wanna
dude. Yeah.
Share that, Chance? That'd be
Sure,
awesome.
yeah. I also
Mario.
find that interesting, the
Yes.
connection between the serpents pulling, or the serpent footed, and the chariot pulled by horses typically. You have Neptune equestrus as a symbol, horses and the sea god combined. But yeah, sure, I'll play. Is it a good time?
Yeah, go for it.
This is
Do it.
great, Mario. This is
Perfect.
good stuff.
Okay, I think I
may
may not have enabled sound. Let me redo this share.
So real quick, that charioteer is up above in seated position, holding a womb of sorts. And the Sphinx cats are underneath, as though they've been born out of the charioteer. And the echidna is the matriarch, the mother of the Sphinx.
Ah,
In
very
mythology,
nice.
she gave
Yeah.
birth to the Sphinx.
Whoa, okay. That's
Damn.
very interesting.
You are on to it, man. This is going to be great. I got to let the dog out, but I will hurry.
Okay, we'll wait for Gabe. I'm sure he'll want to see this. Yeah, the echidna's
Yeah.
always kidding. Kids
Yeah,
all
and
over.
in the video, I have different examples of tarot cards, and it makes it pretty obvious, the whole thing with the waistline. It's very intentional. And this gets into another thing real quick, is that I'm really interested, as I'm sure all of you guys are, subliminal symbols, and really looking at the subliminal hidden aspect of things. And I've read a couple of books about subliminal advertising and how that all works and everything else. And once I read that, I started looking at tarot in a much deeper way, because you realize that the slightest little nuances, can say a lot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, buddy.
This is
it's
so amazing.
it's a matter of really, like, every single piece
Yeah.
is just you looking. You get a window into your subconscious,
Absolutely, dude.
and you get to see certain things that you hadn't thought of before, like the way that you would be like, oh, should I get the sandwich? like for real though.
Okay.
For real, should I
Let's go ahead and watch the
Let's
video.
go ahead and watch that.
all right.
It sounds strange, but I think the charioteer may have snakes for legs. Let's investigate. Notice the squareness of the front of the chariot. The Marseille deck is a classic example of this. The charioteer, in my opinion, looks like he's pretty much sitting at a table or is inside of a carnival booth. And as with everything in tarot, this is intentional. Obviously, someone inside of a vehicle wouldn't have their legs exposed, but a lot of classic decks like to emphasize the symbolic division at the midsection of the charioteer.
Hey,
With this dynamic
Chance?
imply that something is being
I think I see your desktop, not a video.
Yeah, we're not seeing
I don't
video.
see any. I see
Oh,
nothing.
I'm
yeah.
so sorry. Okay,
Oh,
we
it's all
can hear
good.
it. Wow.
We got audio, but no video on that.
Wow, we went like 30 seconds in. No one told me. I was just digging it.
I was
bad.
like, am
I shared the wrong. Sorry, guys.
There we go.
Good thing there was nothing bad on that screen. All right. Okay, we'll start over. We were only 30 seconds deep. My bad. Thanks for letting me know.
All
It sounds
graveyard.
strange, but I think the charioteer may have snakes for legs. Let's investigate. Notice the squareness of the front of the chariot. The Marseille deck is a classic example of this. The charioteer, in my opinion, looks like he's pretty much sitting at a table or is inside of a carnival booth. And as with everything in tarot, this is intentional. Obviously, someone inside of a vehicle wouldn't have their legs exposed, but a lot of classic decks like to emphasize the symbolic division at the midsection of the charioteer. With this dynamic, it's implied that something is being hidden below the waist. In the Way of the Tarot, Alejandro Jodorowsky writes, only half of this prince is visible, the half above his waist. Some readers, swayed by their projections, see him as a dwarf with atrophied legs, or a girl in disguise. Now, I absolutely love this mystery and think it's fascinating for a bunch of different reasons, but after years of study, I've concluded that this card is most likely part of a line of mythology related to serpentine people, half human, half snake, usually human up top and snake-like down below. Once you start looking into serpent human myths, you'd be surprised at how many stories of this kind exist all over the world. Understanding serpent symbolism is very deep, and I'm considering it an essential study now. Throughout my research, I was surprised to come across a couple of myths that involve humans with snake legs, or snake-like legs, who are also connected with chariots. I found this connection to be significant enough to include a child with serpentine legs in the Cancer illustration that I'm working on. Wow. Once I connected these dots, other aspects of Cancer and the chariot card really started falling into place for me. In part 2, we'll look at King Erichthonius of ancient Greece, who was born with serpentine legs and was credited for inventing, of all things, the first four-horse chariot.
Here we are.
All right, hold on. All right, no, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, so all of these serpentine-legged men, right? They're all men, right?
Okay.
There's no female serpents, right?
That's not true in the mythology at all.
Oh, okay. So there are female serpents.
Yeah, lots. I mean, we're talking about echidnas, the mother of monsters.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
The she viper is one. So Mario, say the name of the king, Erichthonius.
Erichthonius, yeah, you got it.
Okay, wow. Oh my gosh, so much. You're right. Tracy talked about this.
Well, yeah, one of the things I was going to say is that I think she talked about, and I know there's a video floating around regarding knights way back in the day wearing armor because they essentially weren't human. And so it was almost like their exoskeleton in a way, and that they were kind of like worm-like or snake-like or something. Does that ring a bell to anybody?
Yeah, yeah, that was definitely in the video by the New Earth channel. She covered that in some of her information, and Tracy covered it somewhat too. Tracy Twyman covered it somewhat. I can't remember which episode or what, but definitely that the idea that knight's armor is actually hiding some other creature inside, and that knights never take off their armor and even eat through the grill in the front or the slot, and stuff, so that they're not willing to, because if you follow chivalry, that's a big part of it, is that the knight won't take off his armor, and so they think that's hidden symbolism for the knight actually being some other hidden creature and not a human being.
I'm trying to remember who it was that brought forward recently the more ancient depictions of armored knights from periods of the world where theoretically that didn't exist. And I'm also, so here's something I want to bring forward too. Cancer is the constellation associated with the chariot. And if we look at the star map, this is the right screen, right?
Yeah,
nice map.
That's it.
Cancer is on top of Hydra.
Ooh,
there you go, dude.
A serpent.
Nice.
Ooh, great.
To be riding it in a sense.
That's
But I also think this ties into Sabac's work really clearly too, because he postulates that the seraphim, the serpent race, are also what you see in the night sky with the UFOs. And the symbolism of the navigation wheel, the disc, the shield, all these things tie in very directly to
Wait, pull
vessels.
that back. Pull that back up, Chance. I got something else.
Same here, actually. That's great.
Yeah.
So you got Leo in front of Cancer. Those are the sphinxes pulling the chariot.
Wait a minute. Let me see.
Virgo?
I got
Could be Gemini, one of the twins riding it too.
No,
Who knows?
No.
Yes, I see exactly what you see. Yeah.
See the Leo to the left?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this substantiates something I've been screaming for a long time. The lion is facing the opposite direction of what they tell us. That hook.
Ooh.
The hook is the tail.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
The pointy
tail.
part is the head. And that makes Regulus the asshole of the cat.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, it absolutely is. That is a butthole all day.
So when you go and you register your car, you are kissing the ass of the cat. You're giving allegiance to the crown.
Ooh, nice.
I think you're right too, because in the progression of the year, the Virgo follows Leo, so it'd make more sense that he's facing her, and he's always the lion child with the Sophia or the Virgin is always there.
Virgin, yeah. Good call, Chance, dude. Great call.
And he follows her in the sense that he's like obedient or cowed by her. So
right. Like lying in wait, so to speak, almost like, hurry up, boss. Can we, from the cartoons when we were kids, where he's like, come on, boss, let me at him.
If you're just now making your bingo card,
so
cat asshole on there is probably a good idea.
Here's a fun way that I want to look at this. If Leo's pulling, right? If Leo's pulling the chariot and it's right in front of Virgo, that's Freya and her cat chariot.
Nice.
Oh yeah, right. Totally.
Heck yes. Found it. It's in the sky.
Yes. Leading the fray.
Heck yeah, leading the fray. She gets half the dead. She gets to pick.
Man, Mario, I can't wait for your number 3.
Oh yeah, definitely. I should do it. So I made those 2 videos back in Cancer, and I didn't have time to do the third one, but there's so much going on with it. And speaking of the chariot too, so if you look at the right away, I don't know if my camera, is this clear enough for you guys, or should I just screen share? Or
a little
I
back.
can just bring up the rider chariot card.
A little back.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that would be awesome.
I'll do it.
I also made a video basically saying that the star on top of the charioteer is the North Star, which to me makes a lot of sense. I don't know if you guys have considered that one or not, but the number 7, I know you're interested in the number 7 too, Gabe. I'm sure all of you guys are, but it's such a powerful number, and it relates to cycles and time, which obviously aligns with the chariot card beautifully. But the 4 pillars, right, are the 4 cardinal directions or the 4 fixed signs. It's symbolic of a lot of different things. And the canopy above his head, right, is the firmament or the heavens, the stars. And then he even has his belt. If I'm not mistaken, it has some interesting glyphs in there, like a moon and what kind of looks like the Cancer 6-9, but it just reminds me of the ecliptic. And then the star above his head, I'm pretty sure, is a reference to the North Star, which everything revolves around.
He's got the staff, which is the polar, the pillar, the column.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. And I think, go ahead.
Well, he also, so we got a millstone, the red millstone. That I think is a throwback to the bloodline of Solomon. Solomon ends up working in the mills. He's blind. He goes off to work in the mill. So anytime you hear Miller, a Miller is a bloodline of Solomon.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And this gets into like the Hamlet's mill material. I don't know if you've come across that stuff, but it's just the churning of the cosmic ocean or the cosmic wheel, the hub of the wheel, once again, chariot in the wheel.
That is the potter's wheel, Neff. And I want to show you guys this too. Looky here.
Yep.
The winged orb. This is Neff.
Boom.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and then 7 stars below.
Ties into the
Neff turns the whole cosmos. Turns the wheel.
The Satyr square too. The most famous magical square.
Oh, right.
you know, the translation of it is, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but you know, it's like, you know, the
Keep
tiller turns the
going.
wheel, you know.
Keep going.
Mhm,
Keep telling the best truth.
Is that
Keep
what
moving. Keep
trans-
moving forward in your polarity.
Yeah,
Continue
Well,
forward.
a
Alan-
big part of the chariot, not to interject, but a big part of the chariot isn't just focusing on male and female. It's meant to be a unified being. I have seen
Exactly.
some cards where it's like two beings coming into one, or it's a very androgynous looking being for that reason. It's
Yeah.
meant to be because it comes right after the lovers. So, you know, it's
It looks like the opposite of what it's supposed to mean.
well, and if you want to say that they have snakes for legs, it's essentially two roots coming into one thing.
Yeah.
So you can look at it as two roots
Yeah.
because roots look like snakes. So that could be.
Sea legs.
So I got another interesting correspondence. I often think of Ignatius Loyola.
Ignatius Loyola. Yeah, our favorite Jesuit. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Because he was injured in his legs, and he had some spiritual revelation in like a fever dream as he was healing from that. And
Right.
I've correlated him with Chiron, who is the wounded healer, which is I know people don't like putting their heroes with assholes, but I think that in some certain circles there's correspondence there. But also Professor Xavier.
Nice.
Dude, I love putting my heroes with
Professor X.
assholes.
Yeah, yeah. So Professor is the P, and then Xavier is the X, and that makes the Pyrrhon of the Roman Catholic symbol, the X with the flag, which I know SB, he knows what I'm talking about from what's her name?
I don't know exactly which one you're speaking of. The flag you're speaking of. Do you mean just like your standard? We're not talking the Swiss. What are we talking about?
I got the dry erase board right here.
Beautiful,
Dude, I think-
I love it. My personal. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was gonna say my personal Karl Rove, but that would be a really disrespectful thing to say. So sorry about that for even thinking them thoughts.
Well,
Gabe.
since we're on the you know, the theme of tarot, you should definitely shove your assholes in your hero bags.
Oh, right.
Good idea.
Like serious, no, for real though.
Redeem them?
Like
Yeah.
that's
I know. Can go.
like that's the whole point of this thing.
Nice.
Like you can go with symbolism. You can look at like a little part of it. You can look at he's holding a big Jello mold. You know, like, and he's holding it above these like four things. There's like a really nice titty dragon. There's two other middle dragons. One's got bird feet. One's got man feet. The other one, I don't even know.
It's the four royal stars.
You got it. The four royal stars.
The question I have to Mario is when you were studying the chariot cards of different versions of the tarot, did you ever have any ideas of what this SM would stand for?
That's a really good question. No, I have no clue. That's intriguing though. I would love to
think
know.
about that.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things I was going to mention though, and Orion, you kind of said it, but a lot of tarot cards, in my opinion, they do deliver the opposite symbolism of what's trying to be conveyed, which I think makes sense on a lot of subliminal levels and subconscious levels, I guess, you know? And so notice that the charioteer and the chariot itself is not moving. It always has, look at the Crowley version. It's like stone statues, you know?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
So you're not going anywhere. And then even in the Rider-Waite version on the left, you know, he's in a cubic stone. It's a cubic stone. And look at how his waist is just like, he's almost like,
it's
almost like embedded into the stone or something.
Right. It looks like he's almost at a pulpit, like so almost. You know what I mean?
So,
like he's about to.
All right. So you guys, just so you know, S&M is not sadomasochism. It is, but it is sulfur and mercury.
I think that would work.
That's interesting.
No, that's what it. No, that's what it is.
Right,
Just so you know.
And
Yeah,
there's
we're doing elements.
right, and there's Mercury with his legs cut off again. Remember?
Yeah.
Shane?
Yeah, sulfur. It's sulfur and mercury.
Well, that makes perfect sense too, because there's a salt component that's related to the chariot card, completing the philosophical elements. You know.
And I'm sure we can go right here to the chat. Not to interrupt you, Mario, but I mean, yeah,
Go for it.
Benjamin Balderson in the chat. What's up, buddy?
Oh, nice.
The oil, Bana, hail. You know, like we've got it all right here. We got the man. We got the man right here with us. So, yeah, that adds up with the sulfur and the mercury. Good call, Ryan.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's actually your mom's behind you.
Mom on screen, bingo square.
Oh man, bring her in. Bring her in, man.
Okay, I got one. I'm gonna jump in the share here. Boom.
Oh, Zoltar.
All right.
That's good.
Yeah. Nice. Love it. It's all funny. It caught my mom before I even knew. Like, what?
Man, that is great, Mario. That's so good. I'm going to be riding high on that one for weeks.
Nice.
So
that's awesome.
It's funny, Orion, you mentioned subliminal earlier.
Yeah.
And I was just going in on
the reverse message.
Yes. So I was just reading I'm just a total newbie to my Aleister Crowley Tarot. It cracked open on the last post. Hey, look at us twinning.
Oh, that's cool.
So I was reading about the universe card.
Yeah.
And he describes it in, these lofty terms, but it hit right to the center and the heart of the matter. So we know that's the final card. It's of the major arcana.
It's nothing.
Well, he says it's the visible within the invisible. And when he said that, it went straight to the heart of the matter. Subliminal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's both. It's when they flash an image so fast you can't see it. That's one side of it. But the other side is that the sky, the heavens, and the movement of the bodies are moving so slow that you can't see it. And both of those extremes constitute a subliminal. And this is where the word yoniverse.
Yeah.
The yoniverse.
Yes.
Rip it, Gabe. I know. I want to learn because I'm like, what? I need.
Well, the yoniverse is Twilight language. It's the message behind the words. It's the message that you don't see out in the front from the left brain. It's the message that goes over to the right brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The subconscious.
I'm familiar with the whole Twilight. Yeah. I'm a Lynch. I've been a Lynch, like a David Lynch psycho since I was a kid, so.
Well, that's also exactly what the feminine is on the etheric side. It's everything subtle. That's what Scyther is about. That's exactly right. That when you're talking about Twilight language, when you're talking about things that are underlying, it's hidden. It's something that's passed on to you. It's all that knowledge that you don't know you have.
Right.
I've got one about. I think I've thought of something about the SM that's interesting
Just
too.
to make it personal.
Here we go.
About the tower coming back into play, possibly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
SM. Well, if we're talking about a Mercury figure, Mercury goes both ways, so it could also be MS, which is an abbreviation for Miss, but it's also 16 in the septenary.
Okay.
S being the 6 and M being the 1.
Right.
And then 1 plus 6 is 7.
So
and
you
then
get the 7
cherry
back.
card. Yeah. Right.
Full circle.
Again. This is all that happens every week on this show. This is what that's about.
Mario, was this one of the books you got when you did the tarot?
Oh yeah, definitely. Wait, that's not the Book of Thoth, is it, by Crowley?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, it
Or
is.
the-
Okay,
the-
I have a
it's
different
the
cover.
tarot.
Yeah.
You have the
Same
one with
book?
I've read it.
the one with the orange.
Blue.
Oh, the blue.
I have a blue covered Book of Thoth
Yeah,
that
this
I've
one-
read. Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Either
Could
way,
be,
if it's the same book, yeah, I've definitely checked it out.
Mario.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mario.
Yeah,
do
what's
you,
up?
Do you like spend like one day with each card, or like more time with each card?
I have, yeah, definitely. Right now, what I'm doing, so since we're in Aquarius, it's all about the star card, and so I'm spending all of my time.
That's
just
my
kind of
card.
absorbing. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah. So I'll spend like a whole month on a card. And going back to 7, actually, if you want to, if someone wants to pull up the star card by Crowley, the Thoth one. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, but the spirals that are coming out, there's 4 different sets of spirals, and they're all 7-pointed. And so my understanding from the material that I've read is that 7 seems to be like there's usually
it's so beautiful.
There you go. Yeah, it's gorgeous. That between heaven and earth, or between this realm and the cosmic realm or the etheric realm, or whatever you want to say, that there's always like 7 frequencies or 7 layers or 7 steps or 7 cycles to get between where we're at right now and that place. So a lot of ascension material regarding the afterlife and moving onward has to do with the number 7.
Well,
which
I think
goes back to the Ursa Major thing that I was talking about.
I also think it has to do with confusion, has to do with odd. And 7 is the oddest number.
Okay. Yeah, it's the oddest number.
Yeah, it's like the most like comfortable odd number though. Because you've got 3, you got 5. But like 7, and also everyone's like, oh, it's lucky.
I have a question,
So,
Mario.
Yeah, what's up?
The one thing, whenever I was bringing up the Jonah thing, it was so far from when I had the flash about it that I forgot something kind of crucial, which was what was that instrument for holding the mouth open that resembles the 7?
It's called the ADS tool, I believe. ADS.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
AIDS tool.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, I just have to mention it because so much of, or a portion of my material regarding that specifically came from Peter Levenda.
Same.
And so he wrote, I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm pretty sure Peter Levenda is Simon, who wrote some
Simon,
Necronomicon.
I'm 100,000% certain he and Ian Punnett did the interview where he was Simon, and Jason Horsley actually recorded it. It's actually might still be up on his I can't think of the name of his blog spot, but you guys, I think you know what I'm talking about.
It's a blog.
Yeah.
He has it recorded with Levenda, with it sped up, and it's totally Levenda. He is Simon.
Okay, yeah,
So
that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how much you guys are familiar with the Necronomicon material.
Oh, very well.
Well,
Not
that's
me.
great because I felt like I needed to dive into that rabbit hole for a lot of different reasons, and it's not something that I'm not interested in doing other people's rituals.
You don't need to.
Yeah, I'm not going to. So, but I heard that there was.
Let me know when I do that. Sorry. Oh, we can see the live chat in the video. That's cool.
That there was some Ursa Major North Star Ascension stuff in the Necronomicon, and I wanted to figure it out. And this book by Simon kind of blew it wide open. So you can see Ursa Major on the cover there.
Yeah.
Right? Do you see the stars? The 7 stars of Ursa Major.
Yeah.
And
Big Dipper.
Big Dipper. Exactly. So in it, he's the first one that introduced me to the ADS tool.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
And the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, they used to go by the thighs of Set as well. So sometimes.
Can Jim make you big all the way?
So there's people
Wait,
holding
wait.
the
Wait, what was that question about? Can you make it big? What was that? Chance?
He's talking about making full screen for Mario's screen so that the book is shown on full screen for the audience.
So
Oh,
as
okay.
long as nobody talks except for Mario, it will be big.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And so it used to be the Thigh of Set. And so there's a lot of material about the Typhonian tradition or Set. And even some people relate Cthulhu to existing at the north. And that Kenneth Grant even calls this area the tunnels of Set, right?
Exactly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Dude, I would love to hear your thoughts on it, to be honest, because I feel like I'm just like a lone soldier trying to figure it out or whatever. And I haven't talked to too many people about it.
Well, The Dark Lord, I have that book by Lavenda, which is all about the Typhonian current, which is Kenneth Grant. There you go. Beautiful book, right? Fantastic book. I'm only halfway through it because you get that fog. It's just like with clock shavings. We've all talked about it, guys, where you get that occult fog when you're reading it and you're just like, shit, I feel like I've read this. I know I've read these 20 pages, 20 times, and it's still not sinking in. You get that fog. I've gotten it, at least with The Dark Lord. I don't know about you, Mario.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there's a lot to absorb.
Yeah, a lot. And it's not like Sinister Forces where we can just be like, holy, you know what I mean? Where it's just it's such a page turner, you know what I mean? Where
right.
I don't know if you've read that, but I mean, I
have it. I haven't read it yet, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, that'll just be like you won't be able to stop. But
I
sorry,
believe
go
it.
ahead, pal.
No. So this is another diagram in The Gates of the Necronomicon by Simon for people who are interested.
Okay.
So what it
back
is
it up just a little bit and then come back in. Kind of. It's all right. Go ahead with what we're.
Yeah, sorry. This webcam.
No, it's all good.
Like, yeah.
No, it's good.
So right here, he writes, the Big Dipper showing the Chinese terms of the pace of you and the planetary symbols of the ritual of the walking. And basically, yeah. And so what he's talking about is
land creatures.
That there are Chinese mystics that had this ritual walk called the pace of you. And they would literally walk from star to star symbolically of Ursa Major, which adds up to seven stars. And that each star was symbolic of also one of the traditional planets, and that this was like an ascension sort of ritual. And so he even says, or in the back, there's all of these, it's a whole schedule basically of when you want to do these different rituals.
With the sky clock. Yeah.
With the sky clock. Yeah, exactly. And so he says that you want to do it when the great bear is hanging from the tail, which means Ursa Major is hanging downward from the pole star. And
exactly.
So he wrote this book, and then
Lovecraft
I read
Code.
Lord to learn a little bit more about it. And the book that really blew it all open for me is another book he wrote called Stairway to Heaven.
Stairway to Heaven, great one. The Mormons. Yep.
Chinese alchemists, Jewish Kabbalists, and the art of spiritual transformation. And this whole entire book, once again, you'll have to forgive me for my webcam, but there you see Ursa Major and the pole star. And he basically talks about how all these different groups revered Ursa Major, the pole star, and how they integrated it into their ascension practices. And so they would even do some of these rituals, oftentimes involving seven steps, 7 processes, etc., and literally try to go essentially to the pole star, honestly.
Exactly.
To do all sorts of ritual work.
Almost kind of like in an astral traveling sort of way before astral traveling was a quote unquote thing, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like before it was all titled like new aged out and wooed to death, you know?
I find it really interesting that you have the name you coming from the East, because I think that this like
why you
Yod-Hey, Vav-Hey cult of the Yod, the
which is that hand or finger.
It's right? 10, the say 10ism, if you will, which is I think that the you is Jew. I think that's where we get
you?
Yeah, it's it's the same. Like I think this is actually the word Jew or you or Yah. All of these are like Jew, especially, is an occult name for God, not really meant to be and it changed and evolved over time, of course.
Right.
But
Well,
I think that it comes
yeah.
from the East, and we get this U from the East. It's really interesting with this ascension practice. So we think the pole star maybe is the esoteric god, if you will, where the sun symbolism is an exoteric symbolism.
Yeah. So my understanding is that H.P. Lovecraft, in some of his work, he alluded to these 7 steps or 7 processes. And I wish I could quote this, but I don't have it around. And so back in the day when he wrote this material, people assumed it was the 7 traditional planets. And then over the years, people started acknowledging, oh shit, this is like Sumerian, Babylonian, like older stuff. And it's actually related to the North. It's related to the pole star and Ursa Major and everything else, you know. And it's interesting that you mentioned God and the Jews and everything, because one of the things he also said in this book that I wanted to tell Gabe is that he says that there was a sect of Judaism, and I'm sure there's people out there that know way more about it than I do, but they broke off and they created Merkaba mysticism, which is your chariot, Merkaba, right?
Yeah,
and so it translates back to chariot. And that what they would do is they would use this ascension process involving 7 and evolving the North, and that they decided to create this whole entire like sub-religion, I guess you could say, with these different practices and whatever, to ascend via their Merkaba, via their chariot, to the North to access a astral Solomon's temple.
Awesome.
Oh man, we've been onto that, or at least I've been. That I think that the highest order of initiates, how they coordinate things, is that they are meeting in a temple, but it's not here.
Boom.
Yes, the
Exactly.
I've been thinking that for a while. The flight of the
it
witches,
makes sense
that's
that the polar is the occulted solar, so the polar is the secret sun, you know.
The temple.
Dude, yes.
It's the temple.
Yes,
yeah,
dude.
tent pole.
Exactly.
And a tent pole. A
The
tent
tent
pole. Tent pole, temple. Yeah,
No,
wow.
you're exactly right, dude. Also,
And the temples were a tent, so that's part of why that works.
Exactly, it's / tabernacle, so you know, like it's all kind of the same.
I mean, that's what they were carrying through the desert, was the tabernacle.
And just really quick, before I forget, this is what really, this book kind of kicked me in my ass, Cosmic Trigger 1, Robert Anton Wilson, because you get about halfway through this one, and I don't know, for you guys that have read it, haven't read it, I mean, he literally goes straight from Crowley to what the hell, you know, it's all starting to piece together, and then it's all serious for like the rest of the book, for like half the book. The last half is like all about Sirius, Dark Star, you know, the walk, like you were saying, Ishtar's walk.
It's Ishtar's walk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
and I was looking up the opening of the mouth ritual. There's some interesting stuff here about that. I don't know if you've have you read up on it, Mario?
Through the books that I've shared with you guys, there's another book that I have called the Isis Thesis that talks about it, but go for it. What'd you learn?
Oh, that's a great book. Sorry.
I'm on some, I don't even know what website this is I landed on, but it looks like some academic site, ucl.ac.uk/museum statistics/digital Egypt religion. Says opening of the mouth ritual, outlining concept. The opening of the mouth and eyes, generally abbreviated to opening of the mouth, is the ancient Egyptian title of a ritual attested from the Old Kingdom to the Roman period. In essence, it might be described as a consecration ritual for images in human form. It is known to have been performed on statues and, from the New Kingdom at least, coffins. In the ritual, specially designed persons use special ritual tools to touch the mouth and eyes of the image to enable the spirit to receive food and drink, to breathe and to see. Sustenance and light are the 2 key aspects of life desired for the person for eternity. And I mean, I could go on, but that just makes me think. It makes me think of the divination through a Baphomet head. It makes me think of the golem, the idea of drawing life into an image. You know, it makes me think of the Book of Revelation, of course. But I just this all ties in here somehow.
Terracotta armies.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Sure.
SB, can you link that in the Telegram?
Yeah, I'll drop it. Thank you for
good call.
Yeah.
So I want to bring up something. Benjamin Balderson's bringing up a good point. It's kind of the stuff that he and I have been talking about. A lot of these rituals and stuff that we're talking about, this ascension process and your spirit body and all of that stuff, can actually go on very organically. A lot of times when we see rituals are just a physical confirmation and an act of something that's going on. Whether it is actually opening up a portal and enabling something, we can debate that. Sure, that can happen. But essentially through the Northern traditions, this is the process of moving up through all the runes, all the way from the base through the highest. So, you know, you'll see him talk about this in electrical and chemical, alchemical terms. I'm just going to go, you know, it's personal. So it's really just the processes of life. You start in the lower body, and then, which is your salt body, the physical body, then your ego body, and then you work on the spirit body. And because the snake bites its tail, it's a constant cycle. So you're really just spiraling up. And you do this in your own cycles. You can actually do all of this very naturally every time you go through every single one of those rooms. That's a tool that you can use to do that. It's like going through, spending time with each tarot card and then doing it again. You know, it's using something like that.
Castle of Discovery.
Go. But Rachel, seriously, I'm curious to know, are we speaking? Yeah. Okay, Dusty Blue just literally took it out of my brain. Kundalini, that came into my mind. So like,
Ouroboros.
You could say it's Ouroboros, or no, you know, Jormungandr.
Right, I mean that's common. Ouroboros, yeah, right. That's white belt. So it's like, I just mean from a sense of like meditation. Are you speaking from meditation standpoint then? Because that's
you can use meditation. That is an excellent tool to do that, but also working on total body wellness, taking care of your organs, taking care of your mind, all of that, doing all of that work opens all of those layers up. So Kundalini is not a term that I was familiar with for a long time. So I get it, but it's not in my vocabulary, so I don't use that often.
Right,
but
and it's also that's essentially so much as well. It's misused more than anything.
Totally.
Like this lexicon of and nomenclature that we use, it's misused so frequently. It drives me nuts a little bit, but that's neither here nor there.
So that's why I'm more inclined to say other terms closer to mythologies that hit close to home. It's like, okay, I can see this as the world snake because I like that mythology a lot better. It resonates more.
Is this good for me? Yes or no? Yes, it is. I will do that then.
Yeah. And that's exactly
what is that?
you're following the flow.
What does that mean? What's the deeper meaning of that though? What does that mean?
Your body tells you. Your body will.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
Are you listening to your body? Because if we're not in our body, if we're not present in every second, every moment, if you're doing you're taking in some sort of medication that's keeping you from being yourself, your authentic self, if you're taking an Adderall to cover up some other problem that you're not dealing with to begin with, and you're not being authentic to yourself, what does it matter?
Exactly.
Because you're poisoning yourself.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not.
Are you feeling correctly? And that's the thing. If you're going to use snake symbolism, if we're going to talk about people with snake legs and they're carrying snakes around, let's understand snakes. Can we understand anything about them first? How do they move? How do they feel? What are their senses? How do we apply those things to ourselves?
Well, see, this is the weird thing. Okay, so about the snake thing. This is weird because, why do we put all of our shit on this one animal that's just trying to hang out?
Right. That's
You know, it's weird. It's weird. Like we compare ourselves to this legless thing that and we just put all of our shit, like since the beginning. Like it was that one thing in the tree that was like, oh, you're the deceptive one.
Right.
And that is someone's specific dichotomy. So
yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing.
And we perpetuate.
We're way past that.
Totally. So look at it from a new perspective. Snakes in Gaulish culture were related to the earth, which is called the dark. So if I say the dark, I mean the earth and the deep. Snakes are a creature of the earth. which means feeling. It means your body. It means those senses and intuition that you can't quite describe because you're in it.
What we
So
should
when we're
be.
talking about, right, you should be, right. And so that would be in that dichotomy, it's listening to my intuition got me in trouble. Ouch, oops, everything sucks. Yeah. Getting into deeper secrets blew your mind too hard. Opening Pandora's box, oh my God. Yeah. So that's all of what that is. But that's all the negative stuff. And those are all the stories that we're examining and seeing play out again and again and again, which is why I bring up alternative stories from other cultures. Because if we're going to look at these symbols, they're prevalent everywhere and they had different meanings. So
I mean, like, I think snakes are fucking cute. Yeah.
Absolutely. If you're going to awaken a snake within you, then make sure it's a cute snake at least.
No, I just mean generally, like, they're just cute things, you know?
Totally. Totally.
You know, I was talking the other day about Medusa and mentioning how, you know, the snake is often considered phallic, masculine, whatever, the penis, which is interesting if you think about non-circumcised penises.
Also, it's interesting if you
let him finish, please.
In the shedding of
Ryan,
right, like
Ryan,
shedding
Ryan.
the skin and starting a new, you know, life cycle. But the feminine has the same thing with the shedding of skin, with that, you know, with the menstrual cycle. That we all have that snake inside of us, and the beautiful macro of that is that if we are in the belly of Quetzalcoatl, then not only is there a snake inside of us, but we are inside of a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that subliminal, the above and the below.
I love that you bring up Quetzalcoatl because I was working on a painting of one, and there were two versions of it. One has a jaguar head and one has an alligator head. And when it has the jaguar head, it is tying in water and earth. Like it's super earthy with the jaguar. And then I think it's the crocodile that's super water. But it's supposed to connect all those realms. And it's really beautiful. It's a beautiful symbol.
Nice.
In fact, thank you for bringing it back around, because that's exactly what it happens when you look up pantherines. It comes up with the ones in Uzbekistan, Armenia, and also the same thing, same mythology is being told in the Aztec culture with Quetzalcoatl, with the whole. There's no accident that Disney used that in that Coco movie as that kid's spirit animal. Is a winged leopard with ram's horns, guys.
Yes.
Ammons.
Right.
That's in Gaul too.
Thank you.
Gordon, I was gonna ask, but I had something for you, but it just totally went out the window after the Coco thing. So I'm like, shit. But I'll get it back and ask you.
Well, to Gordy's point, like the whole reason we're talking about this is because all of these symbols are meant to bring you into your body. It's meant to bring you into feeling. And if we're not picking up on that in the symbolism, then I think we're missing a lot and how connected or disconnected we are.
Thank you.
I love this.
You guys are moving at such a rapid pace that I was trying to show all the stuff, and it's by the time I get ready to go and share the screen, you guys are 5 topics ahead of me, and I'm 20 topics behind you. So this is
beautiful.
This is my Pandora gift I made for you all. Enjoy it.
Thank you. And guys, we all know what's at, you know, the end of when Pandora's box is open. The last thing in it is hope. Just want to keep that a reminder for everybody. Hope is the last thing we can find in Pandora's box. So,
have you guys seen the photography of Quetzalcoatl appearing on the sides of Chichen Itza at the equinox?
Yes,
believe so.
Yeah,
there's people show up there to see it. Yeah, the shadow creates a snake. When we were there, we went to Chichen Itza, and we went to a small city in Mexico afterwards. I don't remember the name of it, but there was fine art from local Mexican artists, and there was this beautiful sculpture made out of wood, and it was the Spanish conquistador kneeling down and praying in front of his cross, and hidden behind him were the tiny Mayans. and they were standing and looking at him like he was really weird for, for looking at and praying, like for worshiping this cross. And they had the serpent god with him. Like, I wish I had had the money to buy it. It was so cool, but I mean, it was expensive, but it was just this whole conversation bringing up Quetzalcoatl just reminded me.
You were out there. You've been to that.
Yeah, I've been to Chichen Itza. Yeah.
Wow,
Nice.
that's awesome.
We took a tour early in the morning. If you ever go, this is what I recommend to anyone listening. If you go, spend the extra money and hire a private tour guide that can take you before the crowds. Because I've got photography and an experience in my life where we went and there was nobody there. There was only maybe 20 or 30 other people on the grounds, and all the vendors were setting up. So we went in and it was completely empty and like private. And then when we were heading out, the vendors were just barely starting to vend and the crowds were showing up in buses. And then they took us from there to a big cenote and we went swimming, and it was the same thing at the cenote. No people. So we had only like 30, 40 people in this huge cenote where you could jump off the cliff and swim around. And so if you're going to do it, do it right. Spend the extra money and get a private tour and tell them you want to go first thing in the morning, because it's worth it to not be crowded in with the tourists.
Dude, it's so worth it. I've been there. It was fucking great.
You have as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing. Yeah. It was amazing.
That's cool.
Is this a picture of it, Jim, that you put in the Telegram? Is Kukulkan part of Chichen Itza?
No.
No, that's two separate places.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're slightly separated. Chichen Itza is yeah, that was a beautiful place. Holy shit.
Are they both on the same peninsula?
Yeah, they're in the same place. Like
they're not far.
Like, yeah. Well, it's like where the dirt sticks out of the water,
Okay.
The wash.
It's crazy.
Whatever.
You guys know there's a Quetzalcoatl secret society, and there's the Kukulkan secret society as well. They're probably,
cartelish,
kissing cousins to one another. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming they're cartelish. This kind of ties into it actually, because I don't know how many of you. I know most of you guys are familiar with the band Ministry. Obviously, I'm assuming, right? Al Jorgensen, really? They're crazy. The Death on the Rio Grande, that record is pretty wild. Gordy, do you know which one I'm talking about? The one where they literally go into all the Satan worship and crazy cartel nonsense that was going on the Texas border that George W. Bush was involved in. And I think HW was actually involved in it, where there was gun running. This is pre Fast and Furious stuff. This is like 80s, 90s, but they wrote it. Al Jorgensen had found out about this, like, because they're from down in Texas, Chicago and Texas area. And apparently, like, most of the record is literally written out about actual rituals and awful rituals, like where I'm talking beheadings, like way worse than anything ISIS could do. Literally, like outright Satan, like worshiping Satan type thing. I can't remember the exact name. I'll get it and look it up. Here in a second, but
Barsky, that's crazy, because they actually, it wasn't Satan, it was God to them.
Well, it was God to them, yeah, exactly. I mean,
yeah.
But to the Protestant, whatever, it was absolutely downright satanic.
You mean Satan?
Yeah, it's actually. It's wild. I'll pull it up actually and drop a link in here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. But it's positively crazy. It's super frightening.
That strength card is beautiful.
But
I wanted to ask.
We have a question from Mario about this card from Rachel. We should get back to that.
Yeah, apologies.
Well, I do want to hear what Mario's thoughts are. I wanted to tie this particular card back to Orion at the beginning, and how, this all kind of conglomerates what we're talking about. So we're talking about the serpent and Kundalini, and in this card, I've been to a luchador match. It's super fun. This card doesn't feel like destroying the beast or anything like that. This is a great match.
Coddling the beast.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good match with the beast, and that kind of, it's the lemniscate, it's just I wanted to hear your thoughts on the strength and coming from the chariot. If
Well, the strength
This is
mostly
for Mario.
Yeah, question for Mario, right?
Say Orion or
Yeah, yeah.
Mario? Okay, Mario.
Yeah.
Okay.
sorry, the constellation Orion.
Mario is the
I see.
guest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I said.
Well, I mean, I have to mention this off the bat, I guess. Are you guys aware of the feline serpent connection symbolically?
Oh yeah, buddy.
Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So, I mean, back during Leo, I made a video symbolically relating felines, dragons, and serpents.
Me and
and
Gabe
how-
talked about that.
Oh, really?
In DMs. Yeah, that video was great.
Oh, nice, cool. Okay, cool. Well, you checked it out then. So when I see felines now, I think of serpents. And so for people who don't know, there's a lot of like serpentine feline stuff that's related. So some felines have like slit eyes. They both hiss. They both have fangs.
You played a 3-minute clip.
Yeah, I did.
Do you want to play the 3-minute clip, Mario?
Yeah. Pull it up.
Okay, I've got it.
Yeah.
Just because then we can get like people can.
No, that's what I love about your
enjoy.
clips, man. They're so concise, but they're so full of info that it's not like we're waiting forever. It'll just bust it out.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
man.
so
Yeah,
quick and easy to
Go
just
for it. That's
bust
all.
that out, and then you can expand on it a little more to what you want to connect this to.
Yeah, sure.
Peppers.
There's a system of tarot that corresponds to the 22 major arcana cards with the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The Hebrew letter matched with strength, which is associated with Leo, is Teth, and means serpent. The more I've studied this relationship, the more I'm fascinated by it. It turns out the line has been symbolically linked with serpents and dragons for ages. Let's go over some of my resources that support this connection. Although lions of the Far East are merely emblematic animals, they have affinities with the dragon and come to be identified with it. In China and Japan, the lion, like the dragon, was thought to ward off demons, which is why it was frequently depicted as a temple guardian. Regarding his version of the Strength card, Aleister Crowley writes, "In this card, therefore, appears the legend of the woman and the lion, or rather, lion-serpent. According to tarot correspondences, the only animals associated with strength are the lion and the serpent. Snake symbology is endlessly deep. They're perhaps the most feared and venerated creature in the animal kingdom, and are believed to be the original king of beasts. Among the snake's various meanings, it has a well-known history of being associated with the sun, which rules Leo." J.C. Cooper writes, "The serpent and dragon are often interchangeable, and in the Far East, no distinction is made between them. The serpent can depict solar rays and the course of the sun." According to Barbara Walker, the lion and serpent stood for ascending and declining spirits of the sacred year. From the movement of time to the movement of luminaries, the serpent has been a symbolic partner of humanity and has helped us explain grand concepts. The snake's movement reminds me of frequency, vibration, and rhythm, which are interlocked with the cyclical patterns of the cosmos and life itself. Its iconic behavior is mirrored in the tail of a cat, where some suggest is the true source of feline power. The letter S looks like a snake and is phonetically linked with it as well. Drawing out an S makes a hissing sound, which serpents and felines are well known for making. The Leo symbol reminds me a lot of the north and south node glyphs of astrology. In the Vedic system, the nodes are referred to as Rahu and Ketu. Rahu is the symbolic head of the dragon, and Ketu is the tail. In some depictions, they're combined with serpents. Some varieties of cobra have patterns on the back of their heads that look very similar to the node symbol. Other patterns look similar to the glyph for the sun. The dragon connection with the nodes is on full display in this antique astronomical instrument. A dragon is stretched out between the nodal points, and its head and tail act as pointers. In Gnostic scriptures, it's written that the god of this domain takes the form of a lion-headed serpent. He's tyrannical and blinded by his own radiance. He's often referred to as the demiurge, and is extremely significant in Gnosticism. I find it a little mind-blowing that, of all animals, the lion and serpent combined depicts his likeness. Biologically, I'm intrigued with the idea that serpents and felines have fangs in common as well, and in the case of each creature, there's a variety with slit pupils. The more I study the symbolism of the lion and serpent, the closer their connection becomes. And as a cat guy, I think it's fitting. Like, follow, and let me know what you think in the comments.
All right, Mario, before you let her rip, there's a couple things that I want to layer onto the weave real briefly.
Yeah.
Okay,
Love to hear
because
it.
this is just stuff that I had up already and was thinking about and where to fit it in.
Mm-hmm.
And so you saw the hooded cobras winging the solar disk, right? And we were talking about this Neff character. Here is Asher from ancient Sumeria. and or Mesopotamia. You know, this is a hunter god, but he's on this wheel, this winged disc. He's got his bow, and a word for ash, or I'm sorry, a word for a serpent is an asp. An asp and an ash is very close together. And while I was looking around for the stuff on this, where is it? I happened to run across this weird page on the Evil Dead wiki about the Knights of Sumeria, and who's the main character there is Ash Williams. I guess the Knights of Sumeria in this plot line are an ancient group sworn to protect the earth from the Deadites. That's just a little fun side thing. But anyway, I want to talk about those things and throw in the winged disc back in and tie it to Orion, the hunter, with the bow.
Adds too. That all matches adds too.
Adds, ash, asp. A lot of phonetic similarities there.
The hunter thing, I just have to mention, I take, and as with all symbolism, kind of, Rachel, like what you mentioned, it's like, it's cool to talk about all these different symbols and stuff, but what does it mean, you know, on a psychological, spiritual level, you know, how does it concern your inner world or what have you? And when it comes to hunting, I always think about your aim and your focus, you know? And so they say that like the hardest part to master in archery is the act of, or is the part of letting go, you know? And I made a video about that too during Sagittarius. And I talked about Kyudo, which is like Japanese badass, like ritualistic archery. And they basically say that, you know, if you're not spiritually grounded or spiritually centered, your aim is going to be off. So, you know, it's like the further you go astray, the further off, or as you're spiritually unsound, you're not going to have a true aim, sort of thing, you know, and the more inauthentic you are, then you're going to have a hard time kind of finding your true focus and everything else. So the idea of hunting, to me, I think about it right now, at least, as an internal sort of thing. And the relationship between the woman and the lion and the strength card, I almost look at it more either as the lion being her child, which I also made a video about, you know, kind of like the solar child and the cosmic mother. And she is, you know, like the Gnostic thing. I like looking at all sorts of different materials. I'm not committing myself to any one sort of pantheon or what have you, or one way of looking at anything, one cosmology either. I like to keep myself open and stuff. But, you know, it really reminds me a lot of Sophia and the Demiurge when I look at the strength card, basically, is kind of what I see. Or you can also look at it as, you know, a taming of your inner carnal nature or desire or whatever, a tempering, I guess, almost in a way of that.
I would still see that as Sophia and the Demiurge. Something came out of her. She's tripping, trying to hide it, trying to reconcile it to herself, you know.
And yeah, interesting, because you get that strength and justice or adjustment swap in some decks.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Tempering would be adjustment in a way.
That was one question we had in the chat, asking about the change of the order of the majors in the arcana, the major arcana in the Thoth Crowley deck versus some of the more traditional decks that people are more familiar. Mario, do you have thoughts about the numbered cards and the order and reversals?
Right. Yeah, I've read multiple things about why that change happened. You guys might have to correct me. So the Hebrew letter associated with justice adjustment is lamed. Is that right? And means prop?
Is that it?
Pretty certain.
It's an object to prod animals with.
Right. Okay. And then is that the traditional correspondence or the newer correspondence?
That's what Crowley's got.
Okay. And so strength is Teth, obviously, which is what I mentioned. Serpent. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. So sorry, Alan, were you asking about the star card and emperor? No, because that's another thing. The star card and emperor, they changed Hebrew letters. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. That's for some reason where my mind went.
Right. So on a very, very simple level, someone will buy a Rider-Waite deck and they'll begin to lay the majors out in order from 0, 1, 2, 3. And then someone will tempt them with a Crowley deck, and then they'll get that and they'll lay it out. And then they'll be like, well, are they knights? Are they kings? Are they pages? Why are they different? And what do I do? And which one is the correct
Right.
tarot.
The discs. Yeah, with the different. Yeah.
So how do you reconcile all those differences in your own personal studies and practices?
Honestly, just at the end of the day, just to like cut to the chase, I guess I'm not really dogmatic, and so to me, it's just like whatever way you want to roll is cool. I think it's good to know multiple systems if you're interested in it that much, but it doesn't really affect any way of how I tend to look at the cards, because I tend to look at the cards almost like a study book anyway, or as like a book of secrets that I look at and I get value from just from analyzing the symbolism, and I like the psychological, psychospiritual aspect of it. And so I'm not really trying to do any crazy like Kabbalistic workings or rituals or anything like that.
Mario, I think that's beautiful, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's like when you're studying religion, right? Like you're going to study Buddhism, you're going to study all different, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's kind of the same thing with divination practices, or such as, you know, with tarot. But I think it's fascinating to, I mean, okay, so we know what we were talking earlier about the Rider-Waite deck, right? And how that deck is, there's purposely like F ups in there. Like, and I've read in I'm sure a lot of us have read different things regarding that, but one thing that I remember sticking out to me when I was reading about that deck, and I think it's actually in the Donald Michael Craig, the Llewellyn series, the Magic, you know, the 12 steps or whatever. Yeah, Modern Magic. This one. I think we all know which one this is, right? Well, it within the first couple 11 lessons in high magic, what is in the first couple lessons is doing meditations on the tarot. Okay, so which I think is good, and I've practiced that pretty frequently still. And meditating on one card, you know, that kind of thing, blah, 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 for a certain amount of time, drawing what you can from it, obviously from the symbolism. The Thoth deck obviously features much more symbolism, along with, you know, the Sephiroths and all that stuff mixed in the Kabbalah. Now, I'm curious to know what you think, though, circling back. It would be with the Rider-Waite deck, or the Smith Rider, or one of those two, where there's the purposeful mess ups, you know, so that the not adepts, what am I thinking? The acolytes, the ones, what is the lowest level? When you're
Human error.
You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, well, either way. Neophyte, that's it. So if they wouldn't know, you know what I mean? Like, oh, that for example, I think one of the cards has where the star card actually has the element screwed up. Like the earth is on the top, you know what I mean? And like water's on the bottom. So that'll throw anybody off. I mean, but I guess I'm answering my own question here by like, well, if you're going to go that deep, you're probably going to figure it out pretty quick that's bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so.
Definitely. I mean, as much as I love tarot and as much as I really appreciate and get a lot out of astrology, I don't know if we have the real astrology. And I have some opinions about that too, about what maybe used to be the earlier sky clock. And what do you know? It has to do with Ursa Major. You know,
of course,
that's a great teaser, right? And we're getting close to the 2-hour mark, so we want to give everyone on air about a 3-minute to 5-minute break.
Perfect.
And then we'll split our Zoom file in half so it's more easily digestible. So we're moving to our intermission now. We're all going to mute our video and our camera on Zoom so everyone can go, and if you didn't get your pre-show poops in now's a good time to get out there and pinch it off, and then digest something new for the second half. And any threads that we've missed or haven't answered your questions, put them back in chat. We're going to reassemble in a few minutes. The live stream will continue.
Okay.
Mario, I'd like to talk about and watch the part 2 of the Chariot card and the people with snake legs when we get back.
Yeah, let's do it. Sounds like a plan.
That's a good idea.
So we'll
all right, guys.
For part
I'll see you in a bit.
2.
Oh,
Jim, you got some music to play there?
Yeah, was not plugged
in. Ryan, check your Facebook Messenger.
Well, Crack Spider. Nice web. Crack Spider. Nice web. Crack Spider. Nice web. Crack Spider. The web structure was not nice. But the spider was a crack spider. raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket. Kathy the spider was exhausted. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was not effective. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was not effective. Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order. Now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket. Captain the spider was exhausted.
Hey guys, that was a nice break.
Hey Jim, how you doing? You feeling refreshed after a short break?
Oh, I feel great. Ran upstairs and put a sweater on.
Getting a little chilly?
Yeah, I always get kind of chilly in the basement here.
Is there anything we can do to keep you warm?
Or just keep up that fire conversation.
Is that a Kangol you're wearing there, brother, Alan? Oh, nice. So it's a don't tell me. It looks like one of those you look like Raiden from a tinfoil hat version of Raiden.
I keep the tinfoil under the hat.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, that's a tight weave, bruh.
It's a woven hat, that's for sure.
It's a tight weave, bruh.
Do we have any bingo updates? Is anyone playing any bingo cards that they want to show us?
Yeah, let's see. Anybody in the chat, let us know if you're bingoing it out.
And this is the beginning of part 2. And the beginning of part 1, we mentioned that we do have a prize on offer to anyone who fills out a 5x5 bingo board. You'll need 25 ideas, memes, thoughts, visual images. You write them down and you fill in your squares in a psychic bingo way to predict what will happen in a future weave. So you have until the end of the week, Friday, and I think that's what, the 11th of February, to enter this contest 2022. Yep. And then use hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome on Twitter, Instagram, or social media that you prefer. And then you can screenshot that and then share it in the Telegram group or somewhere else to let us know you want an entry into the drawing for the participation prize.
Alan, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but we will also honor it through Facebook.
Is anyone still on Facebook?
Well, yeah, we have something, I don't know. But if you guys want to hit up Facebook, do that as well. Tag me. Tag I don't know who else is even on there. I tried to delete it, but yeah, tag me, whatever. Tag Weaving Spiders Welcome, and I'll at least get that notification, and we can.
And while you're including the hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome, you can also share the URL to one of your favorite episodes of Weaving Spiders Welcome with that, so you can share that along with your entry, and that will really help us all out. And yeah, you could win an excellent prize.
Yes, you could. And the t-shirts in the next couple months, I'd say within 60 days we'll have some t-shirts.
Yeah, we have some designs we have been working on.
Mm-hmm.
There will be merch.
So it's gonna be.
I would love to create a design for you guys, by the way.
That would be awesome, Mario.
We would love that. Yeah.
We do have a show on Wednesday nights where we create art on this very channel on YouTube, Weaving Spiders Welcome, the art flow. Jim, tell us about the art flow.
Yes, it's called Flow State, and it's on Wednesday nights on this channel after Chance finishes up his Vibrant. It's usually around 8 o'clock ish Pacific time, and what we do is we all get together in like a group Zoom, and we all work on our own art at home and take turns reading to each other. The point is to stimulate both sides of your brain and then achieve flow state by doing a creative right-brained activity while simultaneously listening to a story which would activate your left hemisphere of your brain. It's a pretty cool thing. It's a fun time, and we get a lot of interwovenary weaving between the show and our Telegram group and everything else we do. It's pretty slick.
And I'm going to drop one more piece before we get back to it. With the Oathless Initiate, episode 1 of the Oathless Initiate should be dropping here within 2 weeks. So I'm hoping to have that up by the end of this. So by the 11th, I'm hoping to have episode 1 up. And yeah, we'll go from there. It's going to be featuring, all of us here, just going to be a little bit more compact with like more strict interviews, not as much of like a weave, so to speak. You know, it'll all be tied in. It's all going to be fun.
Saturday night is more of our roundtable symposium where we try to fill out all the squares in the Zoom room to see who we can join in an interesting conversation. I think the Oathless Initiates is more of a one-on-one interview format.
Yeah, more one-on-one to, you know what I mean? I'll bring in, you know, fam from Weaving Spiders family, obviously, to do interviews with me, or if I'm unable, you know, to whatever, however we go that way. But at the same time, the other thing I was going to say was, we're thinking of a night. I'm trying to figure out a night for it, a live night. So let me know in the chat or in the Telegram what night works best for you guys, because I don't want to step on everybody else's toes, like Chance, Lindsay. We've got so much family out here. It's crazy. And there's another big announcement coming soon, but I don't want to make that announcement until I have permission to make the announcement.
So it sounds like what you're putting on offer here, Barsky, is an opportunity for certain guests who may prefer a more traditional podcast interview, and some guests might not want to join a round table. Some may prefer a round table. So we're catering more towards a wide variety of guests and different formats, because we have a lot of ideas and things, and it's difficult to express them in one specific format only. That's why we tend to go longer on these Saturday nights, and we've decided to split them up to have the intermission so we can split the Zoom file in half, and then we can continue to publish that as a podcast in the RSS feed. And we have so much that we're producing, and we're trying to keep up with that, and then find ways for you guys, the viewers, the listeners, to more conveniently digest that. Sometimes a 6-hour live stream is maybe something that is very difficult for people to fit into their schedule. But you know, we are looking for the truckers who are in it for the long haul, who want those long episodes of social Saturday night parties that we're hosting on this channel. So
keep the honking going, right?
do we have any more house cleaning or more?
What is your main thing you would like to tell the universe?
What do you mean, Ryan?
No, I'm talking to Alan.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, like what is, like, if you're talking to truckers right now,
right?
Yeah, like what like pop it, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah. So for truckers who are on the road and moving, and they're wanting to listen to conversations, that's why we go for longer formats. And that's kind of what we say about, you know, when you're in a vehicle and you're driving, you can play audio and listen to it. When you're sitting at home and you have a million options of things that you could pull up on any streaming service or books or video games to play. A lot of
hopefully not while you're driving, but
right. So when you're driving, you can get into a different kind of a flow state, and it's maybe easier to listen on long road trips or pilgrimages, maybe at crossing borders, whatever you're doing. And if we have a message to provide to truckers, to keep on trucking, keep on honking. Honking is not violent, so don't let them tell you that using your honking horn in your semi-truck, that's not a weapon and that is not violence. So keep on honking and keep on trucking. And do we tie in lot lizards into this conversation?
Interjecting Canadian Goose reference.
Is that vodka? Don't drink Canadian vodka or Russian vodka or any vodka at all while you're driving your truck.
Please don't.
I played geese in Scrabble tonight against my mom, and geese is a pretty hard. It's pretty hard because you have to have 3 E's.
We don't want to see truckers being replaced by automated Elon Musk style smart trucks that don't have owners and operators. We support the truckers out there who are in it for the long haul, and we're in it for the long haul too here tonight. So we got a few more hours to go, and we're hoping to see some more bingo winners.
Yeah.
Give those guys their money. GoFundMe. Give those fuckers their money.
So I got something to share with Mario, while to kind of pick up where we left off with the snakes and the lions.
Sure.
So for one, I just love pointing out that the word nagas is both Hebrew and Hindu for snakes, and the difference in spelling is just meaningless. It's the same word. Nagas is snakes, and so this is the holy trinity of alchemy. Na means salt, Hg means mercury, and S means sulfur. And so the snake, the serpent, the nagas, is the divine holy trinity of all alchemical processes. And here, Chance, we got the three-headed God, that 3 in 1, the 1-3. You dig it?
The 1-3, Trimurti.
Right. Yep. So the Trimurti, right? The Troy.
I like Trimurti more than the Trinity because it's got that M right in the middle.
Good point.
And it's probably more original in terms of antiquity.
Right. So everybody picture, your standard Leo card in your head. It's got the lion, it's got the goddess, she's got the lemniscate, which has gato, is the cat, in that word, gate. And here I'm going to jump on the screen share and I'm going to pull up our classic Ein Sophia demiurgic character here. Everybody got that? You guys see it? So we kind of had a breakthrough on episode 63, and which we're hoping will resurrect someday soon. But this is just an old graphic I shared with Chris, actually. Big up, Chris. I shared this with him a long time ago. Ghislaine's name, the G could be silent, and she might be a hissing lion, which was a point to a whole nother conversation. But this image is what's important here. We have the she viper, the echidna, is the missing link between mammal and reptilian. And she is a porcupine. Also, the echidna is a porcupine. So we have this crown of thorns representing the echidna, the lineage, the bloodline. Echidna also has DNA, are the last 3 letters in the word echidna. And so this whole image is could be considered a lineage, a blood lion, the bloodlines of the blood lions, right? And one thing that we had a breakthrough on is we have corresponded this image with the kissing of the cat's ass ritual of the Knights Templar, which may very well have been a vector for toxoplasmosis transmission. And toxoplasmosis is a very ancient form of rendering a person susceptible to suggestion.
And just to cut back to the hunter, we've got toxo, which means bow in Greek.
So the Knights Templar, that right around 1313, a couple of years after, all allegedly, a couple of years after Dante's Inferno comes out, in the beginning of Dante's Inferno, he starts out his adventure with a lion in the wilderness. So before he goes into the gates, he has an initiation with that cat. And then he goes into a very trippy vision experience. So soon after, we have the Knights Templar getting busted for, kissing the assholes of cats. And then the people go crazy. The king puts them on blast. A papal bull is put out, and all the people all through the countryside go killing all of their cats. And as a result of this mass genocide of cats, there is a plague that ensues. And war breaks out, famine comes along. So the entire procedure, that recipe for those events were an apocalyptic 4 horsemen. We had the toxo in the beginning with the bow, and here's your crown. So this is the toxo and the crown of the first horseman. And then all the people go crazy, they overreact, and they were actually burning cats in huge bonfires, which the result from that was that the toxoplasmosis was riding on fumes across the countryside. And so then you have people at these bonfires getting infected with toxoplasmosis, fumigating themselves with it. And then we roll into the Dark Ages. And from there, history gets muddled and all hell breaks loose. And so we've already had Armageddon a long time ago. The revelations happened a long time ago. But I just want to point out that this symbol here is a vector for that first horseman and toxoplasmosis. And this is where the snake and the lion go hand in hand.
Wow.
I thought I needed to bring you up to date on some of these revelations that we had, that it has happened before, and it very well may be intended to happen again. But the Nagas, in the fact, so going back to that beginning, that NaGH or Hg, NaHgS being the salt, the mercury, and the sulfur, well, above the woman's head is the infinity sign. That is telling us that everything, all things derive from the salt, the mercury, and the sulfur. And I hope Benjamin Balderson just heard that.
That's awesome. That's brilliant. Yeah, I love the way you break things down, and just kind of the next level decoding of words too, is really, really something. One thing I forgot to mention regarding the strength card is that I'm pretty sure that it's intended to be encoded, and definitely in the Rider-Waite version, that the woman is symbolic of Virgo, and that Virgo and Leo are right next to each other. And so, and they're both riding that serpent, right? And there's some versions of, I believe it's Leo, where there's a large lion and there's a woman holding its tail, taming it, and then they're riding a serpent. It's like a serpentine boat sort of thing. And so when Chance brought up that graphic earlier, it reminded me of that too.
That's cool. I have to share this with you. So that makes me think of a lot of stuff. The relationship between, excuse me, we're talking about the Divine Mother and stuff, but in a very real world application, that is a man's relationship with the Queen Mother, if he's in a position of authority, and his wife also being a queen, balancing those energies, how he treats women, how he views women, how he accepts their help and their knowledge and their wisdom in that position of power. I've thought about that a lot with royal bloodlines, things like that, when we have all these positions of authority. But also what you were just describing reminds me of a dream I had about snakes. And at the very beginning, the whole world was a snake. It was moving, like it was like waves of earth. It was so cool. It was a woman, but she was also the snake. And I mean, the snake kept getting smaller and smaller as we interacted through the world, but it just reminded me of that. It was just like rolling like waves. It was amazing. But
wow.
Yeah, so I like,
that's really cool.
Yeah, I like that you brought up Virgo and Cancer being on either side of Leo, because it's whether you're a male or female Leo, that's still the heart, that's still royal energy, that's still you stepping into sovereignty, and how you interact with those two things, that shift is really important on a real world level. And how these so-called elites try to control that is also really important. For some reason, the movie Brave comes to mind, because I think that's one of the only movies that's come out about mother-daughter relationships, and what that looks like, what it can look like.
I've never seen it.
Oh, it's great. It's an
Yeah?
it's actually, yeah, I like that one. It's
Very
a good
cool.
one.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm
it's
down to
really
check it
fun.
out. So there's some snake stuff that I could screen share real quick, but I'm curious because you brought up the reversal of Leo. Okay.
Mm.
Are there any other reversals that you're aware of that are flipped around? Is the whole thing flipped around? I mean, it seems like everything here is inverted.
Well,
You know, so
yeah. So Leo in reverse is oil. And we know that the Knights Templar got that double cross. And now today we have Exxon. Exxon's logo has the double cross. And what are they the gatekeepers of? Oil. Right?
Yeah.
So Virgo, it can be is anagram of vigor, which kind of makes sense.
Rachel's a cool dad. Just everyone needs to know that. We have a lot of fun in Telegram. You're not in the Telegram. Why aren't you in the Telegram?
Thank you to bring it back to Rachel, because I have something to show you guys. These
Let me screen share it out of the Telegram group, Gordy,
it's in
so
the
it's
Telegram
bigger.
group. Yeah,
I got you.
Please. You got it? Thank you.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Whoa. Are those like big nipples?
Yeah, this is the mothering thing that keeps coming up too. This is clearly a mother and a cubs, two cubs.
It's wild that you brought this forward, because I've just been Google searching trying to find. There's a lot of modern art that depicts Bastet as a giant black cat with wings, but I haven't been able to find any ancient art. And then there you are. You've got it for me.
Yeah, this is, and it keeps popping up.
Look how she's saving a cub with her tail.
Right.
A very serpentine appendage there. It's a meaty tail.
So this is all from, I think this is that Armenian symbology stuff. This Urartu kingdom connections that these pantherine winged cats are coming from. But it's the same. I mean, how is that not a dragon too in somebody else's eye?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that looks like a dragon to me.
So this is kind of a general question, but I feel like I get twisted up when I try and discuss some of this on my channel, especially on TikTok. People, I mean, you guys know what kind of people are on TikTok and whatever. So some of the comments I get regarding gender symbolism has been really, really interesting and very, very telling. So I would love to just ask you guys how you approach gender symbolism in general. And I haven't thought about this in a while, but, you know, I used to think that, you know, we were all, woman was the first gender, and that men are basically masculine women, and that the cremaster cycle are the ovaries descending into testicles, right? And the woman's chromosomes are XX and men are XY. So we're part of the XX. We're just missing one of the little dashes, right? And so gender and polarity and dualism and everything else, it's this like perpetual thing that I'm constantly like going back and forth on and trying to like check myself, and people checking me about it too. And so you guys are like the perfect group, I think, to ask about some of this. So please have at it and educate me and let me know what you guys are thinking.
So that's one of the reasons why I want to make sure that somebody like Rachel's always on here.
Sure.
Because we need balance. And I've been thinking about that whole, listening to a lot of the Bach Saga stuff again. Thank you, Chance, for introducing that little gem to me a long time ago with, who was it, Yake?
Joachim Hagstrom, but he goes by Yake for his English-speaking friends.
Yeah, so this whole, they're connecting the P and the, anyway, it's all poles and holes and his and her and like X and Y. It's all the two pillar things, but and there's separation, but there's also us having to look in the liminal spaces where there's everything else, where the real thing is. Because if we're focusing on one or the other, the X or the Y or the 1 or the 0 or just the masculine or just the feminine, then you're going to miss everything else. But because each one of those things are within each of us too. So we have to acknowledge that too. But, God forbid somebody, I don't know, be comfortable in themselves where they're just masculine or just feminine. We got to mix all this bullshit up because we don't know what we are. And in that center space between the X and the Y, between the 0 and the 1 of the binary code, somewhere there is truth, where we sit in authenticity, and that's us.
The tan and iver.
The line of the line dividing the yin and the yang, not either yin or yang.
Right.
Well, what's the difference between an X and a Y? It's just missing one leg.
Yeah, and I think when we think about the split from 1 into 2, it's all over all these stories and mythologies. Like one came first and then the other, and maybe it was just recognition. One recognized other first.
Right.
I don't know that if there's like a split of something that's happening simultaneously, unless we're thinking of very literal birth metaphors, then something has to come out of the other, and you can argue, was it a daughter? Was it a son? It doesn't matter.
No,
so I think that's it. Ultimately, I don't know that it does, but that's what a lot of these stories and a lot of these myths, especially the most prevalent ones, will focus on. Man was first or woman was first. And I think there's too much room for it to be so many different possibilities. It could have been both at the same time. That's why there's twins. In this culture it's one, in that culture it's one. That's I've been studying trees. So there are trees that only fruit for male parts. There are trees that only put out female parts. There are some trees that put out both parts. And to me, that's a great metaphor for birthing different genders, So an oak tree can put out quality family of men and women. An ash tree puts out quality men in one generation, quality women in one generation. So there's too much room for it to be both at any given point. And I do like to focus mostly on the energies, because I agree with Gordy a lot when it comes to your body and how it's so important to feel at home in your body. I've gotten a lot of crap about my body, just as a woman, as someone who's thin, it's everywhere. So there's so many things out there trying to get you uncomfortable in your body, and they throw gender and these polarities and dualities into the mix, which is just shitty. I'm sorry. It's just shitty.
I want to drag it back to what you said. I think it was you that said it, Rachel, that okay, so if we go back to the solar polar concept and the idea that the solar is representative of everything being represented as outward, or it's the battle of the outward expression versus the outward offense. So if because right now that's what we're seeing in the world, is there's this huge polarity and polarization in media, especially, of pushing gender and patriarchy and all this other stuff into the forefront. And if you're of a solar mindset, which we're all trained to be by all the imagery, all the symbolism of the world, then you have a visceral reaction. Whether you take the side of the trans movement or you take the side of the more right-leaning people, you're having an outward reaction and you're polarizing yourself. But if you take the other aspect, which we just touched on earlier, of being polar instead of solar, then you go the way of Gordy and think, well, this is all something internal. I was born with an outward masculine expression. It's pretty obvious. I definitely am very much in touch with my own feminine side because I was raised by all women. I've been to more baby showers than most men will ever see in their life, and you have insight when you are, subjected to these kind of things, raised by a single mother, raised exclusively by women. So I've had an awareness of that my whole life, but it doesn't have anything to do with me judging more masculine men or maybe coddling up to more feminine women. It really has more to do with me recognizing that both are in me and that both are seeking expression and or safety from expression at any given time. And to just honor that, to be present with it, even if it is uncomfortable, you know, even if it makes you want to scream or cry or run away, to still be like, all right, I'm still going to just have this. I'm not going to shunt it. I'm not going to get high. I'm not going to run away. I'm not going to slam myself intentionally into masculine and puff up and act like a gorilla to hide whatever the feminine response is. But it doesn't have to do necessarily with physical outward expression. That's the most obvious thing. To me, that's the most obvious thing. Of course, we're all going to look at each other and notice immediately that we're gendered. And, you know, if we're going to be completely crucial on people, of course, even the more so the people that are wanting to express as the opposite of what they are, you know, it puts a challenge on everyone in society. If a trans woman walks in and very much has masculine characteristics, is going to be a challenge for some people to accept him. And some people are going to intentionally move into a more pseudo acceptance to try and accommodate for the fact that it's more of a challenge, you know. But really, to me, that's all representing really what we all need to be dealing with on the inside.
I think
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think we put too much credit on, or we take too much credit for our consciousness and even the thought that, you know, the earth doesn't care about what you think you are. Your pronoun, the earth doesn't know what a pronoun is. I think we just take too much credit for ourselves, thinking that like we're actually important in some way, and we're actually not. Like everything we've been talking about the whole night is just selfish banter.
Okay, I've got something important to share. This is a Targetus, which is an ancient Syrian goddess here. This is really, really awesome.
Did you
connection
put it up?
of this symbolism? I'm bringing it up right now.
Oh, okay.
But I want to just spell the name. Atargatis, a Targetus. It's got target in it, but it's got got, like gato in it. So we're going to look at some coins real quick.
Atargatis.
Target.
Here she is riding. She's riding the lion in this ancient
nice
Syrian coin. And here she is in the chariot. And look at there's no body in there. There's no body in there, or lower half.
Yeah, no legs.
Okay, it's gonna get even better. Okay, here she is again with her cats. And then the best one. Oh, mermaid. Whoa. Kind of she's got legs, but there's definitely a serpentine lower half. So that's for future investigation, this ancient goddess Atargatis or Atargatis.
Oh, I got a surprise for Mario later. Don't let me forget, you guys.
Nice. Yeah, just keep that up, Chance, real quick. Sorry, go ahead, Rachel.
Oh, I was just going to circle it back to what we were talking about. The ideas that we're running into are being mutable. It goes to the idea of being a mutable entity. And that's what we're running into in the current climate. So when we see images like this is expressing mutability. So whether it's literal, whether we had these beings who did this and maybe that was a thing, and maybe it's a metaphor, but you know, I mean, I'm open to seeing that kind of stuff. If it decides to crawl out of the sea, that could be fun. But like the whole idea is being mutable. And I think that's what people are really reaching for when they're struggling to deal with these energies within. When we're so focused on what we're seeing visually. Like, I don't care if you paint your nails. Why is that a feminine thing? You know, I loved bringing up fashion because if you look at it throughout all the ages, we've all worn our pajamas at some point. Everyone's worn a skirt, you know, to limit ourselves on our visual as the expression is a little insulting to ourselves. And
dude, I wear makeup and paint my nails.
Yeah, so. Right on. Do what you want to do. Whatever, as long as you're happy and you are secure and you love your body. That's what I care about. Love your body. However it is you think you identify, whatever energy pulls at you more, whatever you express and feel more, fine. Use something like astrology to navigate that. That's why I like to use it, because it deals with energies. It's a tool for balance. You know, use something like that to understand how to balance and to understand your own expression that's unique. Your physiology is unique. you know, everybody's like, there's a spectrum. Do you know what the spectrum looks like? Do you know a color wheel? Do you know how to paint? Like paint with yourself. So we're moving into mutable times. And so we're getting people saying, I'm pan this, pan that. And I think on a deep understanding, they understand unity in the self, but it's difficult to express that because they're in a specific body. It's like, welcome to the challenge. Welcome to being human.
Right.
You have a deeper understanding because we're moving
performers do.
forward.
Rock stars, David Bowie, all of these people on stage dress in certain ways that most people would consider flamboyant or misunderstand. And when you're bringing up Attar Gardis into the weave, if you search YouTube, Attar Gardis, one of the top results is a song called Crucified. This song, Crucified, is a cover of an Armies of Lovers song. So if you search for Army of Lovers Crucified, you'll see a very flamboyant music video. And maybe it's an earworm, maybe you don't want to see it, but it's interesting how you search for topics and these words have meanings, and bands take the words that have meaning and then create lyrics, and they reproduce cover songs of other things, and they keep transmuting the ideas again over and over and over again. So now we're back to mythology, Attar Gardis, metal music, more dramatic, theatrical, pop music, which you might not enjoy. But if you have a moment, search on YouTube, Attar Gardis, Crucified, and then listen to the Army of Lovers Crucified version, compare and contrast.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good call, Alan.
It's interesting. It's got that, you know, like we were saying, target. And here we have the cross crucified. That's the, you know, the crosshairs where you're aiming. And it even makes me think of the vector, that that symbol that all the space cadets, the alleged space cadets are really big on, that vector sign.
Sure, definitely. And then notice the horizon line is at the waist, just like the chariot card and what we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
And that's another thing too. I think part of the symbolism is that we come from the etheric waters or the celestial waters, the cosmic ocean, whatever you want to say, the waters above and below, you know? And so I think that's partly what the symbolism is speaking to. Is so when you see a oceanic lower half, that's kind of what it alludes to. And obviously us being mostly water and the world being mostly water and everything else. But one thing real quick that I wanted to mention too is notice the tail.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like fleur-de-lis.
Bingo.
And let me, do you mind if I share my screen real quick?
Yes, please.
Yeah. And one last thing on this image is
go for
that this is just a quick observation. What is she standing on? What is that shape?
Yeah.
Four corners.
there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of going back to the chariot. I don't think I have the chariot handy, but yeah, let me drop my screen share and you can.
No, that's awesome, dude. I'm glad you pulled that up. That's very interesting. So the fleur-de-lis, according to John O'Neill, is a northern symbol. And so, but he says everything's a northern symbol. So that's kind of just like the cheat code to all of his work. So you almost don't need to read it. Everything's a northern symbol, according to this guy. But he said it's because a lot of the older compasses have the fleur-de-lis as the northern symbol, because this was an understood thing back in the day. And so when you look at older compasses and compass roses, the north a lot of times has a fleur-de-lis on it, right? And so I think that's pretty interesting given everything we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing I wanted to share, since I'm screen sharing, this is a recent discovery for me, but this character is known as Myokin, and he's a Japanese pole star god. And so you see that this is the pole star right here above his head, and you can see that the backdrop of the pole star is blue, just like the firmament or even the drapes of the charioteer car that we were talking about. And it's my opinion that his sword is a polar symbol, a phallic symbol. And so I found this thread on Twitter that was amazing and had all these great images, but look at these dots back here on the back of this robe. This is symbolic of Ursa Major, the seven stars of Ursa Major. and this is also symbolic of that too. These fans,
Whoa.
like
Wow.
this goes way back, and so they don't always
Oh, the
depict
fan
it.
has a lot of deep symbolism to it too. We might get into.
Absolutely. So even this pillar part of the fan, that's the pole.
Right.
You know, that's the axis mundi or world tree or whatever you want to say. And according to this guy on Twitter, he was saying that this dot symbol right here is also symbolic of Ursa Major as well, and that it doesn't always have to be in the shape of the Dipper. And so you could see this is another version of this guy. You could see how he has a sword, right? That's symbolic of the pole or axis mundi. And then around his head, his halo, there's 7 little bells or 7 little balls, and that's also symbolic of Ursa Major.
Nice.
And this illustration here, which is really interesting, this is him as well. This halo behind him is symbolic of the pole star, and so it's Polaris, right? And so this stuff goes way, way back. And so this halo here is the pole star or Polaris, and then you see the 7 snakes. So when you see 7 snakes, to me, it's a symbolic reference to Ursa Major. And then here, his sword is pointed upward too. And then here, yeah, you could see a little wheel, and then Polestar being like the hub of the wheel.
That's what I'm saying. All this shit comes from the east.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so here you can see it's a representation of kind of the same thing. So yeah, there it is. So most people, when they see this, they would assume that this circle behind his head is either the moon or the sun, but sometimes back in the day, it was actually the pole star.
Right.
You know?
So
yeah.
So the sailors use the pole star to get oriented.
That's right.
Ah, yes, right.
To understand where the east is.
Oriented. There you go. Man, that's a good one, Gabriel, Gordy, whatever. One of you people, the G.
But didn't Gabe? Didn't you just say in the chat? One of you did that Asians were also called celestials. I remember hearing that, like in mythology, like when I was reading, it came from like weird sci-fi Asian,
Well, in
stuff,
One Piece,
but-
the famous manga One Piece, the celestial dragons are the demigods of the realm. And a lot of this symbolism just totally triggered me to that stuff because if you've never watched One Piece, I mean, it's worth it to watch it because it's just chock full of all this shit. It's insane how much is encoded into that cartoon. It just goes on, and there's got to be 1,000 episodes. There's so many episodes. It's just stupid. I mean, it's worth looking at because there's so much mythology encoded into it and kind of rewritten, which is, I think that's what we're supposed to do. The astrologer Levette, she's not on YouTube anymore, but she's over on Brighteon now. And she's always talking about how there's lots and lots of different zodiacs and how that they change it all the time. And, I always compare that to something me and Jim did on Picture Show before Tracy was around. We studied the 72 stars in the Capitol Dome and the apotheosis of George Washington. And, they're very obviously putting George Washington up into the sky. So it's not as big as the entire world accepting his symbolism being put into the zodiac, but it's still the same process and concept for our own mythos of America, is that they're literally putting him into the sky as a god. And I think this is a good concept to break out of the idea that any one set of zodiac symbolisms have always stood the test of time. I think they're changing all the time. We just probably don't live long enough to see it. And if it is documented, we're not allowed access to those documents,
So to return to the fan question, I'll make a few comments about that because you brought up Virgo, the Virgin, the harvest season, really. In ancient Egyptian symbolism, there was a dual signifier in hieroglyphics for a braided basket, a basket woven from reeds, which would be keleb in Hebrew is the word for that. Very similar to Caleb, which is the word for dog in Hebrew. But so the basket is a dual signifier for the sacred fan. And there was a ritual using the fan to cleanse the grains. The fan was a symbol of the purification that cleansed the soul.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's how you get the shaft to go away.
And yeah, exactly. And interestingly enough, there's even a fan that's associated with Bacchus. In Latin, the phrase for it was the Mystica Vanus Iacchae, the mystic fan of Bacchus. And Vanus, however you would say that, which is the Latin word for fan, sounds a lot like Venus.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Nailed that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I was trying to find a book earlier called the Meditations on the Tarot. I know it's kind of off topic now, but I want people to understand that that book is an anonymous book, but it's going to cover a lot of the symbolism in depth on all the major arcana from the Marsili deck.
Can I make it kind of late in the game plug real quick?
Yeah, do it.
A lot of the recent acquisition of some of these symbolic things that I've brought out in recent weaves is because I produced an audiobook for Dylan Sicocio's third Spirit World book, and I haven't announced that it's out yet on the Weaving Spiders, but you can get the book Spirit World July's End with me narrating it on Amazon or Audible. And I'll drop the link in the chat where you can do the first month free thing with Audible, and it's my bounty link or whatever, so I get some credit from Amazon for doing that. Get to support me and learn a lot of this stuff. It's a really good book. That's where I found out about the mystic fan of Bacchus. It's where I found out about Atargatus and so many other things that just totally fit into the mix here and require a lot more research because we just kind of know that these symbols are there, but there's more digging to do. So I'll pull out that link. It's I'm really proud of that project. It turned out great. I'd love you guys to check it out. It's very worth the read and probably worth a listen and worth a read. I would say both, but at least a listen if reading is tough.
Yeah, I really like his work. I haven't read his books yet, but I would like to at some point. And so I've gotten a lot out of your guys' interviews. Would he be down to do a Weaving Spiders thing or not so much?
Probably not. Maybe. Probably not. I don't know.
Because I would love to see that. Yeah.
I'll throw it at him, but I don't know if that'd be his thing. He's a bit reclusive. I had to work on him for like months of DM friendship to get him into my show. And then the only reason he went on Crow is because I told Crow and Jason about his book, and he happened to like their show too and listen to it already. And he's not really interested in doing interviews generally unless it's kind of an exception. As far as I know, I'm not saying he wouldn't do it, but he will be back on Interverse soon, and maybe we can like field some questions to him from weaving topics for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a date for that, but the other thing I want to say real quick about the July's End book, it is the third Spirit World book, but you can start there, and I think it's the best one. The other two have definitely got complementary information, but it's not linear, and you don't have to go in a certain order.
Yeah, cool.
So any thoughts on why fan is related to fan? Like the modern day interpretation of like a fan, someone who idolizes somebody or what have you. Any thoughts?
Yeah,
Ooh,
totally.
That's a good one.
So,
because we're waving at them.
Well,
as they pass by.
Because if you're royalty, you don't do that work. That's somebody else's job.
Is anyone a fan of this recording artist that I'm sharing a photograph of? She's holding a cornucopia, it looks like.
Gabriel, the fans around the royalty, they're the original AC.
Don't know who she
Right?
is.
Air conditioning, AC, Aleister Crowley, 13.
Aleister Crowley, 1-3, nice.
Now, Alan, I have to ask you, did you add the red writing here to this by chance?
Of course I did. No dick cheese in my cornucopia, please. This is Caroline, please.
I was scheduled to clear off my desk, and I got it done in the last couple of days, kind of. I'm not done. But I did find the lyrics to the Thanksgiving anthem that Alan and I are going to be working on up until next Thanksgiving when it should be published, which is that if you're not thankful...
music soon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if you're not thankful at Thanksgiving, then you get dick cheese in your cornucopia. That's the chorus
yeah.
of the song. So
I got something else to bring up here if I can get through my...
That is amazing.
So another thing about the fans, being a fan is, you're externalizing your hero. You're making an idol out of somebody else. And in like the Pharaoh's court, the only people that the Pharaoh gave favor to were people who would diminish themselves to an extreme degree.
Mm.
And I would even go so far to say, and culturally, it was so extreme in some contexts that they were eunuchs. And the king wouldn't even trust you around his family unless you were diminished in standing to such a degree that you were no longer a threat whatsoever.
Well, that's why you can genuflect. You can bend the knee. You can bow down. You can hold a vessel. You can be a cup bearer. What's in the cup? What are you drinking from? And this is from Symbolic Studies Instagram. Zeus and his cup bearer Ganymede. Let's hear more about that from Mario.
Yeah. Dude, mythology's fucked up. There's so many things going on there that is just, it's very bizarre and strange and whatever. But, you know, it's a common story that people know, but Zeus turning himself into an eagle and abducting the young Ganymede and making him his cupbearer or servant to the gods, right? And actually, someone brought up Jason Horsley earlier, but one of his books, The Vice of Kings,
I've got
the
that
cover
book.
of it.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the cover of
Pouring
it.
the milk out.
That's it, dude. That's the symbolism right there.
Yep.
You know. So, all right. I hope Sean, that's what he's grabbing.
Yeah, I should be right here somewhere.
I got Prisoner
Nice.
of Infinity behind me somewhere here too.
Yeah.
Genuflect off the shelf here. I might have to turn my effects off if we're going to show this.
Dogville versus Hollywood up there, and Bites of Kings is up there, and I've been trying to get his latest.
There you go.
There it is. Pouring that milk out, baby. Because his family was dairy, though. They worked in the dairy industry, I believe, or the food industry over in the UK.
Yeah, Jason's backstory is a hella big trip, man. He really discovered a lot of crazy stuff about his family history, and his grandpa, I think if I remember correctly, was actually like brought his brother home an autograph from Seville, Jimmy Seville. Like he supposedly saw Saville on an airplane and got a autograph as a gift to bring home.
He sat next to him. His father sat next to him on the plane.
Yeah, and it goes on and on. It's worth, you know, Jason's kind of moved on and doing a new thing, and I haven't been following it, but it is interesting. But all of his old work really touched and impressed a lot of things on my mind in a big way.
Same here. And just before we spin off of that, I've had him on like standby for a bunch of weeks, a bunch of months now. So like I'd like to have him on. We'll do an Oathless Initiate with him because I think that'd be a solid breakdown. So
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, another caption for that image that Alan brought up could be the Vice of Kings. I feel like, honestly.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what it's speaking to.
So here we have the vice is the vase. It's the vicar. It's the cup. Right.
Yeah, the vessel. Yep.
The vice president is the president's bitch. He's the cupbearer for the president.
Well, I guess we should say that too if people aren't aware that the cupbearer symbolism is deep, literally deep. Like, you know, it means that you have to receive whatever the king is going to give you, and it's everything, you know. There's no real limit on it. You know, to be someone's cupbearer implies that you're their butt slave, for sure.
Exactly.
You know,
And
I mean, we all know the old mythos. That's the rules in the Greek and Roman times, right? Like if you're going to get your learning from your superiors, then you also got to give up everything physically to them, whatever they desire of you. That's just the old rules, you know. And I don't think those rules have changed much. Honestly, they just hide it much better now. That's
right.
Is that the path to becoming the enema of the state?
That's right. That's what James Maynard Keenan told me. Yes.
Tom DeLong. Come on.
SB, what's the quote that Crowley said about getting jumped in?
Oh yeah. He took the famous quote: "Some men are born great, some men aspire to greatness, and some men have greatness thrust upon them and changed it to sodomy." So, some men are born sodomites, some men aspire to sodomy, some men have sodomy thrust upon them. Sad but true. Oh, you ready for your surprise, Mario? I got the mic. Okay, all right.
Go for it.
I'm going to surprise Mario. I'd love to hear your commentary on this particular item here. Oops, I must have chose the wrong screen here. Hold on. Wait, no, is that right? Is that showing the hat or not?
I can see the hat.
Okay,
Wow,
so you
I
can
was
see
not
that.
expecting that.
So it popped into my head, and I figured Google Photos should help me. So what
How
can
do
you
you
tell us?
Holy cow.
How do you
tell
know
us about this?
Well, first off, my question to you is how do you know about Bud?
From you.
Could you zoom into the image a little more?
We chatted about it or something, or you took that photo at my place?
Yeah. When we were at your place, I'm pretty sure that's your ladies here. They're behind it.
Yeah. It looks like it.
Somebody busted these out, and I asked if it was okay to take photography and a small piece of video.
Gosh,
and then,
that's very interesting.
I don't. I'm trying to back out now because I got more pictures of it. Let's see here. Let's see if it'll let me go to the next one here.
That's a great surprise, by the way.
Yeah, I did. I mean, were these? So there's the other hat. There's two hats.
Yeah.
And this one's just covered in stuff. I tried to get it from the top picture, but it didn't really work. But here's a short video clip of it. If it'll roll load, let's see if my little laptop wants to keep up.
Mario, is this freaking you out? Like
it's really
like
cool.
Somebody shooting inside your house.
Yeah. This is awesome.
That's fucking heady.
Cool.
And I mean it.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean I asked permission because it was a very sacred item. Obviously, as soon as it came out, so I didn't just bust out the camera. I asked, but that doesn't mean you remember.
Do you guys know
it was
who
a great
Nardwar
night,
is?
Yeah, the Canadian dude, right?
Yeah. This feels like Nardwar, like when he
right.
Nardwars people. Because I was not expecting that. I would never even remembered that I showed you or that you would have taken photos of it, let alone.
Yeah.
So Nardwar goes into the deepest research for an artist, a recording artist, finds all their oldest posts and digs up the deepest dirt and then springs it on them in an interview. And the artist is just like, how did you find that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to go that deep, but I'm glad that it hit that level because to me this blew my mind when it happened. You know.
All right,
like, So tell us about Bud.
All right, so this is actually he was a very pivotal person for me for a few different reasons. Michelle started working at a coffee shop, and actually they kind of labeled themselves as an anarchist coffee shop in Portland. And by this time, I had already done research on like MK Ultra and like some symbolic stuff and Freemasonry and various conspiracies and everything else. And Michelle tells me one day, like, there's this guy that comes in and he wears these wild hats and he makes them himself. And they're like loaded with conspiratorial imagery and subliminal stuff. And there's a bunch of puff paint around and everything else on it. And he also makes his own jackets, like very punk rock jackets. And this guy was in his 70s by the time we met him. And so she said, you should meet him because he comes in there all the time. He lived right down the street from the coffee shop. And so I eventually met him and we just hit it off basically. And so he was actually, I mean, I would bring up random things like, hey, Bud, do you know who Michael Aquino is from the Church of Set? He's like, oh, Michael Aquino. I've met Michael Aquino. Oh, he actually gave me these books. Do you want these books? He literally gave them to me because he wanted me to join the Temple of Set and everything. And then I'd be like, Bud, do you know who this guy is or that guy is? And he would have all these stories of either having met them or literally knowing them and whatever. And so Bud's background is that he joins.
I didn't know that he tried to get you to join the Temple of Set. Now that's pretty
all right. So can I just say that we have the Mickey Mouse Club here?
Yeah.
That is crazy that he's got the Mickey Mouse Donald Duck on here.
Oh, wow. Dude. Yes, he's making Donald Duck a ketamine.
On the genitalia of the duck. Holy crap. This is creeping me out, man.
And if we know one thing for sure, Donald Duck is fucking castrated. He doesn't even wear pants. You can tell
that's
he's
why he
got
goes
his dong.
I'd be making that noise too if I was castrated, man.
Wow.
And so one of the first hats I ever saw of his when I met him at the coffee shop is he had this I think it was it was a hat about Afghanistan, I believe. And he had a grenade on top of it. And then he had these little droplets of God damn it, I'm losing the word. When you're scoring the plant to make heroin. What the hell am I looking for? Poppies.
Yeah.
So he had turned a grenade into a poppy bulb.
Beautiful, yeah.
And he added the little droplets dripping from it when you score it so that you can harvest it for heroin and whatever.
Yeah,
and it like
milk.
blew my mind.
The
Yeah,
milk,
yeah.
milk.
Thank you. It blew my mind that he did that and that there was all this other symbolism, and he would take like, you know, headlines from newspapers, and he eventually asked me to print stuff for him because he just wasn't tech savvy or whatever. But he would spend all day making these hats, and he was a talker. And whenever somebody would point at his hat, he would say, "Oh, well, do you want to know what's on my mind?" And he would take off his hat, and then he would basically start schooling them in conspiracy stuff.
Yeah,
by using his hats as a prop.
Literally, and there's grenades right here. There's 2 grenades on this hat.
So he can just, you know, go into deep conspiracy theories off the top of his head.
Literally, it's what's on my mind. Let me go off the top of my head. There's a huge golden rat right here. You guys see it?
Nice one, Chance.
Thank you. A golden rat. Wow.
SB, can you go up a little more in the picture? He's got 2 crests of the KGB there. You see those shields with the sword?
There's actually 3 of them. Yeah.
Makes me really wonder about the hammer and sickle too.
It's not those.
Okay, so here, let me zoom back in for you.
Okay, there we go. They're mirrored. Go up a little higher. It's the one with the sword going through it. That one, the sword.
This here.
That is the KGB, which in his day, he was probably tracking Putin on the rise through the ranks.
Right.
But that's KGB for sure. And that's like Knights Templar equivalent of the Russian Knights Templar.
Yeah, and there's a Knights Templar right here.
On the hat, on the top. And a Batman.
What a thing of glory. Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
now you own these, right, Mario? These are your hats, right?
Yeah, I own a couple of them. He made dozens of them, and I actually photographed all of them, and so I have them. I just plugged in an external hard drive to see if I can find them real quick.
Oh yeah, well you should make a book, man. You should write a book about the hats.
Yeah. He was
Even
one of
if
these
just basically describing the elements in your life experience with him. It would be enough, you know. He doesn't have.
These
to
are more priceless than any Fabergé egg I've ever seen.
I had just a realization about the hammer and sickle while I was looking at this.
Yeah, buddy, you got it.
Okay, so Vulcan's hammer is Hercules' club. Belle's got a club. Janus has a club. Thor has a hammer. I really think now that I'm looking at this, it's the encode of the angel of death is the angel of life. The old Hermetic axiom that it's the one is the club is the summer sun and the sickle is the Kronos or the winter sun. Just my 2 cents that they're encoding, you know, both halves of the year, the two-faced god.
I see castration, but I see castration everywhere.
I know.
Symbols are multi-layered, of course.
I know. You see the pawnbroker shop or Mickey Mouse's head, and you're thinking, "Hey, what happened to your genitals?
Hey,
could I borrow your quill? I lost mine."
Right.
In case somebody needs placenta on their bingo card, the next Interverse episode is a placenta casserole special. Full afterbirth episode.
I
Gotta get some cream corn in there too, buddy. Cream
now
corn.
I got Mario searching to see if he can find more
free coffee.
I found all of his stuff. If you guys, do you mind?
Yeah,
if
we're down, man. No, please show it. We'd love to see even more hats.
Blowing my mind because there's so many things we talked about. He was really fond of Pan and Saturn. And so I was having my Saturn Return, whatever. As I was researching Saturn, I was like, why am I so obsessed with Saturn right now? And I'm like, holy shit, I'm having my Saturn Return right now. And I'm like, Bud, Saturn is crazy. And he's like, oh, bro. And he gave us dozens and dozens and dozens of books. He had a really big library. And I actually still have a lot of stuff that he printed, like really obscure conspiratorial MK Ultra stuff from the 90s.
Nice. You said he gave you books that Michael Aquino gave him?
Yeah.
That's tripping. That's straight tripping. Did you bless him? I'd be saying throwing some holy water on him and blessing him just before I read them, you know.
So Mario, do you think you could read some of those books that are out of print on a Wednesday night with us sometime? Just take a chapter and just read it for about 15-20 minutes if you have the time.
Oh yeah, dude, there's some really random stuff in there that, you know how the internet is now. I feel like it used to be more open and now it's closed.
It's dead. The internet's dead, man.
Yeah,
Internet
so there's
1.0 had everything on it, and you could find it everywhere. You could stumble into places that would change your life forever, and now it's all managed down. It's all blinders, like on horses, you know.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
I can't even
stumbleupon.com?
usually can't find the thing I'm looking for. Half the
I
things I
use
look
three
for during a
different
weave
search
I can't
engines
find.
and compare them to each other to try to find what I'm looking for.
I'll see something like I'll find something a week ago and the same search terms I can't find it anymore. Like I
I
was
don't know
really looking for
what
the
you guys are
ingre-
using. I don't have any problems on Ecosia. That's what I use. But
What is it?
Ecosia?
Spell
Oh,
that.
they say it's one I don't even know. Is it
I-
ECOSIA?
I'll put it
Yeah,
I haven't
you're
had-
right. That's how it's spelled, Sean.
like any problems.
No, I have to add that to my list here. Thank you.
Google, yes. On Google, I have a hard time finding things, and DuckDuckGo sometimes.
This
But
is the,
Ecosia, I find exactly what I'm looking for.
That's good to know.
Wow, look at that dude.
Crazy stuff too.
So this is Bud, and because we bonded over Saturn, he really appreciated my scythe, which I actually
Yeah.
have right here in the background. And he was like, "Hey, let's go to Savi's Island. People in the Portland area will know where that's at." And he has this whole thing with that location. And he said, "Let's do a photo shoot." And I wanted to do it, and so we went out there and did it. And this is just one of his pieces of hardware, headwear, and
Yeah.
then one of his jackets. And he was just a far out guy. He died a few years ago, but we remained friends until the end. And he kept on schooling me on all sorts of stuff until the end too. And did I mention that he was a Discordian member, like Church of Subgenius guy?
Doesn't surprise me.
oh,
Well,
makes
Discordians
perfect
and
sense.
Subgenius are actually two different sects, but they're like parallels
Okay.
to each other, you know.
Okay, right on. Yeah, I mean, I
They're
didn't know
opposite
about.
sides of the same coin, you know.
Okay. I didn't know about any of that stuff until he introduced me to it and gave me some literature or whatever. And then Michelle got really into the Laurel Canyon rabbit hole, my girlfriend, and he was actually down there and knew like some key people that were involved in some of the Charles Manson stuff. So
Wow.
like J.C. Bring, the hairdresser to the stars, pretty sure that's him. He knew him. Or you guys know about the Bhagwan in what is it? What was that the show called?
Yeah, there was a Netflix
The
documentary
Rajneeshis.
about the Rajneesh from Bhagwan.
Yeah, yeah, he met the Bhagwan and stuff. So
Wow.
he's just a far out life, man.
Wow.
You know.
Well,
Very
Mario, I
interesting
wanted to
guy.
ask you, when did you first discover that you are a pope?
That I'm a pope
That you are a pope?
right now.
Okay, you are a pope. Okay, moving on.
What does that mean? What are you getting at there?
We'll circle back to it. I'll get the reference for you.
Cool. Thank you. Some of the jewelry that he would wear, because he was also known as the Silver Sorcerer. And so he made a lot of these pieces on his own. And these are some of the hats at his place. So this is a nuclear bomb. And then I think right here it says little people, big bombs. And I think he has pictures of his children right there.
His own children.
Yeah.
I believe
Wow.
so. Yeah. Because he was in the military.
That's a great picture of the cat with the drugs, man. Don't threaten my drugs. We will fight. Leave my catnip alone.
Yeah, that's Q. Q the cat.
Q?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
no way. How funny.
Oh, here's the hat building process.
Yeah. Yep.
And the pan. Wow.
I'm
And then
tempted to
Pan.
make these hats in his honor to continue because it would be blasphemy
Dude, that
to
would be
try
so
and
good for a
replicate what
flow
he's
state.
doing, but it's also like the right thing to do, you know, to carry on Bud's work.
Flow
For
state,
sure. That would be
man.
wild. So yeah, he was a really, really interesting guy. Really into UFOs and space stuff and whatever. And so
You could
that's
probably
funny.
trade one of those hats for a big bag on lot, Sean.
Yeah.
So yeah, you get the idea. But that's cool, man.
Yeah, if we just
yeah.
make 5 or 10
Mm.
hats in honor
that
and
last
then
one
hit
with
the
the CIA on
festivals,
the
we
back.
could trade them off.
Sean,
Big
did you
time.
see the brand name on the back of that jacket?
I don't think I did.
Nope.
Is it Empire? I thought it said Empire.
No, the
CIA.
just above that.
I guess I
the
didn't see it.
eye. Was it
Was-
Boeing?
Oh yeah, Boeing. Yeah. I can share my screen again if you guys want. Real
No,
fast.
it's all right. It's all right. We'll
Okay.
That
catch
was
it.
beautiful,
That's okay.
Mario.
We'll catch
That's
it.
so
Cool,
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 that
cool.
you had that guy in your life at your Saturn returns.
Yeah, I know. It was really wild. And so he gave me books about Saturn that I don't think I ever would have read otherwise. And he just schooled me on a lot of stuff. So
Yeah, I'm
Sean,
glad.
that,
I'm
that
glad
was a
I
great
found
surprise,
that.
man. That's really
Yeah,
cool.
I'm glad I found it. It just popped into my head like, hey, I got those hats.
Yeah.
I get myself lost every day with my own Google Drive because I think like I need this picture, and so I try to use the AI on my Google Drive to find it, and I just get lost. And like next thing I know, it's 1:00, and I'm like, I got to do something today, And so then those hats pop up quite a bit for whatever reason. They end up, they just end up in the results. Maybe it's
the
Bud
spirit
trying to
of
talk to us.
discord. It's
That's right.
It's the golden apple.
Discordianism and the House of Apostles of Eris. So the bearer of this card is a genuine and authorized pope. So please treat him, her right. Good forever, authorized by the House of Apostles of Eris. Every man, woman, and child on this earth is a genuine and authorized pope. Reproduce and distribute these cards freely. It's the House of Apostles of Eris, POEE, Head Temple, San Francisco.
Yeah, see, so if people don't know, like the trippy thing to figure out is that, okay, so the Church of the Subgenius is one side of the coin, and the Discordian church is another side of the coin. So then if you look, you have Slack servers and Discord servers. So this is obvious to me that these are all one entity, and they've chosen separate fraternities to be a part of long ago. It probably started in the late 70s, in my opinion, and so then they're bringing it out. They're showing you how powerful they are, that some of the most sophisticated software on the internet is their churches supplying it, of course, for free. Yeah, and I mean it's fascinating to read it. I found
Genius.
I found Bob in the 90s because of Sublime, because he's in the middle of the 40 Ounces to Freedom CD, and so he thanks Bob Dobbs in the thank you track at the end of the CD. Jeffrey, what's his name? Bradley Newell. There's a track at the end where he's giving all these thank yous, and he's like, asking this guy where his mic stands are, and just giving this thank you track. It's a weird thing. But so we were at WSU, and so we went online and looked up Bob Dobbs, and it had some books in the library. So we were at WSU, we went to the university library, and we couldn't find the Book of the Subgenius, but we found one of the other books of Bob, and that's where it all started. I fell down the Bob rabbit hole after that. I used to show my Book of the Subgenius to the Jehovah's Witnesses when they come to the door as a way to like, oh, come on in, you guys want to talk religion? I'm all about it. I've been following Bob, so come in and check out Bob, because it's this totally insane sacrilegious conspiratorial nonsense book. I mean, like if you try to read it out loud, you drive people mad. They'll scream at you and try and attack you because it's just nonsense. It's insanity.
Wow.
I highly recommend it if you never read it, though. You're supposed to get a copy and put it in your bathroom. Those are the actual rules.
Right. That's where I found it. There was a place in Tucson called Bob Dobbs, and
weird.
And
like a restaurant or something, or
it was a bar. It's a university. It was a university bar, so I'd known about. I was like, oh, that's the guy on Devo, like
right? Yeah, Devo's big part of the Church of the Subgenius. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that they were
Mark
like
Mothersbaugh.
The first ones, right? But they were the ones that introduced the idea of, the slack of trying and not trying, the whole
to be in the flow state.
Being the flow state. Yeah. It's a big thing.
It really, I mean, there's a lot of truth in it, but there's also a lot of just
bullshit too.
Derogatory bullshit too. I mean, the thing is, they say that most people think that this is a joke church. But what it is a church that's not a joke disguised as a joke. If you really read into it, that's the whole thing. Is that they make it look so asinine that no one would take it seriously. But they are absolutely dead serious. It's a severed head cult, is what it is. It's a sacred cult of the bleeding head, because Bob gets assassinated, and then they something happens with the severed head where they hit it with a golf club. There's this whole ritual. But, it's not a joke. They're still doing it every year.
Yeah, I think they're still doing it.
Is this related to the Baphomet head?
I mean, I don't know how you could say it's a severed head and not be related to the Baphomet. A severed head is a Baphomet. I mean, it is,
Yeah, right. I want to mention, because I would never have guessed this would have come up, but Devo sent me a cease and desist one time.
Wow.
No joke, really?
Yeah, I had a website that Devo, yeah. Because I had a website years and years ago. It was called Stuff on My Cat, and it was just a joke cat site thing where people would put things on cats.
Stuff and My Cat, is that what you said?
It was called Stuff on My Cat.
Stuff on My Cat, okay.
Yeah. I started it as a joke, and it took off, and it ended up being my job for like years because it was profitable. And
that's
got
true
a lot of
slack
traffic.
right there, bro. When you accidentally make a cat website that becomes profitable, that is slack to the max.
Totally. That's really funny, man. But I started it when I was like 20, and it was like a thing until I was like 25, and we made books. And the guy who the manager, or sorry, the literary agent of The Onion was my representation, and we had merchandise and like calendars and all sorts of stuff. It was this wild thing. And anyways, I made this cat shirt, and it was a cat with a keytar with a Devo hat.
The energy dome. Yeah.
And I had it on the website and whatever. And then out of nowhere, I got a letter from someone representing Devo, and they said, if you don't take it down or send us like 25 shirts, this is a cease and desist, pretty much. And so I sent them shirts, and it was fine.
Sweet.
So
that's awesome that they made you a good out like that, though. To me, that's very respectable. Like, hey, we're coming after you unless you give us some merch. Kick us some, show you.
They were cool with it,
right? Yeah, that's cool.
That's awesome.
Really random.
I think it's kind of funny that
we should send Devo more stuff when we get some merch going, either for your new thing, like if you get your stuff going, send them 25 more and tell them, hey, this was supposed to go with the order from back in the day, and I forgot to send it to them now, just to fuck with them, because that's a very slacker, some genius thing to do, Send them more tribute, like, hey, we forgot to send this to you guys,
That's
a great
this is for
idea.
Everyone except for Mark. That's what I would write in the card. Don't let him touch this stuff.
So I think it's incredibly telling that Mario went from the decapitated head cult to Devo, which I almost am assuming that you're aware of. The beginning was the end in the Oscar Kissmayer work on cannibalism.
Oh, no, yeah. Okay, Arc's only picture show 33. Tracy reads aloud from this book that speculates that human beings evolved because monkeys started knocking each other's brains out and eating them, and that gave them a lust for knowledge and a lust for more brains, and that cannibalism, especially brain cannibalism and seeking after the head, is what developed us from the apes into what we are today. And Devo fell in love with that, and that's why they named their band Devo, because it's de-evolution. And so it all comes if you never blown back through picture show 33, it's one of the first ones where we're doing art.
It's crucial.
Yeah. Jim's sculpting, I'm painting, and Tracy's taking her own random selection of books and reading aloud.
And you'll find out about how to get away with illicit sexual activity in public areas of Disneyland.
Or Disney World, yeah. There's
or
a whole
Disney
book
World,
about
either
it.
or.
Yeah, there's a whole book about how to be inappropriate at Disney theme parks.
The other part of other part of Devo is devour.
Yeah.
That's the other part. It's like nested meanings there, but they were way into Oscar Kissmayer, and that book is crazy. It's crazy.
Okay, since we're talking about Tracy, one of the things, I have a whiteboard here, by the way.
That's a bingo square for somebody.
Yeah, whiteboard. Dry erase ninjas.
Yeah. So one of the things was to talk about Plus Ultra,
right?
And how I just think that, I've read like 4 or 5 of her books, and obviously, Sean, you talked to her, at length, multiple times, and a lot of the things that I've been researching, I always look up to see if Tracy's talked about it. Anything that I'm looking into, I'm like, plus Tracy Twyman, see if it comes up anywhere.
Yeah.
And dude, multiple times, I'm like, of course she was already on it, and she explained it, or she wrote a whole book on it, or something like that.
Yeah.
And so she was amazing that way, but the polar business that I'm talking about, and that we've been kind of circling around, Plus Ultra is a polar concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my opinion. But did she understand it that way? I don't
remember her ever thinking of it or representing it as polar, quote unquote. But I mean, she definitely understood it as a land beyond the known realm, and that you have to go, essentially beyond the pole to get there. But I don't think she put it together like you're talking about. But I mean, she
Right.
she did, but she never said it. Like the
Exactly,
aha
yes.
moment didn't happen, as far as I know. But we don't know that either. Who knows what's in her finite notes? Hidden on some hard drive somewhere, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I wouldn't be surprised, because multiple times as I'm reading over this stuff, especially when I got to the Necronomicon material as it relates to polar stuff and Cthulhu and Sed and everything else, and knowing that she knew that material, I just kept on thinking about her. I'm like, dude, she either knew this and just never publicly said it or put out a work about it, or she was right on the brink of kind of understanding a lot of this stuff. But there's other things that she understands that I will probably never understand. You know what I mean? So I just had to
What
bring
makes
that
me
up.
think, have you ever, did you get a chance to read the document, Squaring the Compass, the northeast, southwest? I can't remember the proper title of the document, and it's probably all pulled down off the web now. But it might have something in there. She talks about, if I remember, it's been a long time, but I think she speculates that there's as many degrees in masonry as there is points on the compass. So 360 degrees. There's so much. It's pretty much like an ebook. She called it an article, but it was. I wouldn't be surprised if it was 20,000 words or more. And it was a substantial work.
Right.
I'll see if I can find it anywhere. If you've never had it, you should be able to check it out, because I'll bet you the answer to your question would be revealed in there somewhat. I've always intended to go back and finish reading it, but I never did.
Yeah. No, I would love to check that out, because her plus ultra symbol it was a mountain.
Yeah.
The world mountain. So that's another polar symbol is the mountain. And then she has crosses too, which to me, it's like X marks the spot. That's like the axis mundi, central axis, whatever you want to call it, sort of thing.
She was definitely onto all of that for sure, because it came from Jean Cocteau. The Mount Analog was, there's all these, I actually did a whole college report on it. It wasn't really in depth, but it covered the idea, Axis Mundi, Mount Meru, in Ayn Rand's book. It's called Gulch, where they make a hidden hyperspace kingdom that they're sneaking into in the Colorado mountains. And then Mount Analog, I'm pretty sure it might not be Jean Cocteau, it might be a different author. But there's an invisible mountain, in the middle of the ocean that only materializes or arrives at a certain time. And so you have to arrive there in such a way. And back to that same thing. It's the same thing with the show I was talking about earlier, the One Piece show. The pirates are all searching for the One Piece. It's the main pirate hidden treasure, and to get to it, they have to go to the Grand Line. And once you cross over the Grand Line, you need special navigation equipment. So they have this weird compass that is shaped like a sphere, and the compass needle is hanging down in the middle, because a regular compass no longer works, because once you cross onto the Grand Line, you're actually in a different realm. You're in.
Wow.
There's another episode that's about a different sky realm called Skypiea or something, where it's the same thing. They end up taking their ship up into the sky and finding a hidden kingdom, and they have to go through a process there and then come back down to the regular world. But this exists. It exists in almost every culture I found. Go ahead, Rachel. I see you raising your hand.
I have a question.
Want to talk about Mount Analog again. It's the novel of symbolically authentic non-Euclidean adventures in mountain climbing. And it's a classic allegorical adventure by René Dumas.
Thank you. I knew it. If I had a gut feeling it wasn't. Would you read the title one more time, Alan?
Mount Analog, a novel of symbolically authentic non-Euclidean adventures in mountain climbing. Published in 1959 or 52, depending on different sources.
I've also met a DJ named Mount Analog.
Nice. So go ahead, Rachel.
So question. If we're going back to the pole star and we're talking about going north, what does any of that mean?
Inner.
What does any of that even mean?
For
some reason, I keep thinking of like Pirates of the Caribbean, and he's got that compass that only points towards what you want. And if you don't know what you want, it just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
So if we're going to focus on the pole star and we're going to examine all this symbolism, what do we do with that? Where are we going when we go north? Where are we going when we're looking at the pole star instead of the sun?
Can I make an interjection on this one? This is part of why I find the cosmic egg or the world tree, the cosmology I've been working on, that's actually been coming to me and being handed to me, a lot of pieces of it. I don't have to go out of my way. It's like week by week, new things are just presented that fit into the model as I'm sort of working through it. And to me, one of the things that makes it so beautiful and, in my opinion, reflective of the self-similarity across scales, macro and micro, that life is as a fractal, is that north would be pointing you towards your true center, towards your center column, your spine, straightening up. To me, ascension isn't about leaving the realm. Perhaps there are, to some degree, places you can go in the astral, but is that ascension, or is that going in? To me, I like to go with the concept, in is up and out is down. And that applies to the model as well of the cosmic egg, as I understand it.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. So to me, that's what this north is about, is really about finding your center, finding balance, getting the true aim again.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
And so
when
ascension
you said a
is
chance,
straightening
it
up
made
your
me
spine,
imagine coming
becoming
completely
upright.
face to face with the astral man, with the as above, so below. If the whole universe is before us and it's also within us, to bring it straight face to face so that you're having that actual full-blown interaction. You're looking at it eye to eye with the Adam Kadmon and understanding that you're one, so to speak.
That's exactly what I was thinking with the card with the fish, being half. We're half human. Like our kind of game here, like as we're going on, we're finding out that we're actually trying to be human, not something else. Like, I really think that our goal is to be the ultimate human, right? Which is our true self.
Your full self, Gordy. Your energy, life force energy is self, is consciousness. Consciousness is awareness and knowing who you are and what you are and where you're at. So to me, whenever I'm doing sound balancing for people, it's all about just sweeping this off balance energy back to the center column. And then they remember more of who they are and they see more clearly what's going on with them. So to me, this idea of going north, perhaps it's an actual literal journey you could take. I don't know. But that realm of the inner ring, closer to the spine of the world, there's more energy there, as I am starting to understand it. And yeah, and if you're at a point where you are tapped into a larger or full totality of life force energy, then you're face to face with this bigger self.
Makes me think of this Masonic phrase, East is up, too. Sorry to interrupt, but I got to throw that in there. East is up is a Masonic phrase, and I've never even dove into it and fully studied it, but because the idea, when Rachel first asked the question, it's like, when we think of north looking at a map, you think of going towards Canada or towards the North Pole. You don't think of going away into the sky. But when you're a little kid, you do. When they tell you north is up, you think of going up, right? And so then there's
East is up is a reference to the Garden of Eden and being ejected from the garden.
Is that right? See, it's been a long time since I looked at it. It just popped into my head and I didn't want to skip it.
That's what I thought, but I could be wrong.
The East is up thing is interesting because there's some of the material that I've read that's ascension-based material says that you go eastward to go up a spiral to go up to the north.
Circumambulating.
Basically. Yeah, exactly. So what were you showing there, Chance?
He drew a card. It would look like it was the Ace of Wands.
Okay.
It's your original purpose for being.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think I first heard of that because of Jim, because of that 21 Pilots song. I think that's where I first heard of it.
So to me, yeah, you guys pretty much summarized it, but I think Northern symbolism, even though I'm speaking of ascending upward, going upward, and even using that in like my videos and whatever, I consider it, and I should actually probably clarify this, because I think that's a great question, Rachel, that to me, it's a metaphor for the inward journey, which is why we say true north. What's your true north?
Right.
And so to me, it has everything to do with going inward. And basically, I think heliocentrism was designed so that you're always perpetually going outward. And I think that if you look at the cosmology that the heliocentrists gave us, it's all outward, it's all external, including the Big Bang even. And so the Big Bang leads to evolution, which that's a whole conversation, right? But I think it's interesting to think about involution, and that the universe actually receded and went into itself, which is why there's so many things here in this realm. The trick is to actually go to go inward. You know, you instead of putting your problems on everybody else and externalizing everything, you need to go inside here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Reversing that
Ascension.
flow, becoming a creditor over a debtor.
Yeah, exactly. Consciousness is an inside job sort of thing, you know.
Yeah,
To
man.
me, that's what the polar symbolism and the North Star, that's kind of ultimately to me what it represents. And as I've picked up some of these symbols, I've just noticed that heliocentrism, once again, even with I don't even know what we call it here, but what's happened over the last couple of years, you know, it's all external based, and they want in your body, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you are the earth. You
Well,
are the terrain, even though I'm open that, you know, terrain versus germ theory, like I think that it's probably a melding of the two, although I think terrain theory is very, very interesting for a lot of different reasons. I see a big overlap with the physical world, our physical bodies, and them wanting to always get inside of us, and transhuman I don't know, the transhuman force or whatever, always wanting to get inside of us, and the media always wanting to get inside of us, and mind control always wanting to get inside of us.
Yeah.
They
At the
want
same
inside
time,
of
they
us.
ask us to evacuate ourselves to make room for them too.
I think that's
Interversepodcast.com.
like one of
Go ahead.
my only gripes, sorry, with astrology, is because people focus so much on their sun sign. It's also super trendy. Like you can buy mugs and t-shirts, and they have you so focused on your sun. And I've had people come to me and be like, "Can you guess my sign?" And I'm like, "I'm not going to guess your sign because I know better. I know that you're more than your sun. I know that you're probably going to show me your rising. I know that you're your moon." So no, sometimes I'll get a hint about their element, but I'm not going to guess your sun sign because you're so much more than that. And like, it's like you said, it's so outward, because it is your outward appearance. It is your Leo shining through. And people forget that we have all of those archetypes. And just because some of them, you know, it's like a symphony, you have some sections that are louder than others, but you're still the whole orchestra.
Exactly.
Tessarion talks about the inner zodiac all the time. Usually I guess people's rising if I'm trying to guess. They're like, what do you think my sign is? And I usually end up guessing the rising. But okay, I want to readdress just really briefly the idea of like an actual physical journey to the North Pole or whatever, the inner ring of the realm. I don't think like maybe there is a journey like that, but I don't think it's actually necessary. I do agree that the ascension is becoming upright yourself and bringing the energy of your biological unit back to center, because at that point everything is everything. All the energy, all the life force energy that exists no matter what. So you, as a sort of symbolic microcosm of that, getting that in alignment, the universe that you inhabit will then have access to, you'll have all the credit you need of all the energy to do whatever it is that is true and beautiful and in alignment with life force energy. So it doesn't matter where you were in the realm. North is north wherever you are. I think that's what's important about that symbol, not about actually like physically going there. Although I do find it really interesting, the idea of there being a temple in the astral realm. That has some, because that's a shared space and that's going within.
Right. Yeah. So one of the stories that was in the John O'Neill book that I've referenced a couple of times now, it's called The Night of the Gods by John O'Neill. He wrote 2 volumes. I read the first volume. I still want to get to the second one. It's a very dense read, but again, the cheat code is everything's a northern symbol, basically. And so, but he gave, or he told this really awesome story about various cultures having this belief that there was at first the primordial waters that existed, and it was chaotic. And then at some point, an island came out of the ocean, and this island was floating around the primordial waters, and it was not settled anywhere. until a tree grew out from it. And then once the tree grew out from it, the island became stationary, and then things started developing on the island, and it became an island, you know? And so he has multiple stories like that in his book, saying that the pole needs to anchor in order to ground something, right? And how many gods have staffs, right? Or swords and whatever. And how many stories are there about this, right? And so, and even when you go to like physical sexual symbolism, when a man is having sex with a woman, he's claiming land. Whether you think that's right or wrong or whatever, it's just part of the deal. He's
physically true.
He's physically sowing his seed into the earth. He's claiming land. This is why you plant a pole when you conquer a country, right? And then you put your flag into the ground, is because you're claiming that land.
And they did the same thing on the moon, right? Planting a flag on the moon.
Fertilization, Mario, in the act of human reproduction, which is a mysterious thing. The actual fertilization is not controlled by the human. It's an act of God or an act of nature. It requires the act of, you know, your parents laying together. But at the moment of implantation, after the fertilization, is what we call conception, where the zygote actually implants into the matrix or the womb. And that's when the baby grows. But before that, it's this like single-celled fractal DNA container of everything, of your entire potential in one sphere. And then it implants, or it plants like you're talking about. But anyway, that's just what it made me think of. It's all up and down, poles and holes all the way.
Poles and holes, yeah, exactly. And so this is also a post, right? And so this pole or post or pillar or world tree or mountain or spear or whatever, it goes on and on and on. This is the pole that Mercury goes up and down as the psychopomp, that he goes to different realms, right? And so this is where we get postage from, and the post office, having to do with Mercury, the messenger of the gods, you know? And so to me, this pole pillar thing is very, very significant. And, you know, it sounds really simple, but it just, the symbolism with it just goes on and on and on. Right, there you go, yeah.
This is Ningizida, a not very well-known Sumerian god of healing. But it reminds me a lot of that, like facing the Adam Kadmon thing that SB said. Here's another depiction of it. And if you see, it's a very like almost leopardish or leprous creature here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the snake and the cat symbolism together again.
Totally.
But yeah, they're planting some kind of a pole here.
Yeah, that's trippy.
In a mirrored way.
Yeah, makes me think of the dual tenenivir.
I couldn't really find much else about, like, I'd heard of this character, but I couldn't really find much else in terms of ancient depictions. And I found these finally after a lot of searching, thanks to the search engine Rachel suggested. What was that again?
Ecosia.
Ecosia, yeah, really good, helpful. I'm gonna definitely bookmark that.
Chance, what's this god's name again?
Ningizida. Or Ningizida, Ningizida, something like that.
I have to bring this up because it was.
I think we should rewrite boats and hoes for poles and holes.
I agree.
Get on it.
Do it. I was gonna say, it keeps reminding me of that book I was reading on the flow state, the fantasy novel with the leopard of little breezes.
Yeah.
That flies September to the fairyland.
Can we anticipate hearing another chapter this week or not? I would like to know.
If I have the opportunity to read it, I shall do so.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, the leopard is an interesting word too. It's the cat father, leopard, padre.
What's interesting is panthers are actually leopards. They're just all black. If you ever get the opportunity to see one, and I have, they did like a big cat show at the Renaissance Fair. And panthers are absolutely beautiful. You can see their spots in the sunlight, but that's what they are. They're technically leopards. So it's like a family of cats, more than just one.
Yes, it's pantherines. All big cats are panthers, essentially. Like Florida panther is same thing as a puma.
Yeah. And
'Cause
they
it's a
had
family
a
name,
cougar
which-
there, and it
Yeah.
was intense. Those cats are insane.
And-
They're like, everybody, that was the only cat that they're like, everyone stay seated, because as soon as they see movement, they like lock on.
You guys want to hear a trippy story about a cougar? And I'm
Yes.
from, from the
Please.
Walla Walla Valley, the Blue Mountains. There's cougars. You can see cougars in the neighborhood sometimes. Like they come down out of the mountains, and it's scary. And you have free reign to shoot them because otherwise they're going to kill somebody. But so one time I went to Australia because I had an online girlfriend for 3 years, and we finally culminated our relationship and manifested it into reality. And I went and stayed with her for like more than a month in Brisbane, and we drove up north. But we went to this amusement park, and it was a combination. Only in Australia do you get a combination amusement park zoo, right? Like it was roller coasters and beer gardens and rides, and like they had huge lizards out on poles with just a little leash holding them onto the pole. And, so it was like almost like the zoo was openly in the amusement park, right? And so we're looking into the enclosure with the tigers, and there's little baby tigers sleeping on a rock, and they're so cute, and they're just trying to stay up on the edge of the rock. And one of them is sliding, and he keeps sliding, and he falls off and barely lands on his feet, and he's all tired, and he tries to jump back up and misses, and it was just so cute. Well, so we're sitting in the beer garden having a beer, and the people running the bar say, hey, they're getting ready to walk the baby tigers out into the park on a leash. So if you guys want to pet them on the butt, just only on the butt, when they come out, then it's cool. And so we're like, cool. We put our beers down. We go over to where they say they're going to come in. And the bitch walks around the corner with a cougar on a little leash like you have at the vet, like just a little nylon leash. And I just jumped back like, what? That thing looked me right in the eye. I was like, what are you guys doing? They're like, oh, don't worry. It was raised in captivity. I'm like, you guys are crazy. And they took that damn cougar and walked it through the amusement park on a leash with no muzzle or nothing on it. Just that thing, it looked me in the eye. It was like, it was 4 feet away. I was scared to death, man. I was going to run, except for I couldn't, because then it will attack me.
That's some instinctual fear right there. Where you
Scary.
start you feel like when you've been stared in the eye by an actual real good predator, like a real wild animal.
Yeah, you realize you
are
pathetic
not
little
the top of the
no
food
fur
chain
position,
real fucking fast.
Yeah,
Sean, maybe you should have just bought the cougar a drink.
Well, then that would have offended the cougar I had gone to see, Alan.
Oh my gosh.
Her middle name is Faye, so you don't want to offend a woman whose middle name is Faye. For obvious reasons.
There's I was watching this channel for a while on YouTube, and there was this couple that took in these big cats, and one of them was a puma. I think the channel is called I Am Puma. And they also have, at this point now, they have a cheetah. And of course they're Russian, because for whatever reason, Russians just have no fear when it comes to these giant animals. They're like, oh yeah, it's just a cat.
It makes me wonder. I saw a clip the other day of a lady carrying one of these big cats down an alley in the dark, and it was kicking and making a big fuss, and she was just carrying it by its arm and its neck. And then finally she got mad and dropped it and yelled at it, and I was like, lady, you're crazy. What are you doing?
How like solid in your authenticity do you have to be to do that kind of thing? To where you and nature are just like, yeah, give me big cat.
I can't
imagine. It happens,
Yeah,
I have bear. I have bear sitting in another room right now.
They do. Well, the bear used to be seen
this morning.
Yeah, the bear used to be like seen as the brother to man. Like if you look at the mythos of it, like the bear is considered just like us. That's why they come sit down next to us in lawn chairs sometimes, just to trip us out.
Right? Like, what's up, guys?
I think about the name Zuckerberg is a inversion of berserker.
Yeah.
And the berserker is a wolf, a werebear. The berserker is a werebear, but it's also a German, those were German soldiers that were convinced that they were, able to transform into bears. They wore bear skins. But I find that all fascinating because the symbol of Nazi Germany was that swastika, which goes back to the Ursa Majora.
Yeah, back to the pole.
It's a very sacred practice, actually. That is an actual practice, is to channel animal spirits like that.
Yes.
It doesn't have to just be in battle, but historically, that's what people recognize it as, for sure.
This brings up the race of the Amaleks. I was researching the Amaleks. It's like the ancient Israel's like arch nemesis, and they like wanted to wipe them out of history forever. But one of the things that the ancient Israelites would accuse this race of people of being able to shift into animals, to being shapeshifters. And it kind of goes back to, they got commands from their ancient Yahweh, telling them, don't just kill them, but kill all of their herd as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief of the Israelites, he actually tried to keep some of the good animals for himself, tried to, keep some on the side for himself. And that didn't go over well. And so there's like this whole thing about making your enemy, for the Israelites, making them into animals so that you're justified in killing them also. But I just can't help but notice that Amaleks, the name is very similar to Americans. Amalekites, let me pull it up. Amalekites is crazy similar to Americans.
Yeah, and some people might argue that that's the case. I've seen theories from all sides that that America is Egypt, that America is the land of the Israelites. There's such a thing as British Israelism, and it's a really taboo, controversial topic because it's tied to white supremacy and all this stuff. So, but I mean, you can still study it. A rare name for it is the vigorous Protestants. I don't know if you'll find anything if you look that up. That's a rare name for it, vigorous Protestants. Yeah.
Whoa, thank you for that. I'm writing that down.
It's from a controversial book. It's actually called The Controversy of Zion. There's a famous author and reporter, and he wrote this really hardcore book about the state of Israel and Zionism, and it pretty much cost him his place in history. I can't even think of his name off the top of my head. I have to look it up, but it's worth reading in my opinion because it's so insightful. But it's it's one of those taboo things. If you bring up political Zionism, people trip out, right?
Yeah,
it's just part of the world we live in.
So check this out. Just as we're talking about that, I googled that Ningan's chance just dropped on us, and this says divine intervention in Mesopotamia. The Sumerians credit either god Enlil or Ninganzida, Lord of the Tree of Truth, as creator of writing. Later, during Assyrian and Babylonian periods, the god Nabu was credited as the inventor of writing, or scribe of the gods. Mesopotamian scribal gods also exhibit power of creation via divine speech. Remember what we all were talking about a couple weeks ago, and nothing ever happened until something spoke? And creation happened.
That's why it's a universe. It's just one verse that God spoke.
That's interesting. It makes me think about using trees for papyrus, using plants instead of animals,
instead of skin, putting it on the skins.
Yeah, and how what an industry that created.
And you gotta factor in that the papyrus was made out of reeds, and the reed has other special meaning. First of all, reed, like we read,
right.
And what did they use hollow reeds for?
Pipes.
These priests, yes, panpipes, and something else.
The quilling. The scribes were castados.
Well, yeah, before you had it,
it's their replacement dong.
Yeah,
so
before you had a sterling silver ornate quill, you just had to have I got to go cut one in the field and relieve myself here. I don't
man, and check this out. I never thought of this, but it's the penis. The pen for those consecrated to the goddess Isis.
Right, and it's mightier than the sword.
Penises, pen Isis. Oh my God, I never thought of that.
Me neither. Upside down world, I tell you what.
It's that mudra you just put it in my group the other day was the reed, wasn't it? Wasn't it the bamboo shoot? I'm looking
Let me
for
go
it.
look. I have the card still out.
It might still be.
I'm
in your
walking
group.
around the house right now getting a beverage.
But yeah, Mario, we've done some dives onto the process of the eunuchs and where they stand in society and what it means to be castrated to one degree or another. And of course, Tracy Twyman covered this too. And the shape that you end up with allegedly in castration after you've had your entire male genitals removed, it looks like the Mickey Mouse head or the three balls outside of the pawn shop. Yeah, the pawn shops, right. And so then supposedly these guys would carry a sterling silver quill around with them, and that would allow them to safely urinate. Obviously, it's just going to go all over if you don't have a surrogate pee-pee, you know. And so that's where we're coming back to the, you know, the original quill was probably just the bamboo reed that you could get your hands on, right? Like you don't get the ornate one until you get better at being a eunuch, you know. But when it first starts out, you probably start out with something simple to just make that thing work for you, you know.
Wow. I remember the Mickey Mouse shape thing. I did not know the reed thing. Wow. And it's always the penis that gets chopped off and has to be found. And there's some sort of like journey to go find it or whatever.
Right. The generative force is the lost word of masonry, right? You know, that's
yeah. Wow, dude, that's far out. I did not hear that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I just love that the sync that got us to that whole thing was talking about Lorena Bobbitt. For some reason, we revisited that story. Like that's what blows me away about these things like that. It always comes around to something even cooler than what started.
That's called quilling. When you have when you have a little tube put in place, then you're quilled. And there is the echidna, the spine.
And you've also quelled your base urges.
You've quelled your base urges. Good, googly. Good Lord. It's just all over culture. It's just right under the conscious level. It's that subliminal, you know? It's right there. We just didn't know what we were seeing our whole life.
Hey, Chance, can somebody show that picture I just dropped in the WFW chat?
I'm AFK.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Let me carry screen share.
Just a quick point. The pawn shop thing. Ayn Rand's first book was Red Pawn. And then her next book was the Fountainhead.
I never read that one. I only ever read the one book.
Yeah.
So more evidence for the this is a castrated man.
Yeah.
So can you guys see this?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. You see this figure here?
Yep.
Like this is also called that Ningizida.
Ningizida.
Accompanied by griffins. So they're calling these things griffins now, and whatever this is, which I doubt that's, well, who knows. But I do find it really interesting, the kind of hooded cobras thing.
Yeah, and then there's 7, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think it's a 7 head. Yeah, it's 7 snakes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I look at that and I see it as the pole
we
star,
have-
symbolic of the pole star.
Yep.
We have a rod and 2 serpents wrapped around it in a double helix formation. Who discovered DNA and when? For real?
I don't know who.
Look at this image, right? They're dating this image to 2000 BC, and is it showing the coiled?
It sure looks like DNA to me. That's what I always think of when I see the Hermetic staff.
Right.
Right. So the question is, did they discover it recently? Did they know it all along? Or are they just telling us now that it looks like something that is actually an ancient, epigenetic memory?
Could be both. That symbol is in a lot of things. It is it is a version of the Ingu's rune, which looks like a diamond, but sometimes it's extended so that it kind of looks like a double helix. And it does have to do with being a seed. because it goes right before inheritance. So it's the sun. Ing has to do with an ending, like of a last name.
Yeah.
I did throw in who came up with the double helix. I actually have one on me.
Nice.
I have people think that it's like a racist thing. Like, look at my DNA. I get questioned on it. I get grilled about it a lot. It's really obnoxious, but
yeah, Sunseed Rachel, white supremacist.
Yeah, totally. Come on now, Rachel Munoz. But it does have to do, and I heard this in a sermon actually at Potter's House, which is a big black megachurch. And it has to do with Jacob's Ladder, because I'm just like sitting there, I'm like falling asleep. I'm like, yeah, it's typical sermon. And then he just like busts this out. He's like, think about Jacob's Ladder as a strand of DNA, so that you have angels and blessings coming up and down this ladder, but that's inside of you. That you like, that's when it clicked for me. I'm like, we're that bridge. Like, we are the bridge between heaven and earth, and blessings come up and down us all the time.
Right. And you don't need any mediary with the divine. You have it. You can do it yourself. You don't need anybody else to do it for you.
Yeah, exactly. And even once again, John O'Neill, he has a whole section about the bridge as an axis symbol, you know, relating to the north and everything else. That resonates. I actually have a rune question for you, Rachel, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So you asked about the north stuff and what does it really mean and whatever. And then we're all talking about inner journeys and inward processes and stuff. And then I thought about the letter I and how that kind of symbolizes the pole too. I, right? I.
Yeah.
You know, and then I know that the single line rune is Isa, also starts with an I, right? Is there like is there any inner metaphor associated with Isa at all, or related to anything that we discussed regarding the pole or northern stuff or anything like that, or not so much?
There could be, because there's a couple different ways to look at it. So in my conversation with Balderson, he pointed out that some of the runes leading up to it are connected to the masculine and feminine on the sides, and then it kind of shrinks down. So when you get to Isa, you do have that straight up and down kind of as your conduit point. So there's that. But to me, it also seems like it could be those two things coming together and being in a single point, because you do have what's stable and what is unstable in ice, because it does represent ice. So if you ever walk on ice, you know, you do have something that's chaotic. You don't know what's going to happen. And you also have something that's actually kind of, you do know what's going to happen. So it does tie into the masculine and feminine in kind of what we were talking about. And it goes back to the chariot with having those two things come together. And that's how you're the best conduit, is when you are most balanced. It's like when people talk about being in alignment, I think that's really what they're aiming for. Sometimes people are like, oh, I'm just trying to get in alignment. I'm like, with what? With your higher self? Because that's maybe not as difficult as we're making it, but, you know, it's just awareness.
Rachel, what number is Isa in the runes?
Ooh, good question. It's in the second ayat, so 8, 11.
Oh, that's interesting. 2 poles.
Yeah.
So check this out, Mario.
Yo.
This is my Diction of Aries. And right there is I.
Ooh.
2
letter
eyes.
9, right at the top. And it definitely corresponds to Ursa Major, Ursa Minor in that rotating point at the top.
Wow.
So this has got the gematria for the letters corresponding with their angle on, if this was a compass or a T-square or whatever. But yeah, there's your eye at that North Pole.
Nice, dude.
Trippy.
Yeah, right. And then 90, I think of 90 degrees, right?
Right. You got to make everything right again.
Right, totally. Okay, so about that, you probably said it in one of your videos or whatever. Is that your original cipher? Like, this is not coming from any tradition?
Made that up myself.
Damn.
Yeah. I call it the diction of Aries. And you can see it starts with A, R, I, Z. And that's the cross that is older than the Catholic Church for sure.
Yeah.
You
They
know,
say,
it's the Coptic.
what? Testicles, spectacles, wallet, watch. Right?
All right. Yeah. Yep.
Totally.
We could decode that all night long.
Uh-huh.
Just that sentence.
Mario, did you say you're in Oregon?
I'm actually just across the border. I'm in Washington now. I used to be in Oregon. Yeah, in Portland.
I got something to share with you. And this is all amazing how our research is always building, and it's always like we're always talking about things that I wouldn't have been thinking about this a week ago. So it's just perfect that we're having this conversation right now. Let me see if I can get the share.
Dovetails.
Yes. So recently I did here we go. Can you guys see that?
Uh-huh.
So this is also original to me, Mario. I think I'm hoping somebody else will find writing or books on this. If there is such a thing, then it's not available to us, but I call this my tarot Tories. And what I've done is I've used the 37th paraline. That's the Mason-Dixon line. And I line it up with the equinox. And then I chart it out to the states. I think of the states as like a checkerboard floor. And over here in the sign of Aries, we have, which is the Sun card and also the Emperor card. And we have San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I include Washington in Aries. Like you can kind of see the center point is here with the Mississippi. This would be the solstice line right here, going right along this line here.
I'm looking at that line, Gabriel. Is that 37th parallel through San Francisco going through the Golden Gate Bridge, or is it just south of the Golden Gate Bridge?
Might be just a smidge south of it. Yep.
Maybe we could zoom in on the map a little later and see exactly where the Golden Gate Bridge fits into this.
Yeah, I could do a latitude check on it. So I've been kind of developing this cipher for a very long time. I've got a lot to say, but just recently in my research, I got into Perseus. And that's why I noticed when you pulled out your Gemini drawing, your art that you did, that's why my eyes lit up when I saw you have his satchel, his sac red bag, which I think that's the placenta for sure. It could be the testicles, but it's whatever. It's generative force. So I just did this, and so Perseus is over here above the ram, outside on the outer perimeter, and he's holding up the Gorgon, right? He's holding up Medusa's head. Well, just recently, I added that to my revelations of the state of Oregon. Just outside of the ram, you have, this is Perseus. He's riding on the Pegasus.
See this. That's right. I saw this. I saw you post this.
Yes, and
That's crazy.
He's holding up the Gorgon just off the coast of Oregon. And so I just think that's amazing because, even the Oregon Trail is like a hero's adventure going off into uncharted territory, all kind of tying back to Perseus in a major way.
Pilgrimage.
Oregon holds up Washington where they got that Space Needle.
Nice.
The Gorgon of Oregon.
The Gorgon of Oregon. Yeah,
that's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
it made me think
Oregon.
of the governess.
Yeah. So, but you're in Washington now.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I could see Oregon from our property, though.
Okay.
So we're just right across the way. Yeah.
Way cool.
Yeah. No, I want to check out your Perseus video. I haven't gotten around to that.
Oh, we
Yeah,
should plug your wife's work too, or your girlfriend. Pardon me. I don't remember the name of her channel, but she's doing great herbalist stuff, Mario. She's doing a lot of really good stuff.
She
Herbalist
is,
stuff.
yeah,
Very
totally.
cool.
Yeah, so it's her handle on Instagram is Michelle's Healing Home, and then her site's michelleshealinghome.com.
Nice.
So yeah, she likes to make small batch homemade organic stuff. A lot of times if we can harvest it ourselves or forage it or grow it, you know, that's how we like to roll if we can do that. Definitely. But if not, then it's always, you know, she has really good sources for everything basically. So yeah, she makes really, really great stuff. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate you guys very much. You know,
Thanks,
it was a trek for me because I remember I was kind of far away, but I felt a really strong calling to come to that meeting that day because it was cool. I didn't get to go to the actual in the bookstore meeting, but I came to your place and there was a whole group of really chill, awesome people there, and it was oh, now her name slips my mind. She's big on chemtrails. She's a famous author. I just can't think of her
Ilana
name.
Freeland.
Yeah, Alana Freeland was there, and so we got to like have private, intimate conversation with her.
Yeah.
And of course, we all commiserated and talked about Tracy. And then you busted out those hats. You served us all a bunch of nice food. It was an amazing day, man. It was a great time, you know. So
that's right, dude. Well, hopefully we can meet up again at some
we
point.
will. We
So
will.
that would be
I'll make
awesome.
a point of it. You know, I come to Washington often enough that it's not that many more hours. It's not like you're in New York or something. You know, I'm over in Boise, but we come over to the Walla Walla Valley regularly, so we can always make an excuse to come see you. And I know my lady would like to meet your lady, so it's just that simple. Just keep driving.
Very cool. I'm into it.
If you come this way, just hit me up in the DMs, man. If you're ever headed into Idaho, just let us know, and we'll accommodate you whatever way we can. You know.
I hope we get Mario on future weaves, man.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're welcome to drop in on this anytime, man. You did. This time was because you're doing such excellent work. We wanted to bring you on as the honored guest and like present your work and like kind of put a spotlight on what you're doing. But you're welcome to drop in anytime, man. If you want us to drop you the link every week, we'll just put it in your DMs and you know, no pressure. But you're welcome to join us because you're part of this crew naturally.
That's rad, dude. I would love to come back for
Yeah,
sure.
cool.
And I'm being completely honest too. So this is just more personal stuff, I guess. But I got really burnt out listening to other people talk for like almost a year.
Yeah.
And I was focusing on my symbolic study stuff. I was doing client work. I was doing all these different things. And I kind of stopped listening to like podcasts. On occasions on long drives, I would load one up or something, but I just was not listening to other people's work or research or whatever.
Right.
And so I didn't get the urge to kind of start seeing what else is out there until like, I think honestly, a few months ago, 3, 4, 5 months ago, something like that, you know? And then I started poking around and Chance had messaged me at some point and I looked at his stuff and was like, oh, that's pretty badass. He's doing cool stuff. And then I saw that you were doing this again. And then I was like, I need to just see what's going on with weaving spiders and whatever. And as soon as I actually watched it for the first time, I was like, oh my God, this is like what I've been missing in my life for a little while here. And just the way you guys like flow and the different syncs and weaves and everybody has kind of like their specialty interest research thing and whatever. It just was like perfect. And then the flow state thing, I tuned in and what have you. And then I was like, oh man, this is freaking rad. I'm totally down. I'm learning a lot. And then I found everyone else's channels and whatever from there. And it's just been awesome to kind of see what you guys are doing.
That's great news. And I've been in that position too, where you just back off everything and get a break. You know, I quit playing the guitar for 2 years one time and was better when I picked it back up than when I put it down. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe it, you know, like it's just because sometimes you need that break. You need to like a Sabbath, you know, to clear yourself, to get that Zen feeling of not continuing to imbibe and take things on. And so I totally get it, but I'm so glad that you feel that vibe here because that's why we're here. You know, it works.
Oh, definitely. No, this is a beautiful thing on multiple levels. So thanks for having me.
And we'd love to have you over on Flow State, you know, whether you're sitting there drawing or you want to read. Of course, that's what it's all about. Is really Jim brought that forward because it was an extension of what he'd learned in college. He brought it to Picture Show, and then it was such a hit on Picture Show. I'm so glad that you did that, Jim, that you decided to bring it into its own, break it out into its own spin-off thing. And I got so many little clay characters that have been baked in an oven now just because you started this show.
Hail James Maiden.
Here, hail.
Seriously.
Couldn't do it without you guys.
The fucking one and only. He's the humblest artist you'll ever meet.
I believe it.
So Mario, I got a question about a question you had for me.
Yeah.
and I'm totally okay with like saving that, stowing it, and talking off the air sometime. But you asked about Ed Calderon.
Yeah.
Calderon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm new to him. I only recently I discovered him last week, and he keeps kind of coming back around. I absolutely love the intel that he is bringing to the surface. But tell me, what do you think?
Well, it's really interesting because he's pretty new to me too. He messaged me on Instagram and he said, "Hey, just want to let you know, I'm a big fan of your work, and I really like it. I've been seeing it on TikTok, and so I've been wanting to message you." And he says, "I'm doing a lot of research with Santa Muerte and border stuff." And he kind of just gave a really quick intro, and I was like, "Okay, cool." And then I checked out his following on like Instagram, and then I'm like, "Oh shit, he's been on Rogan like multiple times, you know?" And we just started chit-chatting and stuff, and then I don't know, we're pretty friendly now, and he actually is going to be in my neck of the woods in the middle of the year, and so we're planning to meet up at some point. And he said, "Dude, if you ever want like a tour of like occultism in Tijuana, let me know and we can make that happen." And I'm like,
Awesome.
fuck yeah, dude. I would make a trip just
Road
for
trip.
that.
Yeah, how many people are you allowed to bring? Say, can we
I
have a
know.
group of
Right,
13?
yeah.
Is that fair? You know?
Yeah,
Would
right.
it be weird if we showed up in a bus?
I
I'm
know,
just
I
saying,
know.
like, would it be too much?
I do want to take a group photo sometime when we have all 9 cameras on. We'll strike a power pose, and then people will take screenshots.
Sure.
You ready to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2.
So just hold still for about an hour so the artist can paint all of our faces.
Yeah. Are you getting my essence, Alan Marcus? Should we let's since we did the thing that popped up, the weirdest thing that popped up yet this tonight, since we always bring it back around. Chance, you brought up what was it? The Army of Darkness. What is it? What's the show?
That was just a weird thing I ran into. Yeah, it was they had some subplot. I'm not really deep into Evil Dead, but there was some subplot about the Knights of Sumeria. And you know, Army of Darkness is all about the Necronomicon and Ash fighting against the Deadites.
I just happen to have one right here.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw Bruce Campbell live in Boise right when the pandemic was kind of starting to finally break here and people were willing to go out and do stuff. And he came out and talked on stage like a stand-up comedian a little bit, and then we watched it all in a theater-esque setting. It was a trip.
Wow, is that like a plus ultra Samson between the pillars?
Well, oh yeah, yeah, kind of. Look at that oracle.
And then she's got her pillars. She's got the yod. She's rocking the yod.
Yeah. What are those cards down there? I can't see.
It's definitely Samson between the pillars. You can see that for sure.
Yeah, it's just the Necronomicon with, he's between the pillars with her on the Samson holding the boomstick with her on his leg in the on the base, and then the king and queen on thrones.
Wow.
Did we get a good screenshot of our group shot? We all want to look at the camera and smile. I've tried to go back and find screen caps that I can share on social media where everyone's looking their best. And then sometimes I have to decide, well, who do I want to embarrass the most? Because there's always someone like picking their nose, but everyone else is smiling.
Yeah,
so then I have to decide between a series of photos. And sometimes I've had to edit the photos to take one person to find their best pose.
Oh, composite it?
To composite it. Yeah. So we all save time by smiling at the camera just for about 5-10 seconds. So we get a nice image for a thumbnail, maybe for a video or something.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Good luck,
damn.
Alan.
Perfect, Gordy. That's a great smile.
That's awesome.
That's me right now.
Thank you.
My
guys.
pose.
I have a question for Chance, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, please.
Dude, you're putting out lots of stuff, and you've been at it for how long now?
I started December of 2015. Oh no, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, I've changed so much since then. I feel like I only ever feel like that stoked on maybe my most 2 recent years of content ever.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen the
But
change.
I would say like really, it's probably been pretty good for 4 years.
Okay. I guess in terms of producing content, so what have you learned over the years, or I guess where are you at these days? Is there any, like, for someone who's starting out, I guess, what recommendations would you give people? Because it's pretty cool what you're doing over there and how frequently you're putting things out, you know?
You got a serious flow going.
Man, you just keep doing it. But I keep doing it, and don't be afraid to continually modify your process. Come up with templates. Templates are really helpful. Some kind of a way that you can build within a framework similarly every time. Like, I like my videos to have an aesthetic side to them, you know, look nice. So I do graphics and all that. I try to bring creativity in some unique way to each thing too, so that there's something exciting each week. There's a part of the process that I look forward to, particularly making the graphics, like kind of extra stuff. I mean, that's not for everybody to do that type of extra stuff. I guess it's kind of hard because to answer the question, because everyone's going to have their own solution to how to efficiently and rapidly put out content, but keep going, and you get better at it. What you're doing is already so polished, man. It's incredible. But I think the other side of it is, in this field, this type of endeavor, it's not exactly the same as like making a podcast about basketball or something, the NBA. No offense to people that's what they're doing for a career. I just think in this pursuit, it's like what we said about the aim with archery. If you aren't also I think this applies to art generally. If you aren't also putting the work in on yourself and on your health, your advancement will stagnate. It won't be that you don't advance. It's just that I find that like my show grows faster and without my effort, and things just work out perfectly, the more my overall focus is on being the most badass version of myself I can be physically, like health wise, strength wise, all that.
Yeah.
And being like authentic to, you know, walking the talk that I talk on the show. I don't think that you can be in the spiritual or metaphysical realm of teaching and exploring and researching and leave out the working on yourself part, or it will just, the transmission that you're providing will be garbled, and it may not, I won't say it'll lead people astray. It's just that people won't resonate with it. The ring of truth is a mysterious thing, but we all have, we all have that. Like, the more true to your own real values you are, the more you'll automatically ring true to people who are aligned with those values. And you don't have to like do something special to make the connections. The connections will magnetize to you. Kind of like the idea of looking within, going within, inner verse. It's also about, like, instead of trying to go out and force the connections or get in front of people's face and be like, hey, look at my thing. Hey, look at my thing. I'm begging you. Just do your thing to the best of your ability, and it will draw in to you. And that's like, you know, reversing that flow, bringing it in instead of trying to push it out.
Right.
I don't know if that answers the question at all.
Well, that's
totally.
true,
That makes
man.
perfect
That's
sense,
true.
man.
Anyway, I mean, that's how the best marketing and advertising people tell you how to do things too. Is exactly what you just described. to stop being needy and looking for people to take interest in what you're doing and become so exceptional at it that people take notice of you just by the presence of your work, you know?
But there's, I mean, don't get me wrong. You have to make it available. I spend time. I post on, my videos go up on 4 different places and
make it available and use hashtag weaving spiders welcome when you're posting your psychic bingo cards. And we're still playing psychic bingo tonight. If anybody has any boards that they want to show us, we're looking for them.
I just want to say you crew are the community of friends that for several years I just wish I would have had.
So we're here now, brother.
The preliminary work, but
here.
I feel like things are just getting started for all of this.
Yeah, I think we're gonna make a lot bigger scene than people could possibly imagine. This is just the pre-funk to the party right here.
Yeah.
Is this still a Nintendo fan club, by the way, or
absolutely?
Yeah, it is. Okay.
This is the Nintendo 65. We're the only ones to ever play it. It's kind of like that floor on John Malkovich being John Malkovich. It's between floors. It's the Nintendo 65, and this is the only group that's ever played it.
So I just recently learned that the code name for the Nintendo 64, does anyone know it by chance?
Project Ultra.
Ultra, dude.
What?
Ultra
Was it really?
64.
Dude,
Yeah.
you're asking someone who's in the Nintendo fan club. Of course I'm going to host Nintendo Ultra. Ask a harder question next time. Come on.
Yeah, can we get some Famicom questions here?
Yeah, some Famicom questions.
Wow.
But the okay, this reminds me actually of the Super Mario Brothers stuff. I was in the chat. You know how it is in the chats. It's like you want to say all this shit and nobody, like, I'm not even looking at the chat or whatever now. But the brick, I don't know if you guys are aware, but there's brick symbolism is related to hero twins in a lot of ways. And so I have this really, really awesome book called Babylonian Star Lore by Gavin White.
Mm-hmm.
And he breaks down like the mythology of like all of the signs according to Babylonian beliefs and everything else. And he also breaks down the different seasons in the end and like what they symbolically meant and everything. And so Gemini in Babylon was known as the brick mold. Okay. And so he said the reason why is because this is when people started baking bricks again because the weather was favorable. And this is when they would start construction projects again. And so Gemini and the brick mold are completely related to each other. And then, so when you guys were mentioning Mario Brothers, I've noticed that connection before. I'm just like, that's pretty trippy how all of that works out. And I learned this a few years ago. And my mind freaking exploded when the George Floyd situation happened because it encodes this symbolism and this mythology. So the George Floyd situation happened in Gemini 2020. Okay. I pulled up some old notes. So under the tropical system, it was Gemini.
In the Twin Cities.
In the Twin Cities, Twin City to St. Paul. And then, so Romulus and Remus.
It's the Keystone.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. Go ahead.
Totally. Yeah. Go ahead. And so Romulus and Remus, the hero twins of Rome, were credited for building Rome and the first wall of Rome. So there's like images and illustrations of Romulus and Remus literally by a brick wall, building a brick wall. And this is where one of them killed the other one, right? It's kind of like a Cain and Abel, light twin, black twin sort of thing, right?
Uh-huh.
And then in Freemasonry, it's masonry, obviously.
Right.
They call each other brothers. Right. And then if you go to a Freemasonic lodge, you're going to see the twin pillars once again. And then you're often going to see the G, Gemini, kind of in a way, or G7, like we've been talking about or whatever. You'll see the G in the compass and square. And then when you look at older tarot cards, a lot of times it's two brothers, or sometimes they're ambiguous. You can't tell if they're brothers or sisters or male and female, but it'll be two kids holding hands in front of a brick wall. Okay. And so this brick wall, there's just a lot of different, it's been kind of encoded in a lot of different places. And there's a big connection to Gemini and the sun. And then when George Floyd died, I don't know if you guys remember this, but he apparently had a good friend in Steven Jackson, who's an NBA player, or maybe
was his twin. Yeah, I remember him saying
Steven
that.
Jackson was saying online
in the interview. Yep.
100%. He was like, "Oh, he was like my twin. He was my brother." I was like, "Oh shit, there's more twin brother sort of stuff."
He must have said it like, I remember that interview. I'll never forget it. He must have said it like 7 to 10 times. It felt like it was like so many times. Like, this is just because they are like both 6'7".
Yeah,
that's the crazy thing. So that's the only. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, dude. Exactly.
Run there.
Yeah. I remember looking it up on YouTube and being like, "Wow, he's really making sure to emphasize this." Yeah. And then they said that George Floyd was from a project known as the Bricks. And then he also had a hat on, and the bill of the hat underneath it said "Brick Boys" on it. And apparently his father was a Freemason. Once again, masonry. But the thing that blew my mind the most, when I was like, holy shit, this is like so layered and encoded, it's insane, is when the George Floyd riots happened, there was pallets of bricks all over.
Yeah. Oh shit!
Yeah, they dropped bricks everywhere so that they could smash up
was
the city.
this a scapegoating situation where it's so obvious? Here's what's going on. Look at the symbols. Look at the tattoos. Look at the bricks on the pallet.
Atlanta was the first site to really have that pallet of bricks. I'll never forget it because it was like big. Of all the people, Big Boy from Outkast, who's a libertarian, outspoken libertarian, mind you, he retweeted, I'll never forget it, a video of a kid that was walking down the street. He must have been 20, I would say, and he was like, he's filming, and it's Atlanta right after that guy in the Wendy's parking lot got shot or tried to take the taser and then got shot in the back, what have you. It was that incident, and I'll never forget. So everybody was out and he's filming and he's like, oh hell no, and he gets up on a pallet of bricks and he's like, hell no, and he's like, look, and shows the camera and everybody else. He's like, oh hell no, we are not buying this. Do you know what I mean? So it was like,
I want to bring forward
beautiful.
real quick Mario Brothers connection maybe.
Yeah, man, there's so much to build on here, Mario. You just opened a can of worms, man.
Awesome. Yeah, I did. I know. We just started a whole new segment of the weave.
Guys, this is part 3. Do we need another short intermission and then come back with part 3?
I don't know how much gas I've got in my tank, but I definitely want to show these images I just dropped in the Telegram chat.
Yeah, man.
So what does Mario break the bricks? Oh, go ahead, Gabe.
What do you call, what are bricks that they give you for no charge? What do you call a bunch of bricks that you don't have to pay for? Freemasonry.
Dude, that was killer.
Was that in your book of dad jokes? That's a new one. Put that in the dad joke.
Super thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So Mario breaks the bricks with his head. And in that moment, he's got the bricks on his head. Bricks
punches up too, right?
Bricks are you use bricks to build something that is strong. Okay, so like a fortress, like Kronos, the god of fortresses.
I see where you're going.
With the fortress hat.
With the head.
The hat.
Yeah. Oh, it's like
and his wife Rhea, fortress on her head, made of bricks.
Dude.
Yeah. So they're the god and goddess of fortresses. And this actually can bring us back to Nimrod or Orion, because fortress is from the Latin fortis, which is strong, the mighty one.
Ooh, yes, and the force.
Rhea, Rhea.
Yes.
Yep.
So anyway, that's what I had.
Right there. No, that's good. That's good.
That's
brick
great.
heads.
That totally ties in with the Super Mario Brothers, the brick breaking. Fantastic.
So, does anybody else see Cybele in that image of Rhea?
Yes, I saw that.
100%.
I was going to say Sybil, but it pronounced Cybele. Yeah.
So breaking those bricks is a metaphor for the collapse of civility.
Absolutely.
Yes. So to be responsible is to respawn Cybele, is to cut off your lower base desires and remain civil. And so I think of the phrase responsible for the fall of Rome. And this is, oh man, there's so much.
You're on to something
This
there.
is
It's
Taiki.
the civil. If you have the B or the V sound, it's civil or civil.
Yes. And so so here it is. Responsible atis. Those are your responsibilities. Responsible and atis. And by remaining responsible and adhering to your responsibilities, you give your potency to the collective, to the construct, to the bricks, to the Freemason paradigm. And that collapsing of the Twin Cities was absolutely an end to civility.
100%.
By the way, Atargatis wore the fortress crown. And this is Taiki, who is Our Lady Luck or Fortuna to the Romans, representing the Virgo, the Spica, the harvest, fortunate harvest, a cornucopia, corn, kernel,
Yes, the crown.
seed.
I gotta ask real quick, Gabe. Have you by chance done anything or spoken with Jordan Maxwell at all?
Me?
Yeah.
No, but I used to get into his work a lot.
Okay. I'm curious because I know he's had, I don't mean to cut you off, but I know he's had like a stroke, sounds like. I know he's had some health issues as of late, but I think it would be fascinating or a really good call to try and get him in on one of these sessions.
Oh, man,
I know it'd have to probably be like everybody shut, you know what I mean? It was going to have to be like a lesson or like almost like a lecture, I'd assume. Because out of respect, you know, we're trying out loud.
Yeah.
But I think he's hard to get a hold of.
I got a quick one to share here, real quick, kind of going on with that Sybil and the. This is this is my Zuckerberg is the sugar board and meat. This is Meta. This is the metaverse.
There you go.
And before Zuckerberg's face was in the way, these are buildings. These are the Napoleonic urban design of the infrastructure of the city. And there's a goddess who I have a hard time finding, but I haven't really dug too hard, but Urbana, Urbana, Urbana is actually an African goddess who is accredited for Napoleonic urban design. And I have heard Urbana getting summoned a lot lately in certain codes. You know, there was a news broadcaster who he retired recently, and he made this really weird announcement on the air. And he said some spiel about the dark shadows from the edges of the city creeping in. And it was just, he was like summoning Urbana to come in and collapse the city in a crazy way. Dark forces from the external perimeters closing in. And I just thought I'd put that all together while we were talking about civility, and Napoleonic urban design. Yeah, I could go on and on, but I'll just kind of leave that out there. Mario, you really cracked one open with this one, man.
That's awesome, dude.
I'm going to drop a few more pictures of Atargatis real quick.
I want to go back
so
to
we can see
Sybil really quick.
The fortress on her head.
Rachel said, you want to go back to Sybil?
The image of the statue, because this has to relate. I mean, it's with the buildings on her head and everything.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
It looks like the chariot,
mm-hmm.
except there's some details that are really, really interesting about it. So the cats, the lions that pull the chariot, those are beside her. The only difference is that you can see her feet. You can see the support system. In the chariot, you don't see the support system. That's behind you. That's the city behind you. And in this image, she has the city crowning her, and her support is clear. You can see her feet.
Oh, here, I'll pull it up.
And I dropped the Santa Muerte version of the Empress, because that's kind of what this looks like, this meta, like a dark Empress type of energy. If you've seen, there's a tarot deck that looks really crazy. What's it called? I'll remember it at some point, but it reminds me of that. But yeah, if you want to get into any Empress symbolism, that's kind of what that's looking like to me. I thought it was interesting that that statue looked so much like the Chariot. Like, the Chariot's moving forward, but the Empress is sitting still. The city is on her mind, it's on her heart. She's supporting it. She is a pillar. In one of the decks I have, the Empress is called the pillar instead of the Empress, because they're trying to do like gender neutral terms. But there's this one kind of hidden.
She's got the fan.
And the pole.
Right.
Rachel, what is this deck that you're showing? That was the one with the? Is this the same deck from the Luchador?
Yeah, this is the Santa Muerte Tarot.
Santa
So,
Muerte Tarot.
so she also has those petals, which we corresponded with the dragon serpent earlier. You know, those spines that I correlate to the porcupine. And you know, it's also this, you know, light emanating. I just, oh man, I got so much to say about the Santa Muerta, but I think, you know, it doesn't mean this to everybody. It doesn't mean, it means different things to different people. You know what I mean? But one thing that this guy, Ed Calderon, brought forward is that there would be an altar set up, and at first glance, it appeared to be honoring the Virgin Mary. And that's the surface level, the public face of it. However, they always knew to dig and look underneath, and they would uncover these hidden artifacts beneath that were channeling that energy to the Santa Muerta, the dark one. And she's always hidden. She's always got that underground aspect, which reminds me of Brigid a little bit, that hidden one in the darkness, the soot, because she does the dirty work. You know, she's working hard. I'm not trying to dog anybody's deities, and I'm not trying to diss on the divine feminine, but I just want to point out that what that means is that you can have a facade deity or a facade positive vibe, and it harnesses people's belief and channels it to something they didn't know they were getting involved in. And that's fucking twisted. That's just straight up twisted. So I'm not saying Santa Muerta is a bad thing. I can see where people have to hide this, but then I want to get to the root of all of this. And it has to do with necromancy. It has to do with the origin of insurance and even trust law and corporation and the dealing in the dead. And one thing, Mario, that I've been kind of milling over in my head a lot with this Ed Calderon and, you know, normalizing the Santa Muerta. And also, I think we got the Echidna and Vatica, you know, that dark goddess under the Vatican. I think ultimately the root of all of this ties into insurance and trust law and making you dead before you're even conscious, you know, taking the placenta, registering it, sending it to these dark files that you don't have access to with your 2 feet.
You're going to love the Kurt episode, Kurt Kallenbach. You're going to love it.
I can't wait. But this is really the heart of the fucking matter right now. And so I don't think it's that much of a stretch to think that Santa Muerta ties into Vatica, because all of the people there are very Catholic. And so there is this dark undercurrent venerating this death icon, and I'm gonna stand by the Nazarenes on this, and I'm gonna say, leave the dead for the dead. You know, leave the dead for the dead. All that, it's not for me. All good for everybody else, but I'm gonna call it what it is, and I'm not gonna let other people put the Virgin Mary on it and channel their energy to the Virgin Mary, and it actually gets diverted to the fucking undertunnels of the Vatican. Fuck that. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you could say that that's the same tonight. You could bring it full circle in the biggest way and say that that's what we're finding all of the religions are doing, that they're having you channel everything to a solar deity, and that it actually subverts to a secret, a higher polar deity that none of us know anything about. You know?
And what Sean is pointing to as we wrap up our Nintendo fan club meeting for the night, this is the whole story of Mario, in which Mario is an Italian plumber who goes down the pipes in Italy and maybe finds his way into the Vatican secret library and swims around in the knowledge.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Gets the secret stuff, and then he runs out the back door and jumps and grabs onto the fucking flagpole.
That's the basic question. Why is a Japanese company interested in Western esotericism involving symbols of an Italian plumber who has masonry that he's destroying to get coins out of and going down pipes into the underworld? You remember the underworld levels, and then he swims around. It's like that game doesn't have a story per se, but all the symbols together create a story. And then you ask yourself, why did they choose those symbols to tell the story through the gameplay? And why are you defeating a Bowser who's like a dragon at the end of a level to advance to the next level to defeat another dragon?
Get the princess.
Right, to rescue
the
a princess.
Princess is in another castle, Alan.
But before that, you go back to Donkey Kong, where Mario or Jumpman might be a construction worker or a mason who's climbing towers to rescue a maiden from a big ape. Donkey Kong.
I don't know. To me, once I learned more about occult stuff, it always was symbolic of the West trying to demonstrate that they had infiltrated the East by actually having the East parroting their symbols back to the West. But I don't know. That's just a speculation on my part. I have no idea if that's true.
Kind of like how they were taking the American movie from 1933, King Kong, about that Beauty and the Beast symbolism, and retranslating it to some adventure game. But it was this tragic story about how we're destroying nature and how we can't trust ourselves and can't trust the Western world and technology and all that. And then it goes back, gets retranslated as Godzilla and King Kong, gets redone again, gets sent back to the States, becomes a cult classic underground weird thing that only us weird kids who watched UHF TV in the 70s, because that's all you had, because you had to watch something. It was either that or Kung Fu Theater. So we watched the kaijus, man. It got in there. Those titans got in there, right? We sold it back we do it again, sell it back to Japan. They do it again and sell it back to us as some.
It's like a game of Old Maid.
Like what? And nobody has any original stories anymore.
I don't think there is ever anything such as an original story, because it's just one story.
One story, which is a hero's journey, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anytime I look into this stuff, I mean, the more I look into it, the more it just reveals everything that's apparent in nature. And we can have ancient ancestors, those are the gods, and who we perceive as gods and mighty beings, and learn that we can be the same. And that's all it points me towards. And when we see it when I look at it in all of pop culture and what the so-called elites are doing, all I see is anything that I can do. I don't, it's like they can do all this stuff and I'm just like, okay, you know how to do marketing magic better than me. That's all you're doing. That's really all you're doing. It's everything they're doing is nothing special. Hiding symbolism, taking on archetypes. It's not that special. Any of us can do that. And the fact that other people don't see it is because they haven't been taught that the world can be this lustrous and this imaginative and beautiful. I mean, we were watching that documentary and they were talking about Kurt Vonnegut, and he's talking about Dresden. Can you imagine living somewhere so beautiful? Can you imagine living in a city? And, we look at these places with these symbols, these griffins and all these mythical creatures, because they want those creatures to exist in their world. You don't have it on your front porch because you don't want that in your neighborhood. Your HOA doesn't want that in your neighborhood. That's the only difference. They have a permit that says they can do it. We look at these buildings, we're like, oh my God, they have a pentagram on their lawn because they are allowed to do it. You could do that. You're just as awesome.
Or you could take their symbol and make it better.
Yeah. Rework it, rewire
it yourself. They don't own that symbology.
No.
They can't tell me that owls are evil. Fuck them.
Screw that.
So then the question becomes for us as weaving spiders, how do we take our knowledge of symbolism and tie it into our art to put it on our t-shirts and our mouse pads and our tote bags so we can walk around and display proudly our own artwork that we're developing?
I like the green. Classic tale of horror.
I've got
look at all the horrors.
I've got a Fine Arts America account. I could just make a meme section and then we could have it on coffee cups and pillows and shirts and shower curtains and stickers. Yeah, I mean, we'd probably be better to find a better sticker site than Fine Arts America, but you do have the sticker option there.
Certainly.
Like it.
All right, y'all, I got to bail.
Yeah, I'm running out of gas.
20 to 2 a.m.
That's what I was about to say, Rachel. I'm running on fumes.
Yeah. It is that.
Starting to my body is melting into strange colors.
It is. I'm impressed.
Your shirt is badass, dude. It's a nice shirt.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to see. I'll tell you.
I got a costume change.
I got a request for you when you're ready, Chance. I want you to get the green paint that's the right color for the screen and actually go no shirt and paint your chest. And I want to see what it looks like.
So
except his nipples. No nipples. Don't paint.
I mean, it would look a lot like
that'd
this.
be good. Putting mirrors over
nipples have eyeballs.
Painting is
googly eyes. Googly eyes.
Or nipples only. There you go.
I knew we could get.
There you go.
Nipples on screen. Is that on a bingo card?
It is now. That's going to be a rare one.
Oh, it'll be less rare in the summertime.
All right. Unfortunately,
you guys are awesome. This was really fun.
Yeah, thanks for coming, man.
Once again,
like
of
I
course.
said, anytime, bro.
Where we can find you. Do you have a website that you direct everyone towards?
Yeah, symbolicstudies.com. And then if you just want to do symbolicstudies.com/links, and you can find my Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and YouTube.
You and your girl being on TikTok is going to push me over the edge. I'm going to break my fast and sign up, because I know that if I go follow you guys, I'll enter into the right door of TikTok, and I won't have to like beat off ugly thoughts and fat rednecks. Instead, I'll enter in through the Slack back door.
It's an interesting place, dude. I mean, I have the most traction there for what it's worth,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would never suggest or tell anyone to sign up, but there's some interesting stuff on there.
I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to create content too. I'm going to start dumping snippets of picture show or whatever, and just,
Yeah, totally.
Now, can you live stream on there or not?
Yeah, you can.
trippy.
Yeah, it's a bizarre place. If you sign up, let me know.
Oh, I will, man. If you'll know, because I'm gonna be right up there with you. We're gonna be next to each other then. That's gonna happen. So,
sounds good.
All right, I'm clicking the button. Peace
All
out,
right,
y'all.
dudes.
I love
See
you.
you, SB. Much love, buddy.
Check you later.
This has been
Yeah,
a
talk to you
phenomenally
soon.
fun
For coming.
Act 2, Act 3, whatever we're at.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We want to do a close.
Yes.
Yes, do
That's
it.
what we're waiting for. The proper beginning. I mean, ending.
Yes, again, from the book, All Endings Are Beginnings.
I might be doing an audiobook of Lindsay's novels if we can
dude, that'd be so
work
great.
out a proper deal for it.
Sweet.
She has like 4 or 5 of them, right? I think this is her 4th one. She has 3 of them.
Novels, I mean, her actual
Her
fiction novels. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, rad. So this is a subtle guise of art. What's inside us is sometimes messy, confused, or so nebulous that we cannot even connect it or describe it. If we are lucky, we have shamanic transmutations experts that we colloquially call artists in order to help us out of a pickle. The artist observes constantly, understands implicitly, and translates the unutterable and indescribable into magical representations that can unlock and transform our entire psyches and societies. We are blessed to have these magicians among us, and we have most likely taken most of them for granted. Our souls, and indeed the entire collective of humanity, are better off for their presence. Honor their subtle magic and brilliant wisdom that swirls through our world in the guise of art.
I remember that one. I think that might have been one of the first ones I read out of there.
And like we were saying, Rachel, it's what people are lacking is magic. The magic of creation.
Rachel brings the magic in her art big
For
time.
sure. For sure. Yeah.
How about
So
it?
thank you, gang. I appreciate all of you.
Yes, thank you, Mario.
Mario, thanks for hanging, buddy.
Oh yeah, of course.
Thank you.
It was seriously my
dude.
pleasure. This was a great time.
It's so good to have you in the weave, man. We got to have more Mario.
Sounds good, man. I'm down.
Yeah.
You fit like a Mickey Mouse glove.
I like it.
All right. Ciao,
All right,
gang.
dudes. Check you later.
Thanks again, Mario.
Have a great night.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Cheers, dude.
All right. See you guys later. Bye.
Night.
Much love, y'all.
Later, Mario.
Later,
Thanks for
man.
coming.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. See ya.
Strong work tonight, Jim. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you to Chris in our Telegram chat who's provided some great art for us tonight. We'll probably play that on the way out. Do we have any final announcements?
Rachel, yeah, if you could forward it, that'd be awesome.
Cool. Yeah, that would be easy. So
We're gonna
Get
say
that to you.
goodnight to YouTube and go off air
Yeah.
pretty soon. Jim, you got some music
Ryan,
to
I
play us
know
out?
you're muted. Yeah, just brought you back just to say goodnight.
good night, you
whatever.
guys.
Yeah, thank you, Orion, as well, for joining us tonight. New
Hey,
spider.
Ryan,
on
I
the-
think you're muted. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, thank you guys for. Sorry for jumping in and causing ruckus in the middle of weaves that I haven't been a part of for like months. So
No, we keep it
forgive me.
alive.
It's the
for you.
best.
Forgive me.
Yeah. Thank you for coming back. Love to see your face.
Things are finally back to kind of okay. So health wise and hopefully every other which way, but we'll see what happens with that. Who knows?
That's
But,
great news.
Yeah, health wise though, things are good. So for
You look good.
everybody. Thank you. I've gained a bunch of weight. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Peace and love.
You out of here, Gabe?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
I'm
play the
okay.
outro music, the
Let's play
outro
the
video,
outro
and
music.
then
Ryan, you wanna say goodnight to everybody as well, and be doing this again soon.
Hey guys.
Good to see your face.
Hey, yeah.
Oh yeah. How did we get to
It's
see
probably
him?
way better, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll talk more after we land this.
Yeah, we'll get off
plane,
YouTube.
and,
So just stay
we can
here.
stay in the plane. We can stay in
Yeah.
the Zoom room, but we'll take it off
Everybody on
YouTube and we'll say goodnight to everyone.
I love you. We'll see you soon.
Everyone.
And we live in your mind.
I love you.
Live in your mind.
We live in your mind.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was modified. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was modified. The spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider will be combination and raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building cancer was more socket than socket. Socket is the way to the cat.